Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the Eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody! It's Finals Day, where we get to crown one of the first champions of Stage 1 in all of Marvel Rivals Ignite. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by my absolute best friends in the whole wide world. We got CB, we got Dan on the mic. I am super excited, you two. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I just cracked open my first energy drink because I know I'm going to need more than one to make it through today because we have got so much action coming your way. You said it, Kay. We get to crown one of our first champions in Ignite 2026, and we also get to decide who is going to be joining those champions over at our mid-season finals. There's so much at stake today, and I cannot wait to get right into the thick of it with you, Dan.
I mean, XOXO1 have broken the curse. They've broken that 4th place curse. They're here on Championship Sunday for the first time ever. Every single time, they've just barely made it in here, and I'm so excited to see if they're able to go toe-to-toe with Reject for a spot in the mid-season finals.
Does it make you feel anxious at all that if we had 3 land spots, they would already be in?
Oh, don't do that to Dan.
I would hope Pacific gets 3 spots one day, but that day is not now, so EXO are still going to have to give me a little stress, I feel.
Well,
going into the series.
Have a great way of relieving stress because we can go on vacation after today, Dan. We can stretch out, we can relax, and welcome ourselves to Hellfire Bay Beach. Happy Rival Summer Festival, everyone. It's time to trade those heavy combat suits for swimwear. I know CB likes that. Because the ultimate beach part, yeah, right? It's so nice, it's so luxurious. Because it's the ultimate beach party and it's officially arrived. The sun is shining, the waves are rolling in, and our seasonal hub is packed with exciting activities and rewards. the Summer Snapshot photo event. You don't want to miss that. Pop and win Krakoan Reels. And simply, all you have to do is log in daily to claim up to 1,500 limited time units and participate in festival activities for a chance to earn up to 2,500 units in total. Sign me up.
Yeah, and sign me up for some more of those Krakoan reels. You know, I never thought I would see the day when Marvel Rivals would introduce a fishing minigame, but here we are. And you know what else I never thought I'd see, but I'm glad that I get to. It's these lovely costumes here. Strike from the shadows or guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch. Gear up to dominate the shores in Marvel Rivals Season 8. It's available right now. You can go get these skins right this very second and then come right back here to watch the rest of the show. And you can claim the coast and leave them breathless.
And you got more rewards, more things to look at coming at your way. You got Season 8.5 Twitch drops. New Twitch drops are on the horizon. Tune in to your favorite streamers to earn sprays, emotes, nameplates, and even an exclusive costume right in front of you for Storm. It's available right now up until July 10th, so watch your favorite streamers, watch your favorite esports games, and you too will get your hands on all those rewards.
Well, I have no doubt that everyone's favorite esports broadcast is happening right now. $42,000 on the line for the championship winning team, and of course a secured land spot already given to Gen G, but that means there's still one more mid-season final spot left for one of two teams to grab if they can make it to the grand final spot. That's going to be Reject and XOXO as our first matchup of the day. It's a surprise turn of events. Reject, having not lost a map, let alone a series, since April, had fallen last night to the lower bracket to the hands of Gen G. Now, Gen G has the title of being the longest team without dropping a matchup, which was all the way in the grand finals of preseason.
Yeah, but unfortunately they did drop one map, so no one got through unscathed. It was definitely a bloody affair between the two of them, but because of that shortcoming from Reject, their land spot is now in jeopardy. You know, we all thought they would be one of the teams to make it, but now they might not make it, and, you know, also their crown in Asia. You know, if another Asian team, XOXO01, were to dethrone them, that would be absolutely insane. It would be a long shot, but a long shot is still a shot, and getting XOXO01 on land, that's a hell of a chaser.
Oh yes, absolutely, my friend. And with that being said, though, unfortunately, Zero Tenacity, they've been fan favorites for chat, and frankly, for all of us when it comes to the PAC coast.
One more than the rest of us.
Well, yes. Zero Tenacity, big fans all around. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to them to the wild card of XOXO. If there's any team that could make a huge lower bracket run, it is going to be XOXO. And as we look at the bans and picks, I'm wondering, Dan, as we go into this matchup between Reject and XO, which side of the bans and picks would you want XO to be on?
I think at this point it might be clear getting that first save right off the get-go just provides your team with so much of that extra room, right? Guarantee that you get the first save onto the Gambit so that if the other team thinks about it, you don't really want to go for it. But we've been seeing a trend for XO in particular, right? They usually use their second save onto the Gambit because they know that when they played against Zero Tenacity, they didn't really prioritize the Gambit ban as much as we kind of expected, right? Usually that first ban was onto things like the Mantis for the most part, and then as we progressed deeper and deeper into the ban draft, it was just a bunch of like musical chairs, right? What can you get rid of from the other side, and what can you grab for yourselves? And both teams just went at it in the ban draft. There was a lot of adjustments going on, not just in the second half of ban draft, which is where most, if not all, the adjustments are. We saw a little bit of that as well in the first half.
It feels like every season we see a lot more variety, CB, and this time around we saw a lot of rogues. We're starting to see Gambit back into the fray. It's been amazing.
Yeah, we've also seen a fair variety of maps. You know, a couple of surprises came out yesterday. Heart of Heaven for the first time in what felt like a long time. We also saw XO, you know, previously going to Spider Islands, but instead opting for things like Central Park, changing up some of the calculus from time to time. We've seen Burn into T'Challa, you know, a lot of these domination maps. We've seen We've seen Halvajalia. It's literally right there. I get the Wakanda maps mixed up from time to time because, very similar aesthetics and, a fair bit of just about everything here, although we haven't seen a whole lot of the Shin Shibuya, and we also haven't seen a whole lot of Arako. I think we've seen like maybe 1 or 2 throughout all of stage 1. I don't know. It's been kind of iffy, but we've kind of, expanded beyond just a museum of contemplation these days.
Oh, thank goodness for that, right? what was that stat, Dan? I know you were keeping track of it. We had something like 80?
Yeah, it was like an 80% chance that the losing team would pick Museum of Contemplation. I believe that statistic was true back in preseason. I know all of the other regions have started to follow up on it, and then I think during Stage 1 group stage, we had a lot of that Lower Manhattan towards the tail end of that group stage, and we saw the other regions definitely taking a page out of it, right? They started pulling out the Lower Manhattan on their own, and it feels like we might be the trendsetters. You never know.
We're always trendsetters, my friend. RC versus XO, though, these two teams have had a tenured history, and honestly speaking, I think XO has evolved a lot since the preseason days, where they've almost adopted Reject's macro playstyle. CB, can you tell me more about that?
I mean, I think they've more or less kept the same identity as they had from the preseason as that kind of like chaotic team that'll play some of these off-meta compositions that you might not be expecting. But like you said their macro has gotten a lot better. And just overall, I think with the additions of players like JT3 and now Adobe as well as a coach, they've leveled up their game. They can play some of these off-meta compositions, but they can also play some of these normal compositions. And they have a habit of playing up to their opponents.
It's been punchy, it's been scary, and having Reject go up against XOXO this time around, I think will be fantastic. You might notice that this graphic usually is pretty big. We have, normally 4 series to go over, but there's no 4 series left. There's only 2 now. We have ourselves to see who between Reject and XOXO are going to go into the grand finalist spot in a best of 7 up against Gen G, and they themselves have looked like an undominable force. If there was one team to take them down, it should have been Reject. That's what we were all expecting. But with Reject now in the lower bracket, it's truly anyone's championship.
And we'll see if XO are able to give Reject a run for their money. It feels like sometimes XO had what it takes to overthrow what Reject were doing, but they just could not follow through, right? Reject, they have a lot of experience as a team together. XO also, quite frankly, have a lot of experience, or at least the core of it, right? Like Sungjuk Woo, Zeta, and Ace, they've been together for a very, very long time. And bringing in some new players like Felix, JT3, who also have a wealth of experience, and then Dobie coming in as that head coach to finally provide some order to the chaos that XO are going for, and it really makes it more organized chaos within XOXO1's playstyle.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch XO out. Their evolution, like CB said, identity with the core has been mostly the same, but they have added bits and pieces over stage 1 to make themselves stronger than ever, and it's shown. They were middle of the pack back in preseason. Zero Tenacity snuck by and took that second place slot heading into playoffs, but now XOXO, they started off with a bang in group stage, and they looked almost unstoppable.
And here's the thing about that XO versus Z10 matchup. XO has beaten Z10 every single time the two have squared off, and I think, if you're Z10, that's just one monkey that you could never get off of your back, and yesterday getting reverse swept by them is going to haunt you, but you're going to be feeling on cloud 9 if you are an XO fan right now.
Wrong region!
Don't tell them about Hell's Heaven.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to talk about it. But let's talk a little bit about Reject, the champions coming in from the Asia region, ruling over that region essentially with an iron fist, but then came into contact with Gen G, the ruler from across the pond, and, ended up falling short 3-1. They did win Heart of Heaven against Gen G, but still, it looked a little bit rough, a little bit shaky at times, but they faced that kind of adversity before. They've taken the last 24 hours to reassess, try and figure out what went wrong in that matchup against Gen G, but while also needing to prepare for XO, they cannot look past what is in front of them today because their land spot in this matchup is on the line. They can't just be looking at what lies beyond.
Piggy has had a lot of comments about Asia as a region as a whole in our interviews. He's been saying, I think Reject might be the best team in Asia, but if they beat out XO and go to grand finals, they won't necessarily be fighting a team in Asia. They'll be going up against an OCE team that they've already lost to.
And it's the rematch there as we take a look at What is the team that finally broke that 4th place curse? Fun fact, every time EXO have participated in an Ignite tournament ever since 2025, they have always finished at 4th place. But they have finally broken it off of a reverse sweep that we saw last night. And oh my goodness, if that was cinema, I'm sure we will get cinema here. It just feels like, again, EXO have what it takes to take down at least Reject. But is it going to be happening here tonight? It just feels like every single time they go up against each other, EXO just get a little bit better, like 1% better. But does it compound enough to take down the partner team here in Asia?
I think it's like, you know, it gets a lot more narrow at the top. Like you said, they've broken the curse and they've managed to break free from 4th. Now they're up to 3rd, but it gets a lot more tight. Like, these two teams directly above them are tough customers.
Now, Dan, I believe you had something prepared. I believe, what was it, a speech? A chant? A way of being?
It's like a rally.
A rally?
Yeah, we'll do it like that, right? It's a little bit of a manifestation, I guess, to get EXO going, right? In case anyone doesn't know, who is XOXO01? For the blind, they are the vision. For the hungry, they are the chef. For the thirsty, they are the water. If Dobie thinks, I agree. If Sungjung Woo speaks, I'm listening. If XOXO01 has one fan, it is me. If XOXO01 has no fans, I don't exist.
He didn't write that down, by the way. He's been chanting that nonstop for the past several
I've been
hours.
spamming
It's
it on
tattooed
Twitter.
on him.
It's been spamming on Twitter. I've been spamming it in chat to limited success, but I'm trying to get everyone to learn the truth that XXO01 are in fact the OG dive connoisseurs.
He's got a printout of Sungjung Woo, and he like taped it to his bathroom mirror, and he chants that at him like 5 times
It's
a day
his
before he
Bloody
brushes
Mary.
his teeth.
I should print out a picture of Sungjung Woo and just put it like right behind me, like right here.
Put some candles around it.
Oh,
Pray to
yeah.
it each night. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, from Delulu to Salulu. Dan, I gotta ask you, what are you going to do if XOXO wins the championship, gets 1st place?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Well, first thing, right, it's an uphill battle for EXO no matter what, going toe-to-toe against the partner team of Asia. But if they do make it out of this series alive and qualify to the mid-season finals, I'm going to be beyond excited. That just means that EXO are able to show the world that they... what their playstyle is, right? This whole dive or dive playstyle, going with dive, sticking with dive, and with the amount of adjustments that EXO have been doing within some of these maps, especially in map 5 versus Zero Tenacity, where Sungjung Woo was literally just playing mystery heroes, right? Iron Fist at one point, Black Cat, Daredevil, Magic, every single melee hero you can think of, Sungjung Woo can play at the highest level.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited to see how Sungjung Woo plays it out. We are moments away until we get to our very first picks and bans of the night. Lower bracket elimination finals once again between Reject and XOXO. I'm very curious to see how these ban drafts play out, because I think at this point it's almost a guarantee that Mantis will be the first ban, guaranteed for both
100%.
sides. But it's that first ban for the upper team and the first reserve for the lower team. And I can see up ahead. I'm going to spoil it real quick. Reject gets the first reserve. Really curious to see what they choose to do with it.
Yeah, well, another thing I also kind of want to bring up, you know, before we get into this one, is a quick little history lesson, as we alluded to earlier, is the amount of times these teams have played against each other. Just in 2026, they have played 3 times prior, and it has been a Reject sweep. EXO have not taken a single map off of Reject all throughout. First time it was 2-0, second time it was 3-0, and then just this stage 1 group stage, another 2-0 in favor of Reject. So for EXO, I think the picks and bans are going to paint the picture, like you say, Keg, and I think you're going to have a lot of work to do in the pick and ban draft if you want to get that first map off of Reject, overcome that first hurdle, take it 1 map at a time, and then start to throw Reject off balance. Because like I said, if Reject is looking past you and they've got their sights set on what went wrong in that Gen G series, there's a chance.
And it starts right here in the ban draft. XOXO01 versus Reject. The last time EXO took a map against Reject was all the way back in October of 2025. So it's been a whole 8 months since EXO took a map, not a series, a map. EXO still are trying to find a series win against Reject. Hopefully here in the ban draft is where things all kick off, but so far the thing is true here, right? Mantis first ban for both sides. Reject will use that first save for the Gambit. So how does EXO decide to treat this ban draft? They like to adjust a lot, right? Depending on who they're playing up against. And this Rocket first ban, or second ban for EXO might be a play here.
It's a pretty solid play. You know, Rocket is another one of those heroes that some, I mean, by some I mostly mean me, have argued is just as strong, if not stronger, than the Gambit. So they're happy to even give up a one-sided Gambit to Reject and instead go for a Protect onto the Cyclops. Alone Fills has been one of the best Cyclops players in the whole tournament, which I think has been a surprise to a lot of people because we're a very hit scan heavy region. You know, when we have the likes of Brownie and Exy in this region, you don't typically think of Alone Fills, but he's cemented himself amongst the top, the best of the best when it comes to some of these Asian hit scans.
Oh,
and it's
my God.
Spider-Man Protect as well, so both of the duelists from EXO are going to get their comfort picks.
Alone Fills, it really feels like to me, Alone Fills is literally Sungjak Woo, but give him range characters. Sungjak Woo has a huge hero pool when it comes to those dive duelist categories, but Alone Fills has been doing a lot of work with the hit scan, right? He has, I'd argue, a hero pool as big as Sungjak Woo. We talk about the Cyclops, but his Phoenix has been solid, his Elsa, his Star-Lord as well, which is the last ban that EXO are going to use their ban on. But Reject, however, will get access to the White Fox. They commit the save, they commit it one-sided. So if Sungjak Woo wants to go for those dives, it's just a little bit harder for them to at least execute it.
I love the skin that Brownie is rocking there on the Phoenix, but why is it black and blue, Dan, do you know?
Not entirely sure, but either way, Gargoyle is able to find Alone Fills, gets the BRB down. As EXO looking to find ways to open things up here, but Seunghoon allows Reject to get that man advantage going into this mission area unlocking.
Yeah, I mean, already burning out that BRB and then taking down another one. And I mean, Reject are just like you say, like putting their foot firmly on the gas and just running over EXO and his Zeta falls. There's nothing really standing in Reject's way, so they can just walk right forward and take it. And I think a big obstacle here for EXO is going to be the fact that Reject also got a one-sided White Fox there. If EXO is going to play this dive style, you've got one of the most survivable backlines in the game in this Gambit White Fox.
And Yaki on the Daredevil as well, providing so much information for Reject. Knowing where XO1 are at all times allows Reject to accelerate a little bit of that dive playstyle that EXO want to do on their own, because EXO right now don't have access to the Daredevil. They want Sungjak Woo on the Spider-Man. That's the more comfort pick here as Zeta tries to disrupt the backline of Reject, but everyone's just stacked together. But still, it's going to be a one-for-one trade. Zeta is able to find one in the end in the likes of Brownie. Is this going to be enough for EXO to get a retake going? Because right now, Reject, with the site control, they have a lot of freedom in terms of that map space. It's
a little bit of uncharacteristic of EXO. They're giving a little bit more respect to Reject than they would some of their other opponents. You know, they have a tendency to go in super aggressively, even when they are down a man. When they find a trade like that, like you would expect EXO to take a super aggressive fight, but instead they bide their time and wait for Zeta to get back, and that's going to give Reject a lot more capture percentage here. As Zeta going in for another dive. Alone Fills does have a Ruby Rage, but Seunghoon actually going to use the Royal Flush defensively. It's going to give Reject a lot more room to play with, and Yaki is going in deep, making the most out of all that room, just battering Felix into a bloody pulp, and that is going to be another Elim going the way of Reject. You can already tell EXO again, they're tucking their tail between their legs. They're not trying to fight this out. I think they're a little bit afraid of Reject.
I mean, they saw that Reject committed the Raging Royal Flush. They don't have one on their own. Gambit is banned on their side. So Reject, although the Gambit ult did seem a little defensive, it was enough to scare away EXO because they know they don't have anything to match it yet. Felix now has access to the CYA. Zeta could easily team it up with the PC Abyss, but if they need to, JT3 will have that Freedom Charge ready to go to try to maybe draw out something, but where is the touch from EXO?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to see the touch from the Star-Lord there, but it just didn't come through. And I think to my point, EXO are a little bit shaken. Like, they're nervous. They are a little bit too afraid to overcommit, which is very uncharacteristic of a team like this. And I don't know, maybe it's a lights too bright kind of moment. It's still early on in this series, and there's plenty of time to shake those cobwebs off, but Zaytha invests the Feast of the Abyss off of the point there, and clearly, EXO are fishing for something, trying to make something happen, but whatever they were looking for, it just doesn't come to fruition, and they just don't know what the next move is, so Alone Phil's just doesn't get onto the point when he really needs to.
I will give EXO a little bit of room to breathe, right? This is the highest result they have ever achieved in Ignite. They've been 4th place for so long, but now guaranteed 3rd place. But they have to go up against Reject, right? The partner team here out of Asia. And they need to play a little more bold. They need to play a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive if they want to try to take down Reject. But right now, XL are clearly in the back foot in terms of this ultimate economy. So if they do use ultimates on their own, it's only going to draw out a little bit from Reject, who have 4 already in the bank going into this fight.
Yeah, would have 5, but I think Gargoyle, probably popped the banhammer onto Zaytha when he went in for that Feast of the Abyss before. And speaking of feasting, Zaytha's health bar is being chomped down, but Sungjung Woo has managed to get in there, and he has finally sunken his teeth into this backline. He'll take down Brownie and looking to try and take out either Lastra or Sunghoon. He's going to force out the Kumiho, and now with the CYA, that Fox is going to be turned into a coat before long, and going to be Reject on the back foot, but trying to play for the point here, but Sungjung has gotten into the backline, going to finish burning out the Kumiho, but he'll be put on a leash as the Heaven's Retribution now going to come out, and Yaki catching off the leash, Ace away from the point, letting the Devil out, and beating that Shark down, and that's going to be another Elim going the way of Reject, and XO still looking to try and find something. That was the play that they were going for, that just didn't work out.
At the very least, they are able to exhaust most of Reject's ultimate economy, right? The only thing they have left is the Banhammer on Gargoyle Sunghoon with the Raging Royal Flush coming up in a few short moments. But XO, you can see they're having a hard time trying to shut down Lastro on the White Fox. Every time they look for a combo play, Lastro is there with the teleport, which also provides a shield and a little bit of healing on the side of Reject. And XO just are struggling to try to play around this White Fox, who's doing a very good job at healing the backline on Reject.
The Banhammer comes out. I'm wondering if that was onto Ace and that forced out the It's Jeff, but Brownie is just clicking. He is in his own lane right now, not under any pressure. In fact, it's Zaytha who is feeling the pressure. He's going to use the Feast of the Abyss just for a bit of a reset there, but as he comes back up, he gets skewered away by Piggy, banished to another realm, and Brownie will send him a parting gift, and now Gargoyle going in with the katanas, and again, XO on the back foot. Reject again stamp their foot down and assert dominance, rather.
Yeah, but the BRB is already invested, so Ace, his knockout will be permanent for 5 more seconds, as XO need to go for a regroup. We're slowly but surely closing in on Final Fight territory. XO still need to find a way to step foot onto the side. Don't do the same mistake you did back in round 1, where you just barely weren't able to touch to at the very least trigger overtime, and now the scramble begins for XO.
Sungjung Woo going in deep, and you can see Piggy contemplating trying to chase that one down. It's going to be a Galactic Legend that comes down, but again, a defensive Raging Royal Flush coming out, and now Alone Phil's getting poked down quite literally by Piggy. He'll have to take a little bit more altitude under his wings, fly a little bit higher to try and dodge the one-winged angel, but there's so many more threats in front of him, and Brownie willing to chase him through the portal, take this 1v1. Alone Phil's might be able to get the better of it, forces out the End Song Inferno from Brownie, and now back over onto the point. Yaki is going to bring JT3 down to earth, and that is a rough look, as even through the CYA, Gargoyle is able to pummel Phoenix with a couple of those Deagle shots. Lastro letting the Kumiho unleashed, and now Zaytha doing all he can to try and cling on for dear life, but Reject will cut the cord, and they will take Krakoa dominantly 2-0. They just need to clean up JT3 though. Heaven's Retribution. XO are still trying, giving it all they got, but I need a whole lot left. Reject take it decisively.
It was a valiant effort by XO towards the tail end during that overtime fight, but it just feels like XO are still trying to get some sort of warm-up down. Because you talked about it right, CB. XO are playing more defensively. They're not making more of those proactive moves, and that allows Reject to, at the very least, control how the pace of the game goes. That whenever they want to fight, that's when Reject hit the go button. It just never felt like XO wanted to hit that go button. But XO, whenever they did go for those proactive moves, they do draw out resources from Reject. But that was where XO just could not find those eliminations, any way to get momentum back in their favor, and Reject again just controlling the entire battle from start to finish.
Can I tell you the most the most telling stat line that I see on the scoreboard right here, Dan, is Sungjuk Woo 3-2. Ironically enough, for a team like EXO, your Spider-Man player, you kind of expect a lot more casualties, but he's just not going in. He's not, committing aggressively to these fights, and I think he's feeling like, he's waiting for Zaytha or JT3 to set something up, and then he comes in to knock it out, but it's just not happening. It's just not clicking. The communication just isn't there, and EXO, again, I think they're paying a little bit too much respect to Reject. And of course, they do command respect. They're the champions of their region. They are the uncrowned champions of this one, so if you were to ask them. And EXO just can't really play their game the way they want to. Typically they'll go in aggressively, they'll force errors out of another team, but they don't feel like they can execute on that plan against Reject in the early goings of this matchup. And especially on Domination, a map type where EXO have been quite dominant in the past, yep. They feel like, they let their little brothers have the controller this time.
And also Krakoa is also very dive favored, so this should have been a home turf advantage for EXO in terms of that playstyle, but I gotta look at the ban draft, right? Giving away one-sided Gambit and a one-sided White Fox, it felt like EXO might have stumbled a bit there. You probably should have, at the very least, secured one of those picks, right? EXO usually like to go for the second save onto the Gambit, but Reject were able to just intercept it.
I think the White Fox is probably the worst one because it just makes that backline so much more difficult to dive. Getting that one-sided White Fox was a coup that just kind of snuck in at the last moment of that pick and ban phase. But we are so far away from the last moments of this series. We're just getting started, chat, and we will be right back with map number 2 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Rough start when it comes to XOXO on Domination. Unfortunately, didn't go their way. Dan, what is your heart rate? Are you doing okay?
I said in the green room, it's a warm-up game for EXO.
Okay.
I think if they clean up the ban draft, I have a feeling that EXO may have a good chance at maybe taking a map at the very least from Reject. It's happened historically, right, in these best-of-5 scenarios, or at least last year, but this year...
And not this year.
Reject definitely seemed like they were running away here.
And it might not be it might not be today either with the way that they're playing. Sure, maybe they can clean up the ban draft a little bit more, but I also think that you can't let a bad ban draft stop you from playing the game at all. It just really felt like EXO were barely in the lobby, right?
Yeah.
They barely went for any of their signature dives. They didn't really try to push the tempo and force errors in the way that we know and love them to do so. It just kind of felt like somebody else was playing on their accounts, to be completely honest with you. So, we kind of agreed, the ban draft was a little bit rough. I think the White Fox is the big sticking point for them. It's so difficult to dive in up against a White Fox, and I think you can't give that up one-sided. I think you need to try and snipe a ban on that one. And over here on Central Park, that might be a little bit less of a threat, but there's still some other obstacles that you're going to have to traverse, even, you know, up against a team like Reject. For EXO, they probably feel like this is a home field advantage, but I would call it anything but.
That's right, we're going to Central Park. This has been a responsive map that we've only seen recently from EXO. Historically speaking, losing first map, always EXO would choose Spider Islands against any team that they were up against, but in the lower bracket, having to face up against, again, a Game 1 loss against Zero Tenacity, having to choose that second map, that was the first appearance of the Central Park matchup. Hopefully, maybe an opportunity to catch Reject off guard, not having as much data on EXO and how they play. Again, regardless of how the map plays out, this needs to be a perfect ban draft for EXO.
And that's going to be where it starts, right? If you are able to execute the ban draft, you should have a good chance of taking over the game, right? Map 1, you could say that EXO definitely fumbled it a little bit, giving away the Gambit, giving away the White Fox over to Reject, especially if it's one-sided, meant that EXO... Like CB talked about it, right? You need to try to prioritize getting rid of that White Fox. It felt like every time EXO were able to get away with a White Fox ban, they had a very comfortable chance of winning some of those maps. Or at the very least, when they played it against the likes of Zero Tenacity last night. And I think that's the adjustment that EXO need to make here. Put a little more emphasis on that White Fox in this ban draft. And maybe you use that first save onto things like the Gambit.
But again, like, I don't even, like, again, even if you do a bad ban, like, if you fumble it again, like, you can't let that stop you from playing your game. You can't be hesitant against the team the caliber of Reject. You can't take that extra second step to try and think about what you're gonna do. You have to already come in with a plan, and you can't let the draft shake that. And I think that's gonna be the biggest thing, you know, going forward for EXO is, like, I want to see them turn up the tempo back to what we know them to be able to play at.
It all comes down here. Once again, Reject take map 1 over on Krakoa. Now EXO take us to one of the New York maps as we head into the ban draft. First ban should be the Mantis. We'll see if EXO decide to make any sort of adjustments right after, because EXO, we know how they treat the ban draft. They like to pick and choose depending on what kind of opponent they're playing against. But so far, the pattern has been trending towards EXO saving that Cyclops first.
Yep, and that's exactly what they're going to do once again. And, you know, I think another thing that's kind of worrying is, like, they went for the Cyclops pick first on Krakoa, and then Alonefills ended up making the swap over onto the Star-Lord. They kind of abandoned ship on their early attempts at trying to set Alonefills up for success on the Cyclops in the way they had previously. And now they're going to go back to that same Cyclops well that they've already kind of decided didn't work. So it's kind of like indecisiveness that we're seeing from them even in this phase.
Yeah, and the one-sided Gambit going over to Reject once again. Both sides now getting to have a chance at banning something away. EXO will make the Cyclops one-sided, whereas Reject take away the Luna Snow. So with that poke potential that EXO might want to work with here, if they want to go for a more dive style composition, EXO won't have the White Fox Luna Snow team up to rely on in terms of self-peel for the strategists.
All right, gonna secure that Cyclops one-sided and a Phoenix ban and a Rocket one-sided for EXO as well. Okay, all right, now we're cooking. All right, I was a little bit hesitant at first with the Cyclops stuffs. Now we're cooking. There is gonna be a Loki ban that comes out from Reject, and I do think that, you know, I can already see the compositions that Reject are playing. They're going for the triple with the Atom Warlock and the Loki, so a double res composition. They're denying EXO any opportunity to go for the same thing on that side. You know, if they want to try and play the Atom, they're going to have to try and play it with only one crack at that Karma Revival.
And I really like this adjustment coming from EXO. Yeah, you do invest a lot of that ban draft to make sure that the Rocket Raccoon is able to get his CYA down uncontested by taking away the End-Stalking Inferno, taking away the Ruby Rage.
Speaking of, look at Ace's ult charge versus Felix right now.
Yeah, and right now, both sides poking and prodding, looking for any opportunities. EXO, the game plan is simple. Play fast, play aggressively, and Felix, like you said, very, very close to that CYA. That's the game plan for EXO. Get the CYA down, rush onto Reject's face, and try to eliminate them before the Atom Warlock ultimate becomes a problem.
You can see like Ace, like he's even looking at his low
we
HP
go.
Vanguards and not doing anything about it. There's that CYA, it's opening time. They've already managed to burn out that Soul Bond. A major resource for Reject has been burned through, and Sungjuk Woo now getting in there on the Black Cat. He's torn up 3, and there we go. A quad for Sungjuk Woo and a team wipe. This is the EXO we know and love.
Lightning may strike twice for EXO. Sungjuk Woo made us realize that this Black Cat may still be a problem. And here on Championship Sunday, Sungjuk Woo comes back again. Reject tried to stack up together, right? Trying to stave off the dive that EXO wanted to go for, albeit it was only Sungjuk Woo. But everyone on EXO kind of just clambered right up into that small room, up to the right side from EXO POV, and Reject just wanted to try to bunker down, try to just use the region domain, use the Soul Bond to keep themselves sustained, but with the CYA giving everyone 40% damage, and Sungjuk Woo just whips them all down.
A Soul Bond, regen domain, all things are temporary, and so too is Felix. He'll find that one out the hard way, but they're able to trade his life out for 2 more. Now the calling card coming out, and Sungjuk Woo gonna take down Lostro. Yaki will not escape Alone Phil's gaze, and I got a funny feeling that this one last member of Regen, I can't even see who it is. It's Brownie on a sliver of HP on the Star-Lord, scuppering away like a wounded dog. Will find a health pack and will get himself nestled in deep into the backline if we want to try and go for a cheeky little play here. Ruby Rage, how dare you lock me in a strangling prison? You're not locked in here with me. I'm locked in here with you, and you are not going to be stopping this card from coming through anytime soon as the KOs just keep going EXO's way. They set a blistering pace through Central Park. 5.5 minutes.
I mean, EXO's BRB literally means that Reject come out empty-handed. That's the only thing that they were able to draw out of XOXO01. And EXO, they're executing this game plan to perfection. 5 minutes plus on the clock for them to try to get to this third checkpoint. And Reject just never find a foothold. And only now is when Seunghoon has access to the Raging Royal Flush. And is it going to be too little too late here?
I'll have to say, a lot more ultimates besides just that Raging Royal Flush, though, for Reject. So this is probably going to have to be a dry fight for EXO, but they are still going to poke and get as much as they can out of it. There's going to be that Royal Flush, and even without the Galactic Legend, Brownie just drops Sungjuk Woo like a sack of bricks, and even more damage coming out, but the Invisible Boundary from Ace is going to give EXO a little bit more staying power in this fight, and Brownie is going to see that and respect it and wait for his moment, and I bet you he is going to be taken to the skies before long here. We're also going to see Yaki letting the devil out. Is Brownie actually going to hold on to his ultimate? He'll fall courtesy of Sungjuk Woo in the backline, but so much damage coming out. And with that CYA, EXO were able to get better at this fight. They just wait out that Royal Flush, and they come back. They had the winning hand all along, and Seunghoon gonna be pummeled there by Sungjuk Woo, making the swap over onto the Iron Fist. Lastro wants to lay down the dance floor, but EXO are more than happy to square up. Now the Galactic comes out, but no one is around to hear the legends of Brownie, and I don't think they're gonna be passing that one down to their grandkids as EXO continue to write their own legend, continue to march this cart forward, still with nearly 4 minutes in the time bank, taking a soft reset in this fight, but soon they will strike once more as Zeta holding on to that strangling prison. He's looking for these flankers. He wants to lock them down. He is daring Yaki to come in and try and make a play, but it just isn't happening, so instead he'll settle for the Vanguard lineup, a 2-for-1 special, and Zeta has them both locked down. Piggy will not escape with his life, and this is going to be a Reject, forced to try and make a play. They get 2, Yaki taking down Felix and Gargle, putting down Ace, with the strategist lineup gone. The staying power for this fight in EXO will be as just the same, but now, yeah, it's all over. It's all over. Reject have finally put their foot down and evicted EXO for the time being, but still 3 minutes to get this full cap.
A very long and extended fight from both sides. EXO really wanted to force it. The tempo is so high. I feel like this is the fastest I've ever seen EXO play on a singular map. At the very least, Reject are able to stabilize, so they're able to reclaim some of the space that they initially lost because of how fast EXO were playing. And now with Ultimate still waiting to come off of rotation, Reject looking like to ever so slightly be in that advantage. Gargoyle now has the Banhammer, so he can pressure the backline of XOXO01. Sungjuk Woo, you gotta make sure what hero he's playing every time he gets sent back to the spawn room, because now he's on the Daredevil. He's already switched to what I think is his 3rd hero now.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the Daredevil's a good shout here. So there's going to be a lot of walls that you can hide behind and a lot of Sonic Pursuits that you can use to try and figure out where those backliners are. And Brownie setting up a bit of a pinch here as EXO going for a rotation. I think trying to flip the map on Reject so they can maybe, pull the cart in rather than push it. But, Reject are more than happy to pull right back. And Felix going to pop that CYA. And you can see Reject just evacuating, but Gargoyle got left behind. Yaki tried to come in for the save, and Alonefills just pummels him. Gargoyle trying to go for the Deadpool ult, but he's going to get caught there by the Carbon Crush from JT3. And all the KOs are once again going EXO's way. And Rejects don't have anybody left to contest, and EXO will complete the cap with time to spare.
I had a feeling Reject was relying on Lastro to at the very least extend that fight, but he kept holding on to the Fate of Both Worlds. Might have been a little bit of a greedy move on the side of Reject, because EXO, they take full advantage of it. They had 2 strategist ultimates. Felix, with the CYA, allows EXO to go in as aggressive as possible to try to find some sort of eliminations. Props to Alonefills finding Yaki over on the sky. It felt like Yaki trying to find the jump into the backline just gets absolutely lasered down, quite literally. And Reject, it just felt like they were flustered. They're like, wait, we already lost 2 members. What is going on? We need to use these ultimates, but they came too little too late.
But I think that's more of a symptom that rather than a cause. I think the actual failing was like they just got kind of outplayed on the map by EXO, because when they tried to go for that map flip, you gotta leave someone behind to contest the cart, and it was Gargoyle that got left behind. He started to feel all of the pressure of the damage that came out from EXO, and then Yaki came in to try and make the save, and those were the 2 members that fell one by one, and suddenly, like you said, oh no, we've lost 2 key members. We have to pop this dance floor now, or we're not gonna be able to get back in this fight. And since they weren't on the point, they were too far away, they were trying to, play around EXO's map flip. They just weren't there.
Yep, and now XO1 on the defensive side, doing the triple that Reject tried to do. Putting Alonefills on the Adam Warlock. Felix stays on the Rocket Raccoon. I wouldn't be surprised if EXO do the same funneling tech that they did when they were on the attacking side, right? Give Felix all of the heals. Let the Vanguards of XO1 take as much damage as possible so that Felix is able to get that CYA quite almost uncontested.
Look at this composition from Reject, though. A triple Vanguard lineup with only Brownie on that Elsa, the only major source of damage, but Yaki moving over onto the Rogue. And with that Gambit team up, that is going to be a weapon, especially if Yaki's able to get in deep onto Alonefills, Felix, any of these squishy backliners, as a matter of fact. But Alonefills getting some good damage, building up to that Karmic Revival, keeping those snaps up and getting a little bit more healing going, keeping Reject at bay for the time being, but sooner or later, he's going to have to throw down. He'll throw out the Soul Bond, give his team a little bit more staying power, but they're going to have to back up and respect it as the wall comes out. Piggy has managed to burn down Zeta. There will be a BRB that comes back out, but there will not be one for JT3, so you are now down 2 Vanguards, and 1 tick already going the way of Reject, and Piggy yeets that Strangling Prison in, and he'll catch the rest of EXO, and they will all be bursted down. CYA forced out from Felix as a survival tool, and Ace is able to take down Piggy, punish his overextension, but nearly all 3 ticks have come through, and EXO have to get a body on the point.
At the very least, JT3 is able to channel the portal so that everyone on EXO will be 6 members strong. Songchaku switches over to the Magic because JT3 is playing the Doctor Strange, but that team up is not going to save you from a 1v1 win against Lastro. He's going to use the Loki copy onto the Raging Royal Flush. Brownie coming up huge with the Glartrox, is able to catch out 3, and 3 will go down. EXO just falter at the tail end of that fight, and Reject control the first checkpoint.
And there was really no easy way out of that fight for EXO, because, Lastro having that first of the double flush, and Ace, of course, you gotta pop that invisible boundary, and that's just, Fish putting themselves into a barrel for that Glartrox. Brownie just yanks them all out of the invisible boundary, says, come on over here, and pops him down. And Zeta getting caught slipping again there. Brownie gonna, give him a swift reminder of what happened not 10 seconds prior, and go in deep for a little bit more burst damage, trying to burst him down. Won't find the Elim, but you can tell Zeta is going to be playing scared and holding on to that Strangling Prison. He's actually going to yeet it in, catches onto Brownie, potentially gets his revenge, but it's broken by the walls that come out from Piggy, and Brownie is still on a tear.
Seunghoon then gets the second rotation after Royal Flush, is able to find Ace. As a Reject, they're looking very healthy in this Ultimate Economy. EXO still have to navigate a little more of that percentage point to at the very least contest what Reject have. And this is looking like a repeat from map number 1, right? Reject, with so much of that ultimate economy, and XO being so far behind, means that XO, if they get ultimates online, Reject will have answers every single time of the way. And if Reject really wants to, they could even play as aggressive as possible because they know they have the advantage.
And Yaki's even going to take some of that ult charge away. Goes in with the Heartbreaker. JT3 going to put him down, though. Trades out for Zaytha. We got to get a body on the cart. Less than a meter to go. Gargoyle with the Sonic Seduction, trying to keep the members of XO at bay. Alone Fills will take down Brownie, and there's another Strangling Prison that comes out from Piggy, but he's going to find 2 off of the walls coming through there. Off the backboard, he lands that one, and that is going to be Reject claiming this cart. JT3 doing all he can to try and stop it. As a strange portal is now going to come out from Yaki. Make sure there's reinforcements online. 2 members of Reject have fallen, but they will be back before long. There's another Sonic Seduction, but Brownie is not falling for it, breaking his ankles as a matter of fact. Felix with the CYA. XO are really giving everything just to stop this last meter from coming through, but a Glartrox is going to cart them off to the Netherworld, and Reject will claim this realm for their own.
And sure enough, Reject will get themselves over the line. XO invested so much. I mean, to be fair, XO did deem that this fight might actually be winnable for them. Yaki goes back into the spawn room, goes off the Doctor Strange onto the Rogue, but he might make another adjustment. Might be the Daredevil. No, Wolverine. It's going to be the Wolverine to take advantage of that environmental KO potential.
No, it's the Daredevil.
Right at the stairs, and then he switches over to the Daredevil. The moment I'm like, hey, I think I know why. And then Reject's like, yeah, nah, you're wrong.
We were both right. He just wanted to bait us. He's playing 5D chess with the casters
he's like
now.
Stutter stepping us, yeah.
Yeah, he's saying XO's not enough a challenge. We also gotta throw the casters for a loop, but ain't no one being thrown for a loop right now as Lastro with another Rage and Row Flush and all the damage being pumped out from Brownie, but Ace is very evasive. Not going to be able to evade for too long, though, as Brownie will take him down. He'll be res right back up, but Sungjoku and Zaytha both also fell in that fight, and Reject going to push the line of scrimmage all the way up to XO's spawn door and make it uncomfortable. And a Strangling Prison just to confirm that Elium onto JT3. Keep the staggers going, and look at how close that cart is getting to a full cap, and Reject need it.
And Reject also have to reach for Royal Flush. This should be a walk in the park, quite literally, for Reject. XO don't have any ultimates to rely on, and here comes that flush to try to force away XOXO01. Lashro will find Zaytha. XO down 1 member. Can you come back here as Piggy is able to extend this lead?
And Lastro getting a triple in that fight, and I think, yeah, this one is all done and dusted. JT3, he makes a swap over onto the Devil Dino, but he looks about as scary as the dinosaur on my GM. He's like, it's just not enough. It's desperation. Like you said, they didn't have any tools to be able to stop that one from coming through, you know. And it's the ult economy kind of coming back to bite them a little bit. You know, they make some of those swaps after point A, and then they don't have a defensive utility for that second rotation of the Rage and Royal Flush. And sure, they're able to kite out the first one that comes out on that third point there, but they still didn't really get a whole lot of work done on the strategist front to have, like, you know, invisible boundary, even a Kumiho Unleashed to absorb some of it. And all you can really try to do is throw those beefy bodies like Zaytha on the Venom and JT3 over on the Devil Dino and hope that, you know, maybe it takes a little while to chunk through those bigger health bars. Maybe we can get some squishies on deck. And I think the only chance would have been maybe Alone Fills with Ruby Rage, but that was a pipe dream. And now Reject telling XO to keep dreaming as they are going to get the full cap, and even best XO's time, 243 to 152. So XO going to be first at bat here on extra innings.
We'll see if Brownie's able to come up huge. I mean, the adjustment over to the Alsa Bloodstone did work out for them so well, especially when XO ran that triple composition. Brownie still does a lot of that percent health damage with the Elephant Gun. And Reject lobbying off of Brownie going crazy on the Elsa Bloodstone, not just from the left clicks, but also from the Apex Predators coming up huge time and time again. Catching, what, 2-3 members of XO every single time? But now XO on the attacking side once again here in overtime with 1 minute and 49 on the clock. How far can XO go before it's Reject's turn?
Now they're going to have to set the bar as high as they possibly can, make it impossible for Reject to clear. You're definitely going to be hoping for more than just 1 or 2 ticks. And again, keep an eye on Ace's ult charge in comparison to Felix. They're going to try and play for that same thing that got them in the front door the first time. And you can tell Brownie is kind of privy to it too as well. He's a little hesitant to do damage. He doesn't think he can confirm an Elim. He'll burst Zaytha down, but the healing will be there. Actually, no, it won't. An anti-heal, as a matter of fact, coming through from Sunghoon, and now XO are going to be realizing they played this just a little bit too slow. They gave Reject an opening, and they have shut it.
Huge fight win for Reject. That gives a lot of time for Lostro to stack up his God of Mischief available. it's going to be inevitable, right? Lastro will copy Seunghoon. That's playing the gambit so that Lastro is able to utilize the Raging Royal Flush to try to force away XO, who's also trying to get a funnel going, right? Felix on the Rocket Raccoon, already at 73% with the CYA, but Lastro will for sure be able to match it, but Sungjung Woo is able to get that 1v1 in the side room.
And there's not going to be a BRB because remember, Rocket Band, XO are the only ones with access to that. That will slow things down, but Reject want to speed it right back up. Here's that Raging Royal Flush now coming out from Lastro, but Felix had enough time to get the CYA, so a ton of overhealth and a ton of damage amp. Seunghoon will be bursted down, but Gargoyle coming back in, taking down Ace. It's a 2-for-2 trade coming out. XO have gotten themselves to the front door. Reject still seeking to evict them. JT3 will be burned down there by Gargoyle. Only 15 seconds left, and Reject still holding strong and starting to come up to a few more ultimates here. And XO, they've got to make a play, and they've got to make it now. JT3 swapping over onto the Double Dino, walking through Alone Villas' portal, and hello, there was a tasty little morsel on the other side. He'll chomp Seunghoon down, and even catch Piggy back up against the wall, quite literally, burst him down as well. And now Lastro next on the chopping block. 3 key members of Reject have been dealt with, and they are looking for a 4th in Gargoyle, and he cannot escape the jaws of fate as JT3 will clamp them down, and XO will have this first point.
I know we talked about the Devil Dinosaur a few times, right? Sometimes it just feels like it's a little bit of a troll pick, but JT3 realizes that, hey, we need to find a way to fight Reject. And Reject are very constricted to a zone. Piggy channeling the portal to try to cut off the push from XXL1. Sungjung Woo going down is already bad news.
A bullet from another dimension and a Glartrox from this one. And this is going to be just taking XO so far off of the point. They're bursted down by the Maelstrom of Madness, and the cart will stop just shy of where that first gate opened. It's not exactly a high bar to clear, but for XO, hey, you got that first point, and that on its own is pretty huge. It's not easy, but it's winnable.
It's winnable for XO, but it's also very, very winnable for Reject. Both sides, you could argue, is at a 50-50 when it comes to who's going to come out here in this map. Brownie has been absolutely insane on the Elsa Bloodstone, not just from the left clicks like we talked about before going into this round, but also with the Apex Predator. That's 3 for 3 now for a multi-man Gartrox in favor of Brownie, and that literally just caught XO off guard, it feels like, every single time, right? Reject are just never prepared to try to combat what Brownie is about to throw at them. It's just a giant Gartrox controlling a whole lane that XO are looking to control.
And I do think, you know, I'm glad that you're highlighting Brownie on this Elsa, because I do think that, you know, say XO were able to win this map and this series goes deep, I think that Elsa is going to be something you see a lot of from the side of Reject here in this series particularly, because I think Elsa's just good against everything that XO want to play. Venom, I mean, Elsa's one of the best dive duelists, or anti-dive duelists out there right now. And even in close range, not even against dive compositions, the burst damage against something like a Groot is just too much to withstand sometimes. So he's getting a ton of value, doing a ton of damage, and building up to a ton of those Glartroxes that are, like, fight win conditions all on their own the way he's using them.
Now going into Reject's turn on the attacking side. This time they have about 2:40 on the clock. A little bit more time than XO had on their turn, but Reject looking to get fast, get aggressive. XO, however, they're not going to rely on the triple this time around. They're going to have a little more damage at their arsenal, right? Putting Olymphos onto the Cyclops, who's already taken down pretty low. So XO needed to be a little bit careful when it comes to taking all of this damage, and Reject, the win condition is simple, right? Either get Lastro's ultimate online or Seunghoon's, but Brownie going down, that's a lot of that damage out the window for Reject.
It's going to slow the pace a little bit, but Reject can afford it. But Satha doesn't want to give them the luxury of a reset. He is going to give Piggy a hard one, walling him off from the rest of his team. And now JT3 pushing the line of scrimmage further, and a nice little carbon crush there onto Yaki. And that is going to burn Reject's time bank down to 145. Still enough time to take 2 pretty good fights here, but XO, the first one is now in the rear view, and they got to focus on what's in front of them.
Yep, and what's next? Lastro with the God of Mischief, maybe Seunghoon with the Raging Royal Flush if the fight goes long enough. XO need to try to shut it down both times. I'm looking at Felix with the CYA, already at 93 and counting. Ace is still a little bit further away, so he needs to come up huge if he's able to get the invisible boundary in time to, at the very least, if the fight goes long, XO will have a way to stabilize.
And there's going to be that God of Mischief. You can tell the Royal Flush is inevitable. CYA is now going to come out from Felix. They got to try and find something with this amp damage before that second rotation comes out. JT3 with the Sonic Seduction, looking to try and lock down some members of Reject, but the cover is good, and nobody is going to be falling for JT3's charms today. Maybe, wore the wrong perfume, but Lastro got sniped out there by Alone Fills, and that is going to be a huge KO. Reject again.
Ace.
Looking to try and take a reset. Suddenly channels a Royal Flush, but Alone Fills is able to take one down. We got to make the most out of this Royal Flush, so Yaki goes in. He'll take down Ace. It's just not good enough. He's going to be res right back up, and he'll have the Invisible Boundary when he comes back. And Alone Fills with a parting shot for Yaki. And Reject, try as they might, they only strike blood onto one, and it's JT3 who won't be there for the next fight. There's still a strange TP play that could come through for EXO, and we're under 30 seconds.
This might be a worst case scenario for Reject. They don't have any of that Raging Royal Flush available now. Going into Final Fight territory, it's all offense now. Brown needs to come up huge with the guard trucks. He's able to find Sung Woo. Ace is going to use the Invisible Boundary to buy enough time for Sung Woo to, at the very least, get back into this fight. And Alone Fills takes advantage of it, takes down Piggy, and Reject will have to resort to this portal play. Gargoyle and Yaki need to come up absolutely huge with their combo.
Sonic Seduction, Yaki, like you say, let the devil out. They've managed to catch onto Alone Fills, and Sung Woo making the swap over onto the Spider-Man, trying to get back fast. Gargoyle taking the duel with JT3, reigning supreme as the one true White Queen, and Reject encroaching on this first tick. Gargoyle will have another fist flying, catching Ace with a nice little swift roundhouse kick, and here comes that play coming out now from Alone Fills. There's another opportunity. The Thing now swapping the Exatha swapping to the Thing, and there's gonna be another Devil Dino swap. A very tanky composition now coming out from EXO. They want to give Felix as much ult charge as possible, build up to the CYA, and he's got it, and he pops it, and the damage is now gonna come out, and Reject are gonna be on the back foot. They're gonna back up away from the point, give EXO a little bit more space, and Zatha with a haymaker pummels Brownie. He's got another for Sunghoon, letting the fist fly. Lastro, you want to square up? I've got some hands with your name on it. They are rated E for everybody. You can all get it, and EXO can get in this series. They take it 1-1 now. This series ain't gonna be no blowout. For the first time, EXO have taken a map off of Reject.
The dream is alive for EXO. They look down and out in map 1, but coming into Central Park, they had a plan and they executed perfectly every single time. Rely on Felix with the CYA because you had to. You invested half of your band draft to make sure the CYA comes in uncontested. EXO are able to get the value that they needed from this band draft, and what better way to put it when this Felix comes in with the CYA to put Central Park to rest in their favor.
Yeah, they swap to a triple Vanguard composition and just give Felix all of the healing. Like, Ace even swaps to the Adam Warlock at the end there, just hoping that maybe he can do enough damage. They weren't going to risk Felix falling with like 98% ult charge. That was the plan, and it came through at just the right moment. And this is the stat line I want to see from EXO, all right? It sounds crazy, but I want to see Sung Woo with 15 deaths, because that means he's getting active. That means he's doing something. That means he's throwing Reject's backline into disarray, and try as he might, Brownie could not stop the onslaught that came their way. And just like I said, for the first time, EXO take a map off of Reject. They say, hey, Reject, you want to keep that crown in the Asia region? You want to challenge Gen G? You want to make it to LAN? It's not going to be easy, my friends. We don't go down so easy.
It just feels like EXO are powering up little by little throughout the entirety of 2026, bringing in some extra help from other countries, right? EXO-X01, they used to be a full Thai roster, now bringing in JT3, bringing in Felix from a little bit further up north, right? From Japan, from Korea, and EXO also bringing in that head coach. And a little bit of a fun fact, right? Dobie is the head coach for EXO. He also played on Reject, so there's a chance that Dobie has a general idea of what Reject want to throw at them because he's played with some of these players in the past.
Yeah, he might know a thing or two, and he might also have like a smug grin on his face because, he comes into the fray and EXO finally get the job done, but job is not quite over yet. If EXO want to claim that land spot, they're gonna have to best Reject 2 more times throughout this series, and it's just heating up. I can't wait. I hope we get to go to 5 just for the drama, just for the cinema, and I hope, chat, that you will be here to see all of it. We've got map number 3 on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Say 10-5. EXO-5. 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 EXO-5.
We're going.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Woo-wee! A year-long streak broken with EXO taking a map off of Reject, or almost a year. It's been around 8 months. Gotta say though, EXO, they had the pace, it was fast, and RC managed to keep up and nearly won it out in deep overtime. Dan, how are you feeling, dude? How's the heart rate?
It's gone through the roof, I feel like. It's been a roller coaster.
How many heart attacks?
Right? Probably 6 or 7. Anyway, EXO, it feels like every single time they get a little bit better every single match. And I feel like we may have gotten to a point where EXO may be at the same level that Reject are. But then again, this is a best of 5.
That's a bold claim.
It's now been knocked down to a best of 3. Can Reject hold on, or is EXO, is this their moment?
And something that I think, is definitely worth mentioning is just like how poor that performance was on Krakoa to like turn it around and come to the Central Park one. And they do it by kind of slowing the pace down so that they can speed it up with the rocket. And I think that is a good game plan, but I don't know that it's one that they're going to be able to execute on every other single map, especially now that you kind of saw on the, on that second inning that Reject kind of had the read on it. They just, fumbled it a little bit when it came to their own attacking side. So I think like when it comes to Reject's map pick and also this pick and ban phase, and then also like the way that the map is going to play out, I wonder if EXO is going to be able to get away with that again, or if they have more tricks in the bag.
I think the pick and ban phase went a lot more solid for EXO this time around. We did see a solid backline coming out from Reject. Game 1, excuse me, we saw Loki, White Fox. This time around, we saw, the Gambit, White
Liger,
Fox.
look away.
Don't tell Liger.
Cover your eyes.
We had the Loki Gambit, and that was still super strong, but Sanjak Wu managed to make his way in. And I think that's a very important part, that we still managed to see a broken backline for Reject, even though it was probably as statistically strong as it could be.
I mean, EXO are not afraid to overhaul their band drive, right? But the band drive from map 1 was wildly different from what they did for the band drive for map number 2, right? Putting a lot of that resources onto the Rocket Raccoon. They get to save onto Rocket Raccoon, but they amplify it, jokes aside, even further, right? Taking away the Cyclops, taking away the Phoenix, so that when they want to go for the CYA, it is relatively uncontested. Reject, every single time that CYA was up, they either had to run away or try to burst it down to the best of their ability. And without Phoenix or the Cyclops, like one-shotting the amplifier, Reject definitely got taken a bit back there.
Oh yeah. So Museum of Contemplation will be out. It's going to be EXO starting off on the defensive side. If we think pacing was really important for both of these teams, it absolutely was back on Central Park. I don't know if we'll be able to see either team maintain the same aggressive breakneck pace as they did back then, but if EXO starts off on the defense, they may have a chance to continue a tradition that we saw a lot in Pacific, and maybe, just maybe, CB, we could see a spawn hold against Reject.
I mean, I think that's a little bit of a tall order. A spawn hold against Reject. We're talking Yao Ming and Stiletto Heels levels of tall, all right? Like, I can see them, like, there's a world where they win this map, but it's gonna be a slobber knocker, right? Like, there's no way it's gonna be that one-sided up against a team the caliber of Reject. But hey, you know, crazier things, I suppose, have happened, but we will see what crazy things this pick and ban draft has in store. My question to you, Dan, is going to be, do you think that EXO can manage to secure that rocket again?
It depends on what Reject decide to try to approach this. I wouldn't be surprised if Reject also make adjustments on their end, right? Maybe put a little more emphasis on the Rocket Raccoon a little bit earlier in the ban draft. Maybe XOXO01, they want to save something else rather than the Rocket Raccoon, but it's going to depend on when Reject decide, hey, we probably need to take away this Rocket Raccoon that has been so reliant for XOXO01. And as we get further and further into this ban draft, so far Reject on their end has been relatively the same. Ban out the Mantis, secure the Gambit for yourself, and do they go for the Gambit one side? They do once again.
I think regardless, by the way, of what does come through this pick and ban draft, something I don't think we'll see in it, but that I do want to keep an eye on is going to be Brownie on that Elsa, because I think this is a phenomenal map when it comes to Elsa, especially once things start to get a little bit close quarters. Like, it has really long hallways that kind of lend itself quite well to the poke phase, but sooner or later, you got to get in close quarters and you got to throw down, and I do think that that's where, you know, that Elsa pick could potentially come out. Rocket bans on both sides, so we will not be cosmically amplifying any yarn today, but we might be engaging flight mode, as we do get a Luna Protect this time around for XO8. If you can't have Rocket, you know, we'll take the next best thing.
Hey, you talked about it, right? Poke is being very, very important here on the Museum of Contemplation. Lots of those long lanes that you can just shoot down from. And XO getting both saves on the things that have a lot of that range, right? The Cyclops and the Luna Snow could easily control the main area of the museum, as XO will take away Piggy's Groot. So that means if Zeta wants to run this Groot, which he is right now, it will be one-sided and uncontested.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say uncontested, because Yaki is playing Wolverine, and I think that's about the most contested you could potentially feel as a Groot player. But hey, let's hope...
At the very least, Yaki's also contested, right? JT3 on the Penny Parker makes it a little bit more difficult for Yaki to look for those kidnaps. So
that's true, and no Rocket also means no jump pack, so you can't, you know, just literally take Zeta for a ride up into the Raptors and then slam him down onto the ground from like 20 stories up. But Reject going for a very heavy-duty front line here with the Emma and the Devil Dino. So 2 Anchor Vanguards, and without a Groot there, I guess, you know, that's probably the best way that you can go for this kind of front-to-back playstyle. They're able to take down Sung Jung-woo early on. Sunghoon caught him slipping, and JT3 gets carted off away from his webs and steps into Gargoyles, and that is going to be Reject just pushing EXO further and further back. And all the while, they kept 3 on the carts, so, you know, blink and you miss it. We're already in Stagger City here for EXO if they want to try and stop this point A cap from coming through. He looks with a nice little snowball there onto Gargoyle, but there's that God of Mischief already coming out from Lastro. There's already a Raging Royal Flush. Zeta already cut to ribbons, chopped down, and Sung Jung-woo and Felix will be joining him quite shortly. And that is a team wipe and an easy first point cap for Reject. So, Keg, you know, I know you're not here, but what was that about a spawn hold?
XOXO1 just got out-tempoed, it felt like, right? Reject utilizing their composition, right? Take as much damage as possible so that either Lastro or Sunghoon, but it's really Lastro because his ult energy cost is way lower than the likes of Sunghoon on the Gambit himself. And we're able to just get that Loki copy onto the Royal Flush and just push away XO. They had no response. Zeta was probably your best bet with the Strangling Press to try to neutralize what Reject wanted to throw at them, but it just came too little too late. And now coming into this next fight, how can XOXO1 hold? Sung Jung-woo going down first is already bad news again.
Yeah, it's like a defensive Pharaoh leap to cart Sung Jung-woo just straight to Brownie, delivers him on a silver platter, and Brownie eats him right up. Invisible Boundary coming out from Ace. Gargoyle can't burst him down, so a fair bit of damage, but there's that Glartrox, and you can see JT3 being carted off into unfriendly territory. He is surrounded by sharks, and Reject will be taking a bite out of him in due time, and EXO still on the back foot. Reject, I don't think this cart has stopped for a second.
I don't think so either. XL deemed that this fight might actually be winnable. There's the Wombo combo, Strangling Prison into the Ruby Rage, but they come out empty-handed. Piggy is able to bring this man advantage over to Reject once again. Last Stand going to be invested as well, and the feed just lights up red. Reject are just running over XO.
Yeah, and like Sunjuk Woo only now coming up onto that calling card, and I think a big part of the problem is the fact that he's trying to go for some of these flanks and set up pinches, but he's getting caught out every time, whether it's by Yaki, Sunghoon, Brownie. They're all privy to his tricks and not letting him get away with them. Teleport play coming up from Zaytha. Here's a new trick for you. And Piggy not going to be falling for that one. Was not born yesterday. In fact, was born prehistorically. Taking down JT3, Yaki trying to cut down the Sorcerer Supreme and will do so. And Gargoyle now with the Sonic Seduction, locking down Sunjuk Woo again. This is point B cap. It ain't done yet, but oh, it's coming.
I'm not sure if staying on this black cap by Sunjuk Woo is the correct play. He's stuck with it for so long, right? Usually he's making adjustments, moving to different heroes on the fly, but at that moment, it just felt like Sunjuk Woo was like, yeah, I think I can still find value with this black cat. We've seen him do it time and time again, but that time it just felt like Reject had his number, and Sunjuk Woo now finally making that adjustment over to the Spider-Man.
I think, at least for him, it only works when he gets like he gets value early on, and he can kind of translate that into a really fast calling card and just kind of like use that as like a snowball.
See if Sunjuk Woo is able to find that snowball that he's trying to look for on the Spider-Man. He's just
he'll find a fireball.
Around. Yeah, he'll gonna take a face full of Phoenix Force by Brownie. He's just clicking away. Will get himself a double. XOXO01, you need to find that regroup fast. They're trying to find a way to get some tempo going, putting JT3 onto the Vanguard Deadpool so that he's able to find an ultimate, maybe use the Banhammer to get some disruption onto Reject's backline, but XO, look at all of these adjustments coming in. Ace over onto the Jeff as well to try to team up with this Deadpool. Can XO bring the tempo back to their favor?
And Banhammer that ends up coming out from JT3, but Zaytha tries to go in and capitalize off of it. He'll be under so much pressure and carried off away. He tries to get to safety, but Yaki carries him right back to the danger, and Brownie is the danger. Just clicking heads with that Phoenix, and over on the other side, here's her husband, and Lone Phil's hitting the Biden blast, taking down Piggy. That is going to be one trade, and now with the spawn advantage in favor of XO, you need more than that, but it's going to be at least enough for the time being. What a freeze from Felix from downtown, and a headshot for Brownie as well, and finally Reject will be slowed down for the time being, but still nearly 3 minutes to complete this push.
That was a crucial pick by Sunjuk Woo, taking out Sunghoon, who had the Raging Royal Flush to allow Reject to give themselves even more of that momentum. Now with XOXO1 stabilizing, they are given them some time to get their own ultimates online so that when Reject go for their push, there will be some resistance on the side of XO with the Freedom Charge, with the Fate of Both Worlds coming up in a few short moments. Sunghoon, though, will pull the trigger, allows Brownie to get the damage amp, take down Sunjuk Woo, but XOXO1, they're fine with this. They're able to, at the very least, match what Reject are going for.
It was a good adaptation, though, by Reject. The Ensong Inferno was forced out, so they doubled down on it with that that Royal Flush now, but XO still trying to make something happen. Gargoyle just gunning a Lone Phil's down up there on the high ground. Freedom Charge now from Zaytha, though. Gonna make it difficult for Reject to go on in there. Sunjuk Woo catching onto the backline. Doesn't even need to use the spectacular spin. Just one quick little web slung Sunghoon's way is gonna be enough. Pulling in the enemies back, and this is just Reject being trounced right now. XO finally getting their feet beneath them, and 145, it's starting to feel more holdable.
Now Reject, what is the plan? Yaki forgoes the last stand, switches over to the Daredevil, deems that information is way better than crowd control or some of that percent health damage. Piggy also having access to the Devil Beast Rampage, he's going to be the one that's going to have to initiate a rushdown for Reject. But with Sunjuk Woo threatening that spectacular spin, that backline needs to be oh so careful.
Zaytha trying to check Yaki at the door, and does get a door open himself, and it'll lead right to the backline of XO. Well, Yaki turns right around and meets him there, but not going to deter him. Sunjuk Woo going in, has the spectacular spin. He'll let it rip, and with all the damage coming through from the Ruby Rage as well, he'll trade his life out for Piggy's. And again, with how fast Spider-Man is, he'll be back before long, so that does favor XO, even without the spawn advantage. But they are going to be sending more members back to the spawn as Brownie clicking heads again with the Phoenix. Will take down JT3, and Gargoyle going in, letting the Deagles fly. Has his sights trained on the backline. Will take down one. Can't quite confirm the KO onto Ace, but Piggy taken to the skies will skewer Sunjuk Woo, and that is going to be Reject once again pushing the tempo.
Yeah, XLX1 could have gotten way more value with the Spectacular Spin, but that White Fox Luna Snow team up is just proving to be so problematic. That should have been a multi-man KO for Seongjuk Woo if it were for Seunghoon with the TP, right? Giving the shield, giving some extra healing for Reject's backline, and that was enough peel to at the very least stave off what EXO wanted to go for, but EXO still looking to get one more fight down.
Yaki catches Ace trying to go for that Jeff ultimate, releases his Luna Snow from the clutches. Teleport play coming out from JT3, and now Felix with the Fate of Both Worlds trying to keep EXO alive in this fight for as long as possible. I think did get the better Luna ult from the side as Lastros is going to expire first, but with the Kumiho, they can still bolster their defenses and mount a quite strong offense as Piggy letting those axes of Icar fly. Will find one onto a lone Phils. Lastro taking down Seongjuk Woo. He'll get a nice little two-piece there onto Felix as well as the overtime wick continues to burn, and so too do EXO's chances of stopping this attack. It's gonna be a Feast of the Abyss that comes out from Zeta. JT3 with the Maelstrom of Madness will take down Gargoyle, and that is your one. He's got the Eye of Agamotto now. He'll let that one rip. Goes in deep. An air burst missile, but he will be the one exploding as Yaki with one single Billy Club shot will put him down. Goes in deep, trying to pressure a Lone Phils. Lone Phils using some of that movement, the concussive blast, taking himself up into the sky, but will sooner or later have to come back down and face Yaki's wrath. And like a dog barking up a tree, he is just daring him, begging him. He lets the Ruby Rage fly, but it's just not enough. It goes wide. It's a 7-10 split, but Brownie hits everything. It's a strike right onto the head of Seongjuk Woo. Another Jeff ultimate, but as Brownie with the Ensong Inferno crashes back down, it's too much damage. Ace just can't get a damn thing done, and Reject are looking to complete this offense as Lastro with the Ice Arts piercing the heart of JT3 and piercing the heart of EXO's defenses. It looked to be impregnable for the time being, but Reject have found a crack in the armor, and they have managed to get in there and get the full cap.
It was labored for Reject, but they get the full push down in the end. Now the ball is in EXO's court. Are you able to match what Reject did just now? Are you able to trigger overtime once again here in the Museum of Contemplation? It's going to be so hard if EXO don't get the momentum that they want, especially in those first few fights here. So these again, first few fights going to be so important to give yourself enough time to, at the very least, push from second to third, because arguably that is the hardest push in the entirety of this game.
The one thing I will say, though, Dan, is that with overtime spawns, you know, that distance, it ends up feeling a lot shorter than it actually is. You know, you can, in a regular situation, you know, it might take you, like, up to maybe like on a bad day up to 4 fights, but you can get it done in 2 good ones, including the stagger fight towards the end if you just time it right. So I think, you know, if you're EXO, your first order of business is just make sure you complete the point A and B cap, and anything else that you do from there you can do in OT. It doesn't really matter because you bled Reject's time bank out. All you got to do is complete it and take it to extra innings, and you still got a shot.
What's the solution for EXO? You're trying to utilize the dive against Reject, who have access to the Luna Snow and White Fox team up. The double charm, the CC potential from both Lastro and Seunghoon is insurmountable for EXO, right? They're trying to make this dive work, but it's just every single time it feels like it just flounders. Whenever they have opportunities to go for multi-man KOs, they only result in like 1 at most.
Yaki on the Ultron as well, damage boosting Brownie with some of those drones. I think had one onto Gargoyle as well, so I mean that's 2 huge hit scans that are gonna have quite a bit of damage coming their way. Without a Mantis, it's gonna be the next best thing, and you can see Zeta feeling the full force of that. Some more healing gonna be necessary to keep our Groot in the fray here, and you can even see Reject they're respecting EXO, just kind of baiting them in to Brownie sights. Brownie going on a little bit of a flank here, a nice little easy 2-tap onto Ace, and I mean, if you're EXO, like, yeah, you don't want to fight this. They just tuck their tails between their legs and they run back, but Felix won't be able to get back to safety, and Gargoyle will commemorate the occasion with a nice little selfie.
Huge first fight win for Reject. Now the momentum is starting to fizzle out for EXO. They have to find adjustments quickly. Zeta goes off his signature Groot and goes over to the Devil Dino. Seongjuk Woo staying on the Black Cat, still deems that this pick might be the solution for EXO if they want to get any sort of momentum going, but with Brownie just frying the backline, this is so difficult.
And you saw how aggressive Gargoyle went in there. It makes it so difficult to dislodge Brownie from that angle. So every time you try to push up, you know, all the Vanguard lineup from Reject have to do is just go in with that aggression, and then Brownie is just set up for success. And if he gets even one in that fight, it just gets so easy, especially if it's onto a backliner like Ace. And I think that's the main person that he has been targeting with this this particular angle.
And with how ahead Reject are as well with the ultimate economy, this is an uphill battle for XO. They're still navigating towards those strategist ultimates. Alone Fills will have to Ruby Rage, but it's only going to part the Reject sea, it feels like, because everyone on Reject should be aware that this is incoming, but with how aggressive Reject are, they're bringing the fight to XO.
And XO are going to take that fight as best they can. The Invisible Boundary will help catch out Gargoyle, and Zeta will confirm that elim, but Brownie is still just clicking. He's got Ace in his sights and has got his sights firmly locked on victory. Yaki, with the Rage of Ultron, will unleash his rage on 2 members of XO. A nice little double for him, and we're down to 1:40. And XO, they used 2 big ultimates to try and make that what happened, and they got nada.
Sungjok Woo now goes back to the Spider-Man. We see his signature pick shine once again, but he has to come up huge. But with how many resources Reject have still, XO being so behind with 1:20 on the clock, how do XO approach this? They're going to have to look for different ways to try to poke down Reject, but with how short range XO are in terms of their team composition, it's going to be very difficult for XO to find those opportunities. It's all going to come up to Alone Fill, so this is a great step in the right direction.
He also knows Lastro is caught out away from the rest of the team. That is easy pickings for Alone Fill, so he'll find his second in the fight. Gonna force resources out from Reject. Sunghoon nearly falls. A couple of percentage that Kumiho Unleash will have it, but it's going to be forced out without Lastro there. And now the ultimate's flying. A Psionic Seduction will lock Sunghoon down. Very CCable, it turns out, those large Kumiho are. And they're not going to be able to confirm the elim, but they will force a lot more resources coming out of Reject's side as Piggy has to use the Freedom Charge as well just to help keep the rest of the team alive. XO still keeping this one going, but only 30 seconds. They have to try and find a way to stick the landing. Spectacular spin from Sungjok Woo will force out the Fate of Both Worlds from Lastro. There's no more ultimates online for XO, but they're coming up on some big ones. They need to find them now. Piggy traded up for Sungjok Woo, and you will take that every day of the week, and this may be the last day you get the chance to. Heaven's Retribution now coming up from Zeta, and there's the Ruby Rage from Alone Fills, finding a 2-piece. Nearly the triple, but with the help of JT3, he'll put Gargoyle down nonetheless and find the triple anyway onto Lastro, and that's the first hurdle cleared. Next one.
Keep up the momentum.
Ooh, better late than never, says XO01. They're able to get the first checkpoint down thanks to the Wombo combo with the Heaven's Retribution into the Ruby Rage. Zeta and Alone Fills were able to team up and execute their combo perfectly. They give themselves the 2-man advantage and just had to quickly clean up the rest of Reject. And now XO, they complete step 1. Step 2, though, it might just be as difficult as that first one.
Brownie does have an angle, and Alone Fill's trying to challenge him. This high ground is going to be very oppressive as the cart is rounding this first corner. Once it gets past there, they could potentially dislodge him, just, you know, the old-fashioned way, get on up there and pressure him out. But for now, it's Alone Fills who has to try and take this duel, and it's not one that he's favored. And hello, Piggy. Welcome. This is definitely not your spawn. You're in the wrong neighborhood. Brownie with the Ensong Inferno goes deep and will catch Felix. And I guess that makes Piggy's sacrifice worth it. Even getting out that Kumiho Unleashed is XO trying to stay in this fight. Trading out Sungjok Woo for Yaki, but Azatha grounded once again by Brownie on this oppressive angle. It's going to be Reject winning the fight.
You need to find a way to deal with Brownie. Like, every time he finds these eliminations, it just seems like he's just frying uncontested. Nobody on XO is providing enough pressure to force away Brownie from these off angles, and it's just XO struggling to find these opportunities. Gargoyle bringing the fight over to XO and is able to find that elim onto JT3, and with all of this pressure coming in from Reject and not XO, means that everyone in the backline of Reject could just sit pretty and just do what they can. Just free deal. Do as much damage uncontested while XO are struggling to get to those different angles.
Yeah, it's this may be a museum, but Brownie has got a shooting gallery the whole way through. Big ultimates coming online for XO, but they're both going to be defensive in nature, right? Like, you're not going to be able to get a whole lot done with the Psionic Seduction. You're probably going to be trying to, like, lock Yaki down. We'll see how they end up using it, and that's exactly how they're going to do it, but they end up using the Fate of Both Worlds as well, so both of their biggest utilities are going to be burned, and it doesn't matter because Brownie is the one doing the burning. He's still letting those shots fly, trying to take down Sungjok Woo, but Sungjukwu will find a safe haven for the time being, and the pressure is starting to mount now. EXO starting to get their feet beneath them again, starting to walk. Reject trying to stop them before they can run. And now, with the charm going through, Ace is going to be able to take down Brownlee. He's finally dealt with, but the Freedom Charge, though, from Piggy is going to give Reject a safe haven from which to play with. Another charm trying to lock him down, but can't confirm the Elim there. Kumiho now unleashed for Sunghoon, and Reject have even more staying power, and they will not be dislodged from this cart. EXO trying to keep it rolling, but Ace with the Kumiho unleashed, it's just not going to be enough. Zeta coming up with the Freedom Charge. They're going to have to invest it. They need to use it now or never, as they're running out of health bars. He'll bring his team back from the brink, but Alone Feels cannot be brought back. Sungjukwu coming up on letting the devil out, and his last Rose Dance Floor expires. That's the win condition now for EXO. He's got to come up huge with his ultimate, but he's being checked by every single member of EXO, and they are denying them the opportunity to make it through that crucial second hurdle. And Yaki, with a righteous cross to Felix, will put Reject up 2-1. Match point, land points on the line.
Although EXO have to take the loss here, they put up one hell of a fight here in the museum. But Reject, they were able to get early control. That early momentum just meant that EXO, just that entire map, just felt like they were on the back foot. It had to come up in those clutches. That's where EXO were able to convert some of these points. But it's just not enough. Reject with the full push. EXO having to settle with 1 point. It's not enough to win out in the museum. And now EXO, although their backs are against the wall, they've been in this spot before. They pulled off a reverse sweep quite literally almost 24 hours ago. But can EXO make another comeback happen here?
Here's the scary thing, though, Dan, is that even if they do, the map pool opens up again. Map 5 can just be domination, and then we might see a situation similar to Krakoa. And that's kind of my worry now, is at this juncture, like EXO, they're gonna have to be able to best Reject on that map type. They played really well in that map type against Gen G, but it just wasn't the same here today on Krakoa. So that is gonna be a looming threat, not unlike Brownie was this entire matchup. There was just no contention. You know, every time he got an angle, nobody was able to get on top of him. Even Alone Feels trying to pepper him from shots from afar on the Cyclops. It just wasn't enough, because all Brownie had to do was duck around a corner, get the support from his team, get his healing, and then wait for his Vanguard lineup to make space for him to hit the shots again. And he hit every shot and then some. 16 final hits for him, 33k damage. Nobody else in the lobby came close. Actually, no, that's a lie. Alone Feels had a fair bit of damage as well, but I think he was farming a lot of that off the front line that was directly in his face.
And it's just so difficult for EXO because Reject did have the Luna Snow and the White Fox team together. That's a lot of utility, lots of CC potential on the side of Reject, so they're able to easily peel off anyone that EXO were trying to jump at them. And EXO, once again, maybe you put a little bit more emphasis on the White Fox in the ban draft. They decided to just completely ignore it this time around. We'll see if EXO are able to adjust one more time. I really liked when they put that emphasis on the Rocket Raccoon. Maybe that becomes a comfortable spot that EXO decide to rely on, because that was the way they got map number 2. So with the map pool opening up again, where does EXO take us this time?
That's a very good question. I wish I had the answer to that one. I do kind of agree on the front of the Rocket Raccoon. I think they did look quite comfortable when they had access to that one. But that would, like, trying to get that now, because it's been read by Reject, would mean breaking from the plan and not going for that first protect onto the Cyclops, and that might put Alone Feels in an uncomfortable situation, and they might not be willing to do that. But we'll see what they are willing to do. It is going to be map number 4, the last map pick for EXO in this matchup and potentially in this tournament. On the other side of this break, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
A guaranteed $21,000 is one map away for Reject and a land spot at the mid-season finals. They could be one step closer to becoming the first champions of playoffs of Stage 1 in the entire world of Marvel Rivals Ignite. My name is Keg, and I'm joined back up desk again with my two amazing best friends, the ooey gooey composition over here. Dan, how's your heart?
Little bit concerning. Although EXO
I
did
bet.
put up a very, very good fight on the museum, they just could not get it over the line. It just felt like, we talked about it right before we went to the break, Reject just felt like they were just setting the pace the entirety of that map. EXO, when they wanted to go for plays, Reject just had that response. They were able to clap back time and time again, and EXO take us to Midtown here. Usually this is a map that's not really favored towards those dive comps, and EXO, if you know them, they really love playing dive. So taking us to Midtown,
You know what else they love?
move.
You know what else they love to play, Dan? Is Spider Islands. You know what they're not playing right now? That they're taking us to Midtown.
So hold on. Why Midtown, not Spider Islands?
I'm wondering if it might just be, a curveball, like kind of a situation, because, Spider Islands, we've talked at length about how it's been a comfort pick for EXO, and you kind of want to throw it all out on the line here when your tournament lives are on the line. There's a land spot, potentially in your future if you can manage to bring this series back from the brink. And you can't go for something that has been read. You can't go for something that there's a lot of tape on that Reject can study, because you better believe they were not going to risk losing this land spot. They will have studied up on EXO and all their dirty little tricks.
Well, it's only one game away potentially for Reject. They just have to win Midtown against EXO, and unfortunately then, EXO will have to be saying goodbye to them if they can't win it out, and they'll be going home with $15,000. But I'm gonna be honest with you, the money's great, but I think what EXO wants most is that spot at the mid-season international LAN. And if they can't get it, that's gonna be pretty rough.
Yeah,
It'd be a disappointment if they didn't get it.
Oh yeah,
Prize
oh
pool
yeah.
is one thing, like you said. I mean, getting that global recognition for EXO is absolutely massive. This is an unsigned team. There is not much income on most of this roster. They're doing it for the love of the game, and so far they're
Literally.
putting up generational performances so far here in the playoffs. They need one more. This was the map that EXO used to execute Zero Tenacity, pull off that reverse sweep, and EXO, one more clutch is needed to force, at the very least, a decider between the partner team here in Asia.
And to do that would be to stop Reject just 1 inch shy of the glory that they so desperately crave. Remember, chat, we've talked about it a couple times, but a land spot is on the line, and Reject are so close they can practically taste it. They were denied at the hands of Gen G yesterday, and now EXO are the ones standing in their way, looking to do the very same, deny them that opportunity, claim it for their own. And in order to do that, just like you said, Dan, they got to take it to a decider, and then maybe there's going to be one more clutch on the horizon here. But as we get into this pick and ban phase, I'm curious if we're going to see any change-ups. There's one. That's a pretty big one, actually. Going for a Protect onto the Gambit rather than onto the Cyclops. So, I mean, now the Cyclops is going to be open for EXO to ban, because we got 2 bans coming up next.
And we'll see where EXO decide to take us. They first take away the Rocket Raccoon, so that limits the offensive options that Reject want to go for. towards the long run, right? Loki still being available for both sides means that the double Royal Flush is still in the cards. Both sides will not have access to the Rocket Raccoon or the Cyclops, so a lot of that hit scan, a lot of that poke potential, and a little bit of that wombo combo potential as well being taken out of the picture. Reject will secure the Luna Snow to, at the very least, bolster the poke potential that Reject are looking to gear themselves towards.
It's gonna be the White Fox ban
There it
coming
is.
out from EXO as well, and well, like that's interesting that it comes out here on Midtown because, like you said, you know, Midtown's not the most dive-friendly map. It's a lot more, you know, crowded, a lot more brawly, a lot more pokey, a lot more front to back, any variation of that front to back playstyle. But of course, you know, you're still probably gonna try and put Sungjuk Woo on something like a Daredevil or potentially even a Black Cat on a map like this. So, you know, the White Fox, I think it's still good, especially, you know, predicting that Luna Snow Protect is going to come out.
mirror.
And, yep, it is indeed a full mirror. No White Fox, no Rocket, no Cyclops, no Mantis for either side. And as the doors open, EXO will have to set the bar to buy themselves another life in this tournament.
Okay, both sides do the exact same bans, the exact same saves. So it essentially just comes down to a skill matchup. Both sides have the same resources, the same hero pools. Which team can utilize their pool better than the other? That's going to be the big question here. Alone Fills rolls out onto the Star-Lord to control the side rooms here right out of the spawn room, so that when Reject, they want to go for those side room potentials, Alone Fills is going to be tasked to try to mark them down, but with him getting taken down low, Reject are just forcing away what EXO really wants to do, is spread out, control all those side rooms, so that when they go for these executions, these dive plays, they don't have to worry about someone backstabbing them.
They do have to worry about the high ground, though, is they don't really have anybody good at accessing that. I think the win condition for EXO is like they're trying to get Sungjuk Woo access, like you say, you know, spread out and get him in there so we could potentially get a kidnap and, you know, play off of that. But we're going to see an early Deadpool ult, the big test coming out from Gargoyle as he looks to get in there and try and burst someone from EXO down. Not going to work, but it does help set up Brownie for this high ground again. And he's hitting the shots onto Ace once again, and it's the same story as Museum of Contemplation. You can't just let him get away with having free sights on your backline like that. And you definitely can't let Yaki get away with being in your backline like that.
Yeah, everyone on Reject are just so spread out to the point that EXO, if they control one area of the map,
That's disgusting,
Reject
Yaki.
have
That's
two other
disgusting.
places.
He goes in with a quad.
Reject have two other places that you can just take you down from. So EXO, the tempo needs to be higher here. You need to cover more of those bases because Reject are controlling what feels like the entirety of this diamond.
I think your saving grace, though, is that Ace, 97% of that God of Mischief. You can get first turn when it comes to this Rage and Royal Flush combination, and even still, Felix is beating Sunghoon to the punch, so an early Royal Flush going to come out, but Yaki is in the back line waiting for a potential disengage to come out as Reject are happy to take this fight. Brownie with the Ensong Inferno. Felix catches Gargoyle out on a flank away from the rest of the pack, and will punish him for it, but as he turns to try and make that one happen, he sets himself up nicely for Yaki to knock him out of the park. And that's the first turn already gone, and with Felix not there to build up more ult charge, there's not going to be a second one. Sunghoon has an opportunity to make up the difference here.
But it's going to be a Felix with the Rage and Royal Flush. He's ahead of Sunghoon now, but Reject do have the more defensive option, right? Lasher with the Fate of Both Worlds, Piggy with the Freedom Charge as well if the fight goes long enough, but with a quick pick onto Yaki from the likes of Ace, maybe this is the go button for EXO here.
I mean, they've got several go buttons, as a matter of fact. A lot of ultimates here. This next fight is going to be a bloody one, and Lastro's Fate of Both Worlds is going to have a lot of heavy lifting to do, so I sure do hope he brought his dancing shoes. Here's that Royal Flush now coming out from Sunghoon, or sorry, from Felix. Lastro pops the dance floor. Felix trying to find an elim. He goes back and does catch out onto Brownie, and Sungjuk Woo will catch out Sunghoon, so there's not going to be a Royal Flush that comes out from Reject. Piggy with the Freedom Charge is going to give a little bit more lifeline for Reject, but it's just not going to be enough as Alone Fills bursting down Lastro off another kidnap from Sungjuk Woo, and EXO are starting to shift into second gear.
EXO need to get clutch here. They have the Last Stand, they have the Strangling Prison, Portal comes in for Reject, but the problem is Reject do have the uncontested Gambit ult coming in. Are they able to burst down Sunghoon? But Yaki's taking full advantage of it, but Felix taking down Brownie is already a great step, but it's immediately neutralized, and the rest of Reject are looking to stabilize with 20 seconds on the clock. EXO, now it's their turn to do a little bit of that Portal combat.
Yaki wants to go in and try and deny it. The portal will come out, though, and there's not going to be any ults for either side, but Ace, 90% to that God of Mischief. There is a chance for a Royal Flush here for EXO, and that may very well be the winning hand that takes them over this hurdle, but Reject want to put them back where they came from, back in the spawn door, reclaim their glory, and deny the opportunity, but it does come out. The copy comes out, the Raging Royal Flush, and Reject haven't managed to strike blood before it comes out, but it's their own that will be spilled, and it's a Lone Fills that draws it. Piggy going to follow as well. Gargoyle, 3 members now of Reject in the dirt, and EXO are on the board. They will cap point A, and that will be the first hurdle once again cleared. But much like Museum of Contemplation, it's the second point where things get a little sticky.
Reject didn't have any response. Their ultimate economy was in the gutter. EXO had that God of Mischief. That was the saving grace for EXO to, at the very least, make it competitive here in Midtown. It has to go far. It has to be for EXO if they want to try to get the highest chance of getting a map number 5 here. Felix getting closer and closer to that Royal Flush means that EXO should have all of this momentum, but with Lastro on the Fate of Both Worlds, it's gonna get a lot more difficult, and so far, Reject are up 2 and up 3.
Yeah, and they may go up 4 if the rest of EXO don't hightail it out of here. And I think a big problem for EXO is that they have just kind of failed to keep Yaki in check. And on the other side, you know, every time Sungjak Woo goes in, especially since swapping over to this Daredevil, he's being caught out by Piggy or by Brownie or by Sunghoon again. Like, they have so much counter dive, and they know the kind of style that Sungjak Woo likes to play. So they also know how to counter it. And I mean, Gargoyle going super aggressive, I think trying to shut him down, taking this duel with Sungjak Woo on the off angle here. And there will be the objection now coming out, but Gargoyle says he wants to play a game, and he ain't quite Jigsaw, but he is just as scary. And Lastro with a nice little shot there to clean up Sungjak Woo off the damage, you know, finishing the job that Gargoyle started. And now with only 1 minute left, the job is almost done for Reject.
Oh, and Felix going down is already bad news. Lone Fills is ready to let the Galactic Legend fly, but with Felix gone, that gives Reject a lot of that more space, a lot more time to stack up the Royal Flush of their own. Sunghoon is at 77%. EXO now pulled the trigger, so they're going to combo it together, but Lastro was there in time with the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, the Galactic Flush is not going to be flushing today, but all the ults coming out now from EXO, and Lastro is doing a lot of heavy lifting with that Fate of Both Worlds, and JT3 will pummel him, shut him down with that Meteor M, and it's going to be a couple of trades coming out from both sides, and Song Inferno is forced out from Brownie. He'll go in deep into find 2, and EXO are suddenly on the brink of exile, as he will not be able to find that third onto JT3, but it doesn't matter. Sunghoon is there with the shots, and he is still left standing, still left shooting, and Sungjak Woo, a mega health pack, his only lifeline, cut short by Gargoyle, and another selfie, potentially to commemorate the day that Reject made it into Grand Finals. A Raging Royal Flush now coming out now from Ace. Piggy with the Sonic Seduction just to try and stuff them. Will catch on to Zeta, but can't confirm the elim, and this card continues to inch forward, but now it is Reject's turn. They've got the winning hand, and they will come out. Yaki letting the devil out, a mag bubble, the only thing protecting Felix, but it will expire, and so too will EXO, and their chances at capping here are going null, and Sunghoon taking down Sungjak Woo. There's no portal play, there is no point B, and Reject stand their ground and deny EXO that second hurdle once again.
The second to last fight by EXO might have been a slight overinvestment. They dumped everything, the entirety of their ultimate economy into the kitchen sink, and they came out relatively empty-handed. Reject were able to disengage perfectly, and EXO, that was their best chance at overtaking Reject, but Reject handled it well and are able to clap back with Sunghoon's Royal Flush. And then Yaki with the Devil out just meant that too much damage for EXO to handle. The strategists go down quick, and so do the rest of EXO's team composition. And now going
I think it was the end song Inferno from Brownie. Like, that should not have found a double KO. Like, it was forced out. He was down to half HP. He didn't do that to try and secure an elim. He did it because he had to, but he still found a double. That end song Inferno was a death song for all who heard it, and EXO couldn't cover their ears in time. And I think, you know, like, you're right. Like, they invested so much into that, but Brownie again just stole it away.
And that's the clutch factor kicking in for Reject. Whatever happens, if you're able to execute your composition properly, you still need that in case things go not according to plan. And Brownie, we saw him rise up to that occasion every single step of the way. but can he do it one more time? Can he send Reject to the mid-season finals, or is XL going to make it a little bit more delayed?
I mean, they're hoping to delay as much as they can with this double res composition, but they need to keep both Ace and Alone Phil safe. Losing one essentially means losing the other. There is an opportunity to go for a duplicate onto Felix there for an invisible boundary as well, so your options with this Loki are twofold, but you need to get the healing done. And Zaytha is going to donate a fair bit of ult charge to his strategist lineup there, taking a ton of damage from that Psychic Spear from Piggy and trying to return the favor in kind, but Gargoyle on that Deadpool already gonna have a fair bit of ult charge, already has his way up to that first ultimate, and he now just gets to pick his target. As you can kind of see on and off angle here, EXO are trying to check him and stop him from getting access to the backline. Regen domain forced out early on, though. Now Gargoyle with the Banhammer, and Alone Phil's gonna have to retreat back into his little hovel, but that is exactly where Gargoyle is lurking, and he'll take Ace down, and even get another selfie in there. Immortality achieved for a brief moment. Trying to deny it is JT3, but it's just not gonna be enough, as Zaytha does get in there and does actually take down Gargoyle. Hello, and Yaki also getting caught out as well. Felix with the invisible boundary just in the nick of time, and Zaytha with a triple. The cart may have slipped past them, but it will stop nonetheless.
EXO are able to get the burst healing to keep Felix stabilized. He got pretty low when Reject went for the execution of their play, but EXO are able to handle it well. They're able to stay alive, keep this ground for themselves. And now with Ace getting access to the God of Mischief, Alone Phil is now 25% away from the Karmic Revival. It gets harder and harder for Reject to break through unless they're able to identify where Alone Phil is and just wipe him out before anything else happens.
It's a very aggressive Sonic Seduction from Piggy. Almost got caught out there by Zaytha, but Zaytha decided not to pull the trigger on the ultimate, so Brownie will pull the trigger on him. Take him down. There's the God of Mischief to duplicate the invisible boundary, but Laster was going to get the better strategist ultimate with that Fate of Both Worlds. It'll last a little bit longer than this boundary will, and will that Veil drops, so too will Alone Phil's. He's got the Cocoon. Sungjuk Woo, though, take it to the sky. A Meteor M, and he will flatten Brownie like a pancake, and the Cocoon comes out. There's still a chance for EXO to hold this, and Gargoyle wants to deny it. Alone Phil's, he's under so much pressure. The Soul Bond is just to keep him alive. He might not be able to get the Karmic Revival off in time, and Reject are keeping the pressure, tightening the screws, not letting it happen. Here's the Karmic Revival up in the sky, but Gargoyle snipes him down. Two will be rezzed, but it's just not enough because they're not the ones who have the ultimates. JT3 is still in the spawn, waiting. Where's my chance? Where's my second opportunity at life? Brownie snuffs out Aces. How does that End Song Inferno find anything? This guy's a magician, a regular Houdini. Chris Angel, my mind is freaked. I don't know how he's able to pull off some of these elims, but Reject, they get the job done, and now 3:45 to finish it.
3.5 minutes is what Reject have in order to match what EXO did back in round number 1. The ticket to mid-season finals is right there. That yellow marker is where it's at. Reject just have to get there. EXO need to defend it with their life. Their tournament lies, backs against the wall. Whatever odds that you can stack against EXO, they have risen to the occasion, but they have to do it one more time. Zaytha gets taken down well. Felix, all eyes are on him if he's able to stabilize and get that invisible boundary going. But EXO, they need to play careful. They need to make sure that they don't get wiped out by the sheer burst potential from Brownie and the rest of Reject.
Zaytha is going to be thanking his lucky stars with the reconstruction from the map there, but Brownie is still able to find one, taking down JT3, the invisible boundary from Felix, and Zaytha nearly got caught outside of it, and Reject, they just give it up. They don't care. They're not going to fight into this. They know they don't have to. They've got the clock on their side, and that is the greatest weapon. It's one that EXO wish they had, but because of their failure to finish the attack, it's just not going to matter. Gargoyle says the clock is going to strike midnight on the Cinderella run from EXO. Reject will not be denied as Yaki goes in, punching with the billy clubs, and Reject will punch their ticket to the mid-season finals and cast EXO back to the wayside. Gen G, we've got another date, my friends.
The partner teams clash one more time. Reject, they did sweat a little bit going up against EXO. EXO were able to squeak out with a map win, but it does not matter. What matters is Reject coming out on top 3-1. They get themselves into the mid-season finals, and maybe, just maybe, attempt 2 is where Reject come out on top against Gen G, but Gen G are looking like to be on a whole different level. EXO, however, you gotta give your flowers to them. They have gone on one generational run here in stage 1, and you gotta keep your heads held up high for EXO because this is the deepest run they have ever done in their Ignite history.
I mean, like, I said from the beginning that EXO beating Reject and claiming a land spot was a long shot, but EXO still gave it their best shot, and it was a very impressive one. I feel like they just kind of, they did get outplayed by Reject, but they played up to Reject right up until the very end, the 3-1 score line. History striking twice. I think the last time, I think Keg said it first, the last time EXO took a map up against Reject, it still ended up being Reject 3-1, and unfortunately, history was not on EXO's side. Reject running away with it, writing their names in history once more, revisiting the mid-season finals as they have been before, going back to the international stage to show the world what makes this Pacific region just so special. And there is something special about some of these players. Brownie and his clutch factor coming up, bailing Reject out of so many fights that it felt like EXO had a shot to win, had a shot to close out, but all it took was a couple of end song infernos, and every single flame that EXO tried to ignite got snuffed out.
EXO once again proved to be the absolute wild card of the Pacific region, but unfortunately they played their last hand. But they're not going to go home empty-handed though. They do get $15,000 for their team, but unfortunately, I think to them the true prize would be an international spot at the mid-season finals, which just barely escaped them by 2 maps. So Dan!
How's your heart?
Probably flatlining now.
Yeah, he's deceased.
Just like EXO's tournament hopes, I am also flatlining. But I'm okay with this because
if only we had 3 spots to give. If only.
If only we
Next year.
had 3 spots here in Pacific. It'll happen one day. I'm sure of it.
It will.
Now,
It will.
We're gonna have to settle with 2, right? The partner. To be fair, the partner teams. It just feels like they have that expectation of getting to that international tournament. And Reject, in a sense, you could say that they are breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, right? Making sure that they're able to get to that international stage. Being that partner team, again, a lot of pressure right onto Reject to make sure that they're able to qualify at the very least. And they have done just that, while XO... you got a lot of heads turning towards them because this is a team that you need to watch throughout the entirety of 2026.
Just ask Zero Tenacity.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just ask them.
Zero Tenacity and EXO especially are going to be 2 teams that I want to look forward to going into promo relegation and stage 2, of course, and so on and so forth into the future. Especially EXO, because I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe, I don't know anything behind the scenes, but I could see a reality where maybe they don't stay EXO forever. Who knows? With a team as wild and, of course, as win-heavy as them, they could very well be signed next time we see them.
I'd love to see them be signed. An unsigned team that makes it this far and also has this much of an identity and this much of a cult following at this point. Sorry to imply you're in a cult there, Dan. But, I think, there's a fan base waiting to happen there, and you can capture that. I think, you want to sign these boys, get them the resources that they need to level up and take it even closer to Reject than we saw that they could today. Forget Krakoa. That map didn't happen. Take a look at maps 2, 3, and 4, and that'll tell the story of just how good this EXO squad really is and the potential that they have to upset some of these teams that don't take them seriously enough. You can even ask Reject. I'm sure we will once we have the interview all set up. We can even ask Reject, I guess, how seriously you have to take EXO. This isn't a team that you can overlook. This isn't a team that you could just try and play past. You have to focus on them. You have to give them your full respect, your full attention, and sometimes you're gonna have to come up with some clutch moments if you want to beat a team like this.
I mean, look, we gotta give it to Sungjak Woo, right? He was the most entertaining player I think we've seen this season outside of maybe Eggsy, right? Eggsy, 99 elims, almost 100 per series, but the most amount of heroes I think we've seen in a series alone from one player has to go to SJW, man. He was unbelievable. The Spider-Man, the Magneto, Black Cat, Daredevil, a tiny bit of Wolverine. It almost felt like there was a duelist he didn't play.
I mean, that's the expanded hero pool that Sungjak Woo has. He's been cooking with this ever since 2025. So this is no surprise, at least for me, seeing how Sungjak Woo plays at the Ignite level. But the amount of adjustments he has made, I think right here in 2026, this has been the most amount of heroes that Sungjak Woo has played, at the very least in a single series, right? All the way back yesterday when they played against Zero Tenacity. I think I might need a second set of hands to count how many heroes that Sung Woo played.
I think with Sung Woo, you know, things might still be a little bit rocky, but there's definitely a diamond shining through, and all it takes is a chisel to let that diamond out.
Oh, I wonder what that chisel will be. Could it be the promo relegation? Could it be stage 2? I'm sure only time will tell for EXO.
Dan, what would you do if EXO got relegated?
I would probably.
Don't do that to Dan.
I would probably cry, but I
couldn't resist.
We need Dan alive.
I think XO1 might be safe from promo relegation because it's for the bottom 50% of the regions, and with XO1 making.
I'm
sure
just
that
covering
they
my
stay-
bases.
Yeah, you never know what could happen to XO1 in the distant future. I hope we don't get the bad ending. I hope they stay at this high level that they've been consistently performing at. Because, like, we talked about it, right? 4th place Purgatory for XO1. Although it sucks to keep getting 4th place, it is still a consistent and a very respectable result considering the amount of talent that this team has to go up against time and time again here in Ignite.
It's growth. I mean, look, you were 4th place Demons for so long. Now you're 3rd place. Who knows by the end? Again, future ahead, you know, as long as EXO stays together, we're looking at maybe stage 2. We could see a reality where they get themselves 2nd or even 1st place.
There's a lot of variables that are going to come into play, you know, and a large part of that is going to be determined based on what happens during the mid-season finals. And I think that's a good opportunity to shift gears because we got to talk about Reject.
Ring,
in fact,
ring.
let's talk to Reject.
That's right. We got J-Mac on the line. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Hello.
We made it land. Yeah.
Hello. How are you? Woo!
We made it!
Guys, congratulations. Congratulations. So,
thank you,
J-Mac,
thank you.
talk to us about the performance today of Reject. How do you feel?
We just so come to loser final. So we very many prefer bursts like counter ban, counter draft, or counter chrome. I think this is very good work. So I'm very happy. Yeah.
It's been a wonderful performance. You have all the right to be happy. I mean, something that I would like to know is tell me a little bit about the personalities of some of these players. What is it like being the coach of this team, of some of these guys?
So you can say more easy.
What is it like coaching players, you know, like Piggy and Lastro and players with a lot of personality?
Personality? We don't like. I don't many feedback like personal because our team mechanical or performance is very good, so we just keep talking about the like team plan. Yeah, team plan together.
Okay.
And another question, right? You guys just played against XO. How did you guys get ready to play against XO today? Was there something you guys had to do different? What was your plan going into XO?
First EXO, yes. So EXO is use many special come like they have Sung Woo, so he can play like very special melee character player like Iron Fist, Magic, like Spider-Man. But we just think if we die first like Sung Woo die, just the support player bad. So we just keep saying don't die to the enemy like Sung Woo dive character. I think we if we don't die enemy Sung Woo dive character, I just say I think we can win very easily. Yeah, because he really made the magic kill. But because he really made the magic kill.
From EXO, you have a rematch now against Gen G. How have you prepared for that matchup?
Yesterday we lose first Gen G, but we don't think our performance bad are worse than. We don't think our performance worse than Genji, so because we only lose like draft, just like team about team. So today we just make a like special draft to Genji. Yeah. So I think we can revenge. Yeah.
That sounds great. J-Mac, the audience is yours right now. Is there anything you'd like to say going into your Gen G match?
Do we say again?
Do you have any words for Gen G? Anything you'd like to say?
Work? Like a word?
Yeah.
A word.
Is there anything you want to say to them?
I'm very happy we going together LAN. I'm very happy, but give me the final champion. we more want. Wait.
All right, those are
waiting
some funny
final.
words, J-Mac. All right.
Yeah.
That sounds incredible, J-Mac. Well, you have a lot of prep up ahead. Thank you so much for joining us here, and who knows, maybe we'll be interviewing you again in just a few hours.
Yeah, I think yes.
Okay. Very confident.
Okay.
Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Thank you.
My congratulations
Absolutely.
once again.
Oh, man. Confident. I mean, look, if you're a reject, you have to feel confident, right? You have made a near flawless run from the start of preseason all the way to the tippity top at the very edge of stage 1. And look, you've already guaranteed the landslide too. Like, I feel like, no offense, kind of the hard part is over. It's just a matter now of getting that grudge match victory against Gen G.
Yeah, the weight is off your shoulders now, and you can just focus on the task at hand. And the task at hand is now establishing dominance over the team that put you down in the lower bracket, made you have to fight for your land ticket. Doesn't matter. You can start booking your flights right now, or maybe give it a couple hours and wait until we're done with this matchup before you start hitting up Expedia.
You saw J-Mac. He literally went like, yeah, we made it to land. So, like you said,
Big
the
sigh of
pressure is
relief.
off. That was just making sure that you're able to come out as the #1 seed here, because now it's all come down to how much prize money you get, how much of that seeding potential that you have. You want to get first seed when you go into that land potential. That gives you the highest odds of, at the very least, making your name known.
It also shows, as well, coming in the first seed into an international land, that you are the standard bearer of that region, and you don't want to just hand that honor over to Gen G.
Absolutely. Well, there is going to be a little bit of a break up ahead. Reject absolutely needs it. Gen G from the upper bracket side are about to face a best of 7 against Reject, hot off the heels of a best of 5 from XOX for a chance to get that $42,000 of that first place money. We'll see who gets it in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Mind crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Hello, 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 my friends. It's the moment you have all been waiting for. For us, it's been about half an hour since our last series, but for these two teams, it has been a long time in the making to see who will get the grand prize of $42,000. Reject versus Gen G. Both of these teams have secured their spot at the mid-season finals, but right now, one of them wants to get that grand prize. It's going to be a rematch, all right, but it's been a long time rematch for both of these teams. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by CV and Dan once again, and let me tell you, these two nerds over here know everything about these teams.
I mean, I've been watching the entirety of the Asia scene ever since last year, and a lot of these players have had a long road so far getting to wherever they are, right? Whether it be Reject, whether it be Gen G, the narratives are all colliding here in the grand finals of Stage 1 Pacific, and I believe, if my memory serves me well, this is the first grand final of Ignite 2026 here in Stage 1 at the very least.
You know what? We're a race against China right now. I'm going to double check and see. Are we the first one? Yes, they don't start for an hour. Ha ha! We did it.
We just got to make sure that we have like a quick 4-0 for one team or the other, and then we can make sure we get in there before China even gets started. But
ooh,
like you said, it's going to be a historic one. It's going to be a long time coming, or at the very least 24 hours coming. But first up is the first official team to qualify for the mid-season finals. It's Gen G in DreamHack Atlanta, the World Finals of 2025. Bobo took the stage, and in a moment that will go down in Marvel Rivals esports history, he said no one wanted to scrim us, but now everybody knows who we are. We are Chopper Mag. And after that moment, this team went from undesirable to undeniable. And now they are looking to put on an encore to that LAN performance that made their name. And these are quite some names indeed. Bobo, I mean, the man who spoke those words into existence, and one of the most flexible players that I think I've seen in quite some time.
Oh, absolutely. And look, aura, absolute aura coming out from Gen G, even way back until now, still looking fantastic. This is a Gen G squad that has only dropped a single map since the start of Stage 1 CB. And guess what? That map loss only happened last night, and against Reject.
Yeah, and I think, that does kind of paint the picture, for the series. The fact that it was a 3-1, the last 24 hours for Reject will have been paramount. They'll have had to have prepped for XOXO while also trying to reassess and reevaluate what went wrong in all three of those map losses. For Gen G, it's a lot easier to figure out what went wrong on one map loss than it is for three. So they got to get, one quick VOD review session and then kick their feet up for the rest of the night.
Now, Dan, talk to me about Reject, man. Two teams, very different play styles, but a big historic run for both sides, going as far back as last year.
Yeah, I mean, this roster has been together for quite some time, ever since, I believe, MRC Season 5 when they played under Crazy Raccoon during that tournament. So there's a lot of experience between these players, not just playing together as a team on this Reject roster, but also experience in other titles as well. And now coming here in the grand finals, we needed Reject. The partner team coming out of Asia, we needed them in the grand finals, or else that would have been a little bit of that pressure, just getting too much of Reject. But at the very least, are able to sigh a bit of a sigh of relief getting to the mid-season finals. But now here is the big test, right? Can you go up against Gen G, who have looked so red hot throughout the entirety of Stage 1 so far?
Now, reject everything but victory, and reject the very idea of not making it to LAN, and now they want to reject Gen G's chances of walking in with that first seed.
Now, Dan, you covered Reject and Gen G last year in a very similar spot, but I believe it was Reject that took the victory at the end of Stage 125.
Stage 1 2025. It's been so long. It was a completely different realm over in the Pacific side, right? Both OCE and Asia were in fact separated, so Reject still had their Korean roster, Gen G also doing the same, and they have met each other in the grand finals in Asia of Stage 1, and if there's anyone that remembers that grand final over in Stage 1, that best of 7 required one more map. We had a map 8 in a best of 7, and to my knowledge, no other region, no other match has come close to that scenario, apart from maybe the preseason grand finals over in the Americas. But other than that, we saw map 8 in a best of 7.
So what you're saying, Dan, is let's do it again. Let's go.
Oh,
let's go
I'm
to
all for
8.
it.
Let's go to 8 tonight. Let
We're just
history.
never sleeping again.
Let's let history repeat itself. Let's do it. No sleep. We don't need it.
Well, speaking of no sleep though, CB, the last 24 hours of prep for Reject must have been atrocious because not only did they have to prepare for a grudge rematch up against Gen G, they also had to anticipate a matchup against XOXO. Now, granted, they have been able to beat XO consistently in the past, and they just did, ending up with XO being eliminated, but that's still 2 monstrous teams they had to prepare for, whereas Gen G, they were chilling.
Yeah, it's basically like I said, Gen G only had to assess what went wrong in one map, and then, of course, they're going to want to put in all the preparations because they want that big prize. They want to come in as the first seed. They want to show that they are the standard bearers, not just for OCE, but for the Pacific region as a whole. So they will have gone back to look at it, but they didn't have to stress and also prep for another matchup. They get the luxury of waltzing on in to winners finals with their head held high. But there is also 2 sides to that coin, as is often the case with these double elimination brackets. Reject, they got a hell of a warm-up just now up against XO, and now that that matchup is in the rear view, they can focus entirely on what is in front of them, and what is in front of them is a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, consistently speaking, we're seeing Gen G win out these opening maps. That is always going to be domination. There was a hurdle yesterday, and a very interesting one at that. Gen G, that one map loss that they suffered was against a map that I honestly think we haven't seen at all in Pacific for the entirety of Stage 1, and that was Heart of Heaven.
And we'll see if Reject are going to have to rebound towards it. It really depends if Reject do take a map loss. We'll see how it turns out in map number 1, because right now Reject, we saw them play against XO, right? Their way of shutting down the dive has been so good. Reject were able to spread out time and time again, making sure that they cover all the angles that the dive could come from. And if the dive does come, I mean, we interviewed JMech as well, right? They were able to shut down Sungjok Woo before he got any eliminations. And once they were able to contain him, that's when the rest of Reject were able to just run over the rest of XO, most notably letting Brownie just go uncontested.
All right, map number 1, that's going to be Burn into T'Challa. We've seen how much Warrior Falls has messed up teams plenty of times before. You two traumatized by Warrior Falls as well. We've seen it a lot. Curious to know, though, is this going to go in Gen G's favor, or with a drastically different, much more individualistic playstyle? Could this be Reject taking map 1?
I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction. I think Gen G are probably going to take this because I think they're a little bit more adaptable when it comes to some of these compositions. They have a really strong dive, and they're one of the best teams when it comes to that dive. But it's not the only trick that they've got in the book, and I do think that for a map like Burn into T'Challa, where Warrior Falls is such an oddity compared to the other 2 sub-maps, I think, you can kind of change things around. You can put FMCL on like a triple Vanguard look if you really want to. You can have him on, Wolverine, Daredevil, doesn't matter. He can even play a pretty solid, double hit scan look. And something that I think we've seen a fair bit from Gen G specifically, not necessarily on Burn into T'Challa, but just kind of in general, have been some of these, triple looks with the Adam Warlock, and it's usually FMCL manning that Adam Warlock in these cases, and I think that might be something that could come out to play on Warrior Falls. Who knows? I'm not sure, but
oh yeah,
the gist of what I'm trying to say here is Gen G, they are no one-trick ponies.
Yeah.
Well, we're moments away for our 2 partner representative teams for the mid-season finals. One from OCE, the other from Asia, to duke it out in a rematch of all rematches once again. Moments away from picks and bans for map number 1. Can you give us a quick prediction, you two?
Might be 4-2 Gen G. That's my
Okay.
prediction.
Best
Gen
of
G in
7.
6.
I'm going to say 4-1 Gen G. I think the flexibility of Gen G and the fact that they were able to best Reject and also take a little bit of a breather, reassess, had a little bit more time to VOD review, I think they're going to be prepared.
Sounds good to me. Very excited to see how these picks and bans play out. And again, remember, it's Burn into T'Challa as the domination map. Some of these dom points are very different from the others, and I'm curious to see if that's going to switch things up.
It might influence the type of compositions that they want to go for, right? When you go into these domination maps, you have no idea which zone map you're going to be in. When you're inside of that band trap, So at the very least, Genji and Reject are just going to have to go with the game plan that they're used to, right? Just take away the Mantis, maybe put a little emphasis on the Gambit, because both sides have definitely went for the Gambit time and time again, although Reject do definitely might want to flex a little bit, right? Maybe you forego the Mantis, although it might be a huge risk if they do so, but
and no one's
maybe
taking that
try to
risk,
throw that
Dan.
curveball.
No one's taking that risk.
You never know. It's a best of 7. It can go any way.
You know, maybe later on in the series, but for right now, you know, as is often the case with some of these longer series in the feeling out process, you're not going to deviate a little bit, like, too far from the norm, you know? We're going to see the Gambit Protect coming out from Reject, a Rocket Band coming out from Genji. I think, you know, that on its own, it means, like, you know, we don't care if you manage to get the Rogue through. Like, that's less of a priority than making sure you don't have access to the Rocket, and that just kind of shows, like, a solid meta understanding from Genji.
That's a solid point, right? Rogue has definitely fallen off a little bit in the ban draft. We saw it happen a lot in, I think, around the middle of our playoff coverage, right? That Rogue ban has been usually the second when the Gambit does get saved. And all of these teams so far, or at least at the very top, have been putting a little more emphasis on the Rocket Raccoon, and both sides are doing exactly that, as we're still in a full mirror scenario as both teams take away the Luna Snow to maybe nullify the anti-dive potential from both sides.
It's going to be a Star-Lord Protect that comes out from Genji, so I think that does give a clue as to the direction that they want to take this play, potentially for that Galactic Flush combination, and you know, does also kind of set up either Bobo or FMCL with a solid all-around choice, but a Captain America ban from Reject, that's pretty huge, Dan.
And that's gonna, again, limit the dive potential from Genji. But then again, I feel like Genji are completely okay with Reject taking those away, because again, the Star-Lord being able to pair it together with the Raging Royal Flush means that that ultimate rotation, if it does come online, it will be devastating for Reject to try to handle.
We got a real quick pause so you get to see our lovely faces as we yap just a little bit longer, but you know, I do kind of think that, you know, the Star-Lord Protect into some of these other picks and bans that we got does kind of force Genji to commit fully to that. You know, specifically, you know, the one-sided White Fox, you know, making sure that if you try to go all out with a dive, there's going to be a survivable backline for the side of Reject, and we saw them leverage that strategy up against XO, and Genji are one of the only teams that are capable of playing dive to the same degree of XO, and arguably better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the amount of flexibility. We talked about it before loading into this game. Genji have the flexibility of running dive. They have the flexibility of running that front-to-back style. And which composition does Genji rely on more, as Reject and Genji clash once again? It's a rematch from the upper finals, and now here in a best-of-7 scenario, the momentum needs to start here and now for either side.
And Bobo already getting a lot of momentum with that Cyclops, the concussive beams doing so much damage, and Skittles gonna follow up on that damage. Nearly catches out Lastro as well, but Lastro will throw down a smoke bomb and teleport away, but away from the point means that Genji will get themselves on the point first. Duep coming in with a nice little stomp there onto Gargoyle, who tried to throw down the ban hammer, but Duep will lift that ban, and first cap will go the way of Genji.
And Genji will win out that first fight. FMCL still held on to the ban hammer, so if Genji want to get aggressive, they can afford to do so, right? Put FMCL in a position to try to pressure the backline of Reject, whether with it be the ban hammer or the big test. We'll see how FMCL decides to handle this. Duep gets dangerously low, but is able to just barely escape.
He does have to retreat, and that does give up the high ground to Reject. You can see Brownie trying to set up for some shots, but he is going to have a hard time, especially with that ban hammer. The upgraded ban hammer, by the way. FMCL going straight for that one, making sure the passive damage makes it difficult for Brownie to poke his head out. So he's going to concede that high ground and rotate around to the other one, but still taking some of these duels, and it's given Genji some time to posture, so they don't have to worry as much about it. And Sung Inferno coming out, and he wants to dive in deep from the top rope. Won't be able to clean anybody up, and now with the Raging Royal Flush coming out from Skittles, Duep is going to go in and let the fists fly. He'll take down Sunghoon in short order, and Brownie will be shortly behind. And Zenstarry getting in there. Yaki gets his one, but he will pay his life for it, and Genji now crossing the 60% threshold.
Well, it's a little questionable when Brownie used that in Song Inferno. Not quite sure what the plan was there, either to maybe chunk the backline of Gen G to the point where if Reject wanted to go for a little bit of that dive, they had the backline of Gen G at a
Maybe
sliver
burn
of
lamps?
HP. Either that, yeah. Maybe burn the lamps, but still very, very questionable. That doesn't give Brownie that safety net when Gen G went for that move. And now with the Raging Royal Flush available on Reject, how much value can they get until Salvation is able to get a flush of his own?
Well, he does get it off, and Bobo also goes for the Ruby Rage, but those two ults will go awry, and now Lastro with the Kumiho unleashed, and Skittles is praying for a leash to come, but it just will not. Lastro gets a double KO as he takes down FMCL, and at 97%, Gen G may have to concede this point here. Reject looking to try and wrestle it away from them and get themselves on the board. Zenstari will attempt to swing to safety, but will find no such thing as Lastro's got another orb with his name on it, and Reject get their name on the board.
But not until Gen G gets to 99%. Reject are going to have to find a way to, at the very least, suppress Gen G's offensive push. Given that Gen G don't really have that much of an ultimate economy, the best thing they got is Duep on the Rogue to maybe use the Heartbreaker to try to suck up the ult charge from Reject. But right now, Reject, their only move is offense right now, right? Piggy with the Heaven's Retribution, maybe combo with the Ensong Inferno, but no, Brownie's gonna hold on to it this time. Learn from the mistakes of the past fight as Duep is just kicking down Yaki.
Yeah, they're not able to execute on that Heaven's Retribution, and Yaki getting punished there, and FMCL gonna cut Piggy down to size, clip the wings of the one-winged angel, and when you only got one, there's nothing left keeping you in the sky. But Gen G looking to try and soar. Brownie taken to the sky, looks to scorch them, and crash back down to earth, but he won't find the Elim. FMCL putting down Lastro. Duep pummeling Sunghoon, and suddenly the strategist lineup for Reject is nowhere to be found, and Duep says he's gonna take everything. He'll take away this map from Reject if he has his chance. Brownie taking a duel up on the high ground with FMCL will win it narrowly by the skin of his teeth, but Bobo is there to seize on the opportunity, and he is going to let the Ruby Rage fly. So much damage coming out. There is going to be the regen domain to help keep Reject alive, but when that expires, Salvation goes in. Zenstari not too far behind, and all the KOs going Gen G's way, and the first map will do the very same.
Warrior Falls goes to Gen G. It just felt like Gen G gave a little bit of pity points over to Reject, in particularly 36%. But Gen G, it just feels that they know what to do, right? Every single engagement, they figure out, hey, we have these ultimates, we have these resources. What can we do to try to put Reject in a spiral where they have to use resources of their own, and then Gen G just have to go for the finishing blow, right? Disrupting as much of Reject as possible. And you saw that, right? Gen G are actually putting pressure onto Brownie. And Reject definitely are a little bit stunned, trying their best to, at the very least, give Brownie as much room as possible to go for those free damage shots. But Brownie...
But the pressure, it's making Brownie second guess himself. Like, you called out that Ensong Inferno that was like... You know, the best case scenario for what he was trying to do there was maybe burn lamps, and you just need so much more value out of that ultimate.
And right now, coming into this next fight, FMCL kicking things off with a portal. Maybe try to divide the front to back of Reject, and they're doing just that. They just go right into Brownie, and he is gone.
And that's an anti-heal that comes out from Salvation, and there's going to be a Royal Flush that comes out from Sunghoon. He'll take down Skittles, so it's a decent trade, but Reject needs so much more than that, and the portal is still there, making it hard for them to get in. But Lastro, with the damage, will take down FMCL, and Reject have pulled the Uno reverse card here. I guess that's what was in Gambit's deck that time around. Will they be able to get the first cap, though, as Gen G have seemingly abandoned the fight, tried to take the point for a time being, but Reject, looks like they will be the ones getting the first cap. Piggy is going to hold the door and make sure nobody stops them.
Yep, Royal Flush will be in the cards for both sides one more time. Salvation is the one that kicks things off, but Lasher is able to get his down in time, so it's going to be a neutral playing field as Gargoyle is going to try to disrupt the backline once more, and that's going to be the end of Salvation.
Regen domain forced out, but it's very selfish that Skittles just trying to keep his own life alive, but that's okay. You left your friend's body behind, and Gargoyle is going to commemorate the occasion once again, and Gen G are going to have to take a mulligan on this fight. Reject staking their claim, and it's off for the duplicate Royal Flush from Lastro, having the trump card this time over Salvation, but Skittles will now have one uncontested for this next fight. He is channeling it right now, and it is now go time for Gen G. They couple this with the Feast of the Abyss as the only other ultimate online, as Heartbreaker is lagging a fair bit behind, and Gargoyle looking to get out of dodge, feeling the full weight of Bobo's presence, and Bobo will take him down. Another Heaven's Retribution now coming out from Piggy. Can they convert this into an Elin this time around. Yes, Yaki will claim salvation, and that is a good opening there for Reject. And Bobo, with only 49 HP, will tuck his tail between his legs and realize that his team has abandoned ship, and so too must he.
Just barely got to the health pack. He was sitting at around 10 HP, but Reject...
Oh, hello, Yaki!
Great look there, but yeah, Yaki is just jump scaring Bobo. He's gonna get staggered quite heavily. Gen G, they are stacking up that ultimate economy for a little bit more, but not until Reject are able to get Royal Flushes of their own. Both Sunghun and Lastro will have access to 2 sets of that Raging Royal Flush. How well does Gen G try to counter this? Because right now I'm looking at Duep to try to maybe stick onto the backline of Reject with that Heartbreaker.
It's got to be him. There's not going to be a Feast of the Abyss. Zenstarry had it forced out defensively. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush, but Yaki, I think his ultimate got denied. Are we going to be able to find anything with this, though? The Banhammer from Gargoyle. He's pulling the katanas out, and he just carves Salvation up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and Skittles is going to be the main dish. Sunghoo now taking down Zenstarry, and Reject decisively staking their claim on Imperial Institute of Science. Is there going to be an opportunity for a touch on Gen G's side? It looks like no. We go 1-1.
Gen G just concede. They realize, hey, we lost our strategist way too early. This fight might be cooked, but that's okay. We still have one more round going into Stellar Spaceport. And now how does Gen G decide to approach this, right? You now have the advantage when it comes to that Raging Royal Flush, because now it's going to be Gen G's turn to get 2 sets of that Gambit ultimate, and with Bobo switching over from the Cyclops over to the Star-Lord means that this combo should be online if Bobo is able to get that ult charge up as soon as possible. But right now, as it stands, Reject, they have to get aggressive. They have to make that first move before Salvation is there with the reactionary Gambit ultimate.
I agree wholeheartedly. Like, I think Reject, you know, you're probably going to rely on the ult tracking and know that Salvation, he either has that Royal Flush or he's close to it, and you need to pull the trigger first with Lastros.
I'm sure Reject are definitely thinking about that, right? Both sides also having the Vanguard Deadpool to, at the very least, if they're able to get that early momentum, they're able to just extend it further. Reject now making contact with Gen G. When does Lastro pull the trigger? That's where we're going to look here.
I mean, as it takes a little bit of time for these two teams to close the distance, 91% now for Salvation. Lastro looking to pull the trigger now, 96% though, so Salvation might be able to get the better Royal Flush here, and Gen G are going to back up and give him the opportunity to build up to it. Lastro hasn't actually pulled the trigger on the Royal Flush yet, waiting for Salvation to do that. It seems like they're just in sync. Both Gambits now pulling the trigger on the Raging Royal Flush. Which team does, in fact, have the winning hand? It may, in fact, be Gen G, as Duep and Bobo both getting their pounds of flesh, and Yaki saved by the Regen domain, but Bobo, the legend that he is, will take his legends to the stars and write one in the galaxies above. Piggy and Yaki both felled, and Gen G will get the first cap.
Yeah, Gen G are completely okay with this. It might have been a little bit of a mistake for Reject. If they do get the Raging Royal Flush a little bit earlier, there was a chance that Reject were just able to run over Gen G. Salvation would have panicked a little bit. Reject would have just rushed them down. But because they used the Royal Flush at the exact same time, that gives Gen G the advantage, right? Skittles now has access to the God of Mischief, but Duep is going to be able to just run into the backline of Reject to try to disrupt them as much as possible. And look how much pressure is on the side of Reject. All of those health bars just dancing up and down, and Gen G are doing a great job at the very least keeping the mission area to themselves and forcing away Reject.
Also drained out so much of the ult charge, and with that, they're able to make sure there's no defensive utility to stop Duep from pummeling Lastro. Heaven's Retribution, though, from Piggy. He may be able to get something with this if the follow-up is there. Duep is on a sliver of HP, and the axes of Icar will carve him in twain, and Yaki has got one for Skittles as well. Brownie taking down Zenstarry. 3 quick KOs for Reject off of that fight, and they make the best of a bad situation. Stratus Ultimate still lagging a fair bit behind, and a couple of stragglers from Gen G staggering out this percentage. FMCO will be felled by Yaki. A portal play coming out here, and Reject haven't been able to stake their claim just yet. Gen G willing to fight for it. White Knuckle this point away, but Gargoyle just puts a Glock right in the face of Salvation, pulls the trigger, and that might be enough for Gen G to be evicted from this point. Finally, if Reject can get 1 or 2 more KOs. There we go. There's one. Can we give him the second?
Oh, Gen G. Although that was a losing fight, already telegraphed as soon as the portal came up, it was enough to at the very least give Gen G all the way up to 77%, so that when Reject do lose that on a fight, Gen G will effectively put Reject in final fight territory scenarios. as Reject now getting a foothold onto the site. How long can they retain it? Both sides using the flush at the exact same time again.
A perfect synchronicity between Lastro and Salvation on that exchange, but the Ensong Inferno will torch Salvation to a crisp, and Gargoyle taking out Skittles as well. The backline from Genji is gone, but hang on, it's your own backline that you got to worry about. There was a back cap potentially coming out. FMCL, though, getting caught with the ability absorption by Yaki, and the members of Genji just one by one bleeding out. And I guess the silver lining here, Dan, is like you mentioned, the portal. Taking these stagger fights does buy yourself more time to give yourself that second chance, but ideally you'd like to find the flip sooner rather than later.
And gotta go back to the fight, right? Huge props for Reject to eliminate Skittles before he was able to get the God and Bishop down. That gives Reject enough time for Soonquin to get his Raging Royal Flush online. And now both teams will have another set of that Raging Royal Flush in sync with each other. Skittles gets the copy down. Here comes the retake.
Yep, Sunghoon again, though, gonna to mirror it. Brownie taking out Skittles, giving his life for it, courtesy of Zen Starry. Now we're gonna have the Heartbreaker coming out from Duep. Yaki is a couple percentage away, but doesn't seem to need it. Heaven's Retribution from Piggy, and he'll drop right on top of Bobo. And Genji, once again, repelled from the point as Reject will take the lead. A nice little skewer there from Piggy. Bonks his Widowhead up against Zenstarry, but it doesn't matter because Zenstarry is not going to be getting out of this one alive, and neither is Duep for that matter.
Here's the problem though, Genji invested the portal to get more percentage points. They don't have it. It's going to be a mad dash to try to get control of the mission area. 93 and counting. Can Genji touch at the very least? Zenstarry will look to do just that. Is able to just retain it onto the site, gets the Feast of the Abyss to stall even further, and we go into overtime.
He's relying on that overhealth, but he's about to have no health. If Brownie can just land one final shot, he's able to dodge, but no, Brownie will hit it, and Skittles won't be there. There's not going to be the regen domain when you need it, but it's Brownie's domain that you need to worry about as he stakes his claim over this point, and all that he surveys belongs to him. This point, Vernon's T'Challa, Stellar Spaceport, FMCL's very life belongs to Brownie, and as these members of Genji will throw themselves into the mill, into the grinder, one by one, just to hope to stall, Salvation will take down Piggy, and he might be able to get Brownie as well, forcing out the Ensong Inferno, and Salvation gets away, gets the Raging Royal Flush, and this is suddenly turnable now for Genji, as Bobo will take down Brownie, has the Galactic Legend, will take to the skies, Yaki getting bursted down, and Genji miraculously have found the flip.
How in the world did they do that? It just looked like Genji were trying to stall, and then somewhere during that fight, they were able to get a regroup down. Salvation gets access to the Raging Royal Flush and is able to shut down the rest of Reject, force them away, and now the ball is in Reject's court. They need to get the Mad Dash down. 96 and counting. Who's going to be there to touch?
It's going to be Lastro with the Raging Royal Flush. There is going to be a touch, but Bobo's on the flank, looking to try and pressure Brownie down. And FMCL is just where? And Yaki can't get the peel, can't get there in time. Bobo gets the health pack, and he's able to get down alive. He's got a second health pack, and Sunghoon is trying to take this duel, but Bobo has got 3 health bars, my friend, and that is a lot to chunk down. I don't know if you're ready for this boss battle, my friend, and Reject may have come unprepared for this battle with Genji, as they aren't able to close this one out. Bobo taking the duel now up against Piggy. Duep with the Heartbreaker goes in, looking to take everything. Gargoyle wants to claim it for his own, though, and will pop a cap right in him. Shut that one down, but the Jetful from Skittles inside of that Heaven's Retribution. He's got 3!
That's 3!
And he's carrying them off the map, and he's carrying Genji to a victory on map number 1, as Salvation will take Yaki down, and Reject snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Genji up 1-0.
Someone had to clutch. Both teams were playing so well. It really did have to come in towards the clutch, and Skittles is the one that answers the call here in map number 1. Round number 1, it looked very much in favor of Genji. Round 2 was very much in favor of Reject, but then round 3, it just felt like both teams figured out what the opponent wanted to do, and they just went blow for blow. Gambit Royal Flush after Gambit Royal Flush being canceled out time and time again, and then Skittles off the Jeff gets half of Reject into the Abyss, and that's all it takes for Genji to take Rowley's map number 1 here in this best of 7.
Skittles redeeming himself, though, for those 11 casualties like that, I think, is the glaring pain point on the side of Gen G's scoreboard. But hey, you take a triple KO to win the fight with that Jeff ultimate. I think you redeem all of that, but I do think that that kind of tells the story, and that's how Reject were able to stay ahead, is that they were able to somehow get access to the backline, a Loki Gambit backline, and put the kibosh on that ult charge, make it so much more difficult for Skittles to match the pace. Even still, somehow, he was able to keep in step with Lastro and Sunghoon. These backlines were just in perfect synchronicity all throughout. When one team had a Royal Flush, the other had one as well, and it never felt like one team was able to get the advantage in that exchange. And I don't know, it's just so even on the first map here, Dan, and I'm hoping that this means we will go the distance. I really hope it's a harbinger for what's to come.
I hope so too. Like, I gotta go back to that fight where it felt like Reject had map 1 in their grasp, but Gen G somehow, some way, were just able to stall enough for everyone to get the retake going, and then Reject just weren't able to put Gen G down. They just kept kicking and screaming. Then Gen G came together as 6 with the Raging Royal Flush from Salvation, was able to just barely get themselves back into the game.
That was the moment too, I think, where like Salvation forcing out the Endsong Inferno from Brownie, but even Salvation was low enough in HP, but he's able to dash out behind cover so he doesn't take any damage from it, and then in that moment, in a split second, channel that Royal Flush. Doesn't care who he hits, as long as he gets a couple members of Gen G, it's enough damage for Gen G to muscle their way back into it, and they go up in the series. But this series is just getting started, chat. We've got more action on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, I promise you don't want to miss it.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, one hell of a way to start off Grand Finals. Let me tell you, Pacific is cinema. We are already popping off with an amazing retake. Vernon T'Challa went to 3 points and just barely Reject lost. Dan, I feel like you have some strong opinions about this.
This should be 1-0 Reject. It shouldn't be 1-0 Gen G. I'm
happened?
still in shock of how Gen G were able to regroup during that, right? During that final few fights in that third and final round, right? Reject just had to clean up Gen G. Gen G were effectively trying to stall, maybe pray for some sort of retake, maybe pray for some sort of regroup to come through, and they got just that. Reject were not able to put away Gen G in time, and as both sides went blow for blow like they did throughout the entirety of that first map, Skittles then just, put that comeback into fruition for Gen G.
I mean, all the pray and Reject could have done, I mean, Gen G, they prayed for salvation and they got him.
Oh yeah, oh, hello. Heart of Heaven going into map 2. We are moments away from picks and bans. We're going straight into it. CB, this is the only map that Gen G has lost in the entirety of stage 1, and that was last night against Reject.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't exactly a stomp, but it's still Reject going back to their old stomping grounds. You know, they felt like they won this map up against Gen G, and they're going to put Gen G's VOD reviewing up to the test. Did you crack the code? Did you figure out what went wrong on that map? You better have, otherwise this is going to be a tie series. And I do kind of like the strategy from Reject to go for this early on, because why not? It's a best of 7 series. You'll have so many more chances down the line to pull some of your other tricks out. Try and, you know, come out with one that you already feel like is going to work up against this team to get yourself back into it.
But surely if you're Gen G, you're expecting Heart of Heaven to come back out again, right? You must have come up with some counter adaptations, even if it's only been 24 hours.
It does seem like that. Like, Gen G definitely had a feeling this was gonna come in one way or the other, right? But Reject will just whip it out right here in map number 2. Gen G, I mean, the best way you can really make any adjustments from the last time they played against each other on the Heart of Heaven is the ban draft. We'll see if any adjustments do come in. Both sides were given access to the Gambit and the Loki, so both sides were just going blow for blow with these Gambit ultimates, and so far it did seem like they were in sync with each other for the most part.
What would you like to see in the ban draft, Dan?
Maybe take away the Loki. I mean, both sides did get access to it, but it did seem like if that tempo was ever so slightly out of sync with each other, there was a chance that one team just could have just ran over the other.
I would almost argue like a counterpoint though, like with how close Burden T'Challa was, especially at the end. Like if you're Reject, like being in a lot of those situations, you probably feel like, well, what we were doing didn't not work. It almost actually worked. We just have to clean up some mistakes in the gameplay in order to like overcome that last couple inches. You know, that's how close that first map was. So, you know, I would argue like maybe you don't really change up too many things from map 1 to map number 2. But again, to Keg's credit, like Gen G are going to be prepared for a Heart of Heaven pick. They will have like VOD reviewed this and again tried to figure out what went wrong against Reject yesterday. But this really puts that homework to the test. You know, did they complete the assignment?
See if they do just that. Reject choose Heart of Heaven and they choose to attack first. Going into the ban draft, does that influence how Reject handled this ban draft? Or were you going to see something very, very similar to what we saw in map number 1? Because if you want to make adjustments, maybe now is one of the better times to do it, with not much of that pressure on the line right now.
Well, neither team deviating too far from what we saw in the last one so far, as we're going to have Gambit Protects and a Rocket ban, and you better believe that that next ban is going to be the Rocket, and I think that's interesting. You know, you also brought up the Rogues. Both teams did come to play with a Rogue, and I think both actually looked pretty solid on it, whether it was, you know, Duep in kind of that, like, double Vanguard lineup, or Yaki, you know, making it more of a triple Vanguard look with Piggy up on their, on the Angela, and, you know, Gargoyle on that, that Vanpool. I think it ended up being a pretty solid look for Reject at the end, and so with both teams being comfortable with that, neither team really willing to ban it out from the other team.
I do want to mention that, right? The Yaki on the Rogue. Usually Yaki is the one running the Vanguard Deadpool. Gargoyle is the one running that hero instead, so not sure if there was any sort of adjustments coming in behind the scenes of Reject, putting Yaki on the Rogue instead of Gargoyle, because we've seen how strong Gargoyle was on the Rogue.
I think it makes sense though, because like even at like the peak of Daredevil's OP-ness in the meta, Rogue kind of worked in some of these like triple Vanguard lineups as just like a Daredevil with extra HP. So I think, you know, Rogue kind of suits Yaki's hero pool pretty well. So if they want to come out with that look again, you know, I wouldn't hate to see Yaki on it again. He looked pretty solid, and you said, you know, maybe one team bans out the Loki. They're going to do the exact opposite, Dan. There's going to be no Loki bans to be had as a late save comes through for Reject, and a one-sided Star-Lord now for Gen G. Once again, Bobo is going to be taken to the stars.
Yep. Gambit, Star-Lord, once again, will be the combo for Gen G. It's worked out for them quite well in map number 1, and they're going to try to rely again here in map number 2. Yaki briefly plays the Spider-Man, now switches back over to the Rogue to team up with Seung-Hoon on the Gambit as Piggy's taking control of that high ground. see, looking at the positioning of Gen G, they're looking to just spread out, take as much coverage as possible, so that when Reject try to go for different ways in, they will have to at the very least, meet at least one member of Gen G.
With Piggy and Gargoyle essentially claiming that high ground, it does give an opportunity for Brownie to get up there and start hitting the shots, and Gen G are going to be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that that does not happen. Duep with the fists flying, looking to try and clamp down on one of the members of Reject. Catches Gargoyle out in a little alcove, but the rest of the gang is there. Will bail him out of trouble, and Duep is going to have to abandon ship on that one. And so far, it's been bloodless here for the first minute or so, but Reject getting in deep there. Piggy getting caught out, found 3 members, and was only looking to try and take a 1v1. Got way more than he bargained for. Now with the banhammer coming out from Gargoyle, Brownie will be able to take down Duep, so it's an even Vanguard for Vanguard trade, and Piggy will be back a little bit faster, and Reject have managed to get their toes on the point for the time being.
Yeah, big Angela mobility on top of a closer spawn room. Piggy already back in this fight. Just tormenting FMCL. Finally gets the backstab on him. Poor guy. As
he thought he was safe. You know, he was like going for that health pack, and Piggy just like pokes him from around the corner. Like that had to feel like a horror video game moment, but Zenstari looking to try and save Duep there. Bobo with the Galactic Legend pressuring down Piggy. The regen domain, the only thing he's got to keep him alive. And a port play coming out as well from FMCL. So Gen G already on the back foot as 2.5 ticks have been captured. But Brownie has captured Zenstari with yet another Cosmic Flame downrange. And the more he hits these shots, the more pressure is going to be on Gen G. But Lastro wants to keep that pressure going. He's got the winning hand. And Sung Inferno could be coupled with this Rage and Royal Flush. And Gen G don't have the best tools to be able to deal with it. Brownie off on the flank with that right click. The Sonic Detonation just drops it right on top of Skittles. Will burn him down, and that was with the God of Mischief. There's not going to be a second strategy result that comes out for Gen G. This is go time now for Reject. They seize the moment. They seize the point.
Are they able to get value inside of the neutral? Bobo's able to capitalize, right? They find 2 onto Reject. Zenstari might even find a 3rd here, and Gen G off a full neutral scenario with Skittles gone so early in that pass fight are able to try to get exit trades, but Gen G cannot stop the mission area being charged up to 100%, and Reject just barely get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, but like Gen G, like now they have to go for a spawn hold, and Reject, they don't care that they lose that point because, you know, if they unlock the first point, their spawn is going to be right there. They've got ults to break through if they should need them, and now Gen G are kind of stuck on this awkward triple Vanguard composition with the Doctor Strange. He's going to have an Eye of Agamotto, so it's not entirely fruitless. Skittles is going to duplicate the invisible boundary, pop it on the point, and give a safe haven for Gen G to play on the point as Yaki goes in deep with a Heartbreaker, but he's not finding a whole lot as everybody from Gen G is covered behind the veil of safety provided by Skittles, and they'll have another one before long as Salvation 60% can build up to that pretty quickly with 3 Vanguards to farm that ult charge off of. Heaven's Retribution now from Piggy. FMCL is holding up the shield. Eyes and Eye of Agamotto looking to try and stun Piggy out. He'll catch onto Yaki, and that is going to be just as good, and Reject will be repelled for the time being.
Kind of surprising that Gen G still don't switch over to the Gambit. That has been working out for them for a while in map number 1. They're putting Salvation onto the Invisible Woman instead. Maybe, at the very least, maybe I'm thinking to just get a little more defensive to try to counter what Reject are doing, but I gotta give props to Reject, right? They're making more aggressive moves, right? They don't hesitate to use the Raging Royal Flush, because I felt like back in map 1, Lastro kind of just held on to the Raging Royal Flush for a good while, but now they're looking more proactive, they're looking more aggressive, and now they're forcing Gen G away with the God of Mischief.
Yeah, Gen G have given up so much ground here that they might be able to get this cart around the corner and then get it to a little bit of that even footing where both of the spawns are so close that all Reject have to do is try and brute force it the rest of the way, and indeed they will, and this is a huge coup for Reject off of just that ultimate. Even though it comes out bloodless, it still gets them everything that they wanted. Now Brownie, with that Endsong Inferno, can't quite confirm the Elim onto Salvation. Salvation is able to cling to his namesake, and now Bobo, taking the duel in the backline with Gargoyle, will clean him up with a nice little backflip for style points. Then Starry does fall on the other side, but again, as we mentioned, the spawns are very close. Bobo with the Galactic Legend and an invisible boundary to keep himself safe. Regen Domain's keeping Reject safe though, so he's not able to find a whole lot with his ultimate. Will turn his attention to Gargoyle coming out of the spawn, try and pepper down Lastro, but nobody falls, and both teams standing stalwart for the time being.
Good reaction coming in from Reject. They only use the Regen Domain to counter 2 ultimates thrown by Gen G. Skittles does have the God of Mischief. Is he able to get a good copy down? He could just copy Salvation, but he could go for the more aggressive route. Try to find Seunghoon in his line of sight to get the copy down onto him. We'll see if he's able to do it. We've seen him be able to pull that off, but can he do it one more time as Bobo is able to find Piggy, and that's Gen G up 1.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. Zensari goes in aggressively with the Assassin's Charge, saw Brownie's low health bar and said, I will be having that, eats it up for lunch, and now we're under a minute and Reject have to make a play. And you were talking about Skittles with that God of Mischief. You know, I think he wants to wait until he's forced to try and make that decision, but the problem is the longer he waits, the more time it buys for Lastro and or Seunghoon to build up to a Raging Royal Flush, and you can use that invisible boundary to try and stop one of them, but Salvation has to try and make up the difference there. He's beating Salvation to the punch just ever so slightly, but needs to try and make up that deficit and get there before that second flush comes out. And he also needs to keep an eye out on Yaki, who could deny either of those ults from coming out with the Heartbreaker. We're gonna have an early God of Mischief coming out from both sides, and there's that Royal Flush. Invisible Boundary now from Gen G. Yaki, though, goes with the Heartbreaker. It's a little bit too late. Oh, no! The Heaven's Retribution catches Duep outside of the Invisible Boundary, and now Brownie will snipe Salvation, and he doesn't get that second Invisible Boundary off. Gargoyle taking down Skittles. Eye of Agamotto, but Brownie has the schmoves. He dodges it, and FMCL will be taken down, and this will be the cap. Gen G will find point B and move on to C.
Perfect ultimate usage by Reject there. I mean, we talked about Skittles for a little bit, right? Is he able to get the aggressive copy onto Seunghoon? But the problem is Yaki was threatening that Heartbreaker, so if he walked any closer towards Yaki, he would have just straight up not been able to get the God of Mischief down. But huge Heaven's Retribution by Piggy to isolate Zensari out of that invisible boundary. And that's when Reject hit the GOAT button. They realize that there is a members isolated, and they take advantage of it. Brownie uses that end song Inferno to try to find some sort of value, but I'm not sure if the impact was there, but it doesn't matter.
It's there now, and the neutral with just the Cosmic Flames he finds too. And sure, I mean, I don't even know if he needed to hit the crate. There's gonna be a triple KO for him, and yeah, you didn't even need to get the whole combo off because Bro just with the left clicks gets the job done.
And now Gen G switch over to the Gambit. Salvation now getting closer and closer to that Raging Royal Flush. Skittles goes over to the Jeff. An interesting move by Gen G. I guess I'm assuming that Skittles wants to use the Jeff to try to get some of those environmental KOs down and maybe to find a way to keep the team sustained. Bobo is going to find Seunghoon, then lasers down Gargoyle. Zensari sends Brownie into the Abyss. So that environmental KO potential from Gen G is still potent, as Reject are going to have to find a way to, at the very least, touch, because right now we're in final fight territory.
Portal plays, Zensari, I think he wanted to go in for the Assassin's Charge to deny it, but thinks the better of it. Now the Galactic Legend. You're not going to like what's on the other side of this portal, Reject. They'll tuck their tails back inside, take a safe haven for now, but they got to come back out and keep the card in contention. Regen Domain also forced out early on from Lastro, and Zensari just going to throw the Heaven's Retribution right through the portal, and Duep is going to go back in and seize the moment, and Gen G have seemingly shut the door on Reject's attack. They draw the line and deny the full cap.
Good hold by Gen G, putting the pressure onto Reject, but still a very, very impressive push coming in from Reject. This is their map pick. This was the map that they used to tarnish the perfect record from Gen G. And now on the defensive side, how do you structure your team composition? Do you stay on the Gambit Loki, or do you go towards that triple style of play that many teams have been going for? But so far, Reject definitely looking to go for the former.
Yeah, Reject, I mean, it's more or less 1-for-1 exactly what they were playing on the attacking side, and I don't see any reason to switch it up, to be completely honest with you. Like, it's worked so far, you know, even though they're not able to completely execute on the point. I will remind you, I don't believe they full capped last time around either, so they essentially set the bar just as high as they did last time around, and Gen G weren't able to clear it, so it's really on Gen G to show us, you know, what is going to change on the attacking side to make them be able to clear that bar.
And so far, the plan is looking to be aggression for Gen G. Put Zensari on the Venom, FMCL on the Daredevil, so there's the dive potential there. Bobo could easily pick and choose to either play the front to back or dive with Zensari and FMCL. Duep could easily do the exact same thing. And Skittles teaming up with Zensari means that even Skittles could participate in the dive execution if he so chooses to. As a Reject, there's going to be a lot of that backline pressure incoming. How well can you handle it?
Also gonna have to pressure Brownie. I think that's gonna be another major pain point. You know, we talked about how nobody from EXO really got the pressure out onto Brownie when they needed to. Gen G will be privy to that, and they will definitely prioritize making sure he can't have the high ground for free. And even Bobo is gonna use some of these abilities to try and contest him. But Piggy is also there trying to play bodyguard for Brownie and make sure that he has an angle to be as oppressive as he have in the past. Gargoyle going in with that bubble shield is gonna pop Duep and take another little selfie, build up a little bit more of that percentage, and Zenstari going in, trying to get something, trying to make this push worth it. They get Lastro, and that is value.
Yep, Duep with the closer spawn room is able to rejoin the team way faster than Lastro. So Reject are going to be down one strategist, and it's going to be up to Seunghoon if he's able to stabilize Reject until Gen G look for a second move, and FMCL does a Rage Bait tech to eliminate Lastro once again.
Yeah, that's going to make this defense so much more difficult without the regen domain, without the healing, without Seunghoon. There's no healing at all. There is a banhammer from Gargoyle, but they can't capitalize on that one. As they are on the back foot, Zenstari will clean up Yaki. FMCL letting those Billy Clubs sing, and Brownie, I can guarantee you he is hit and skip as quickly as he can. He doesn't like this song hole very much. Seunghoon swapping over to the Dr. Strange, looking to try and get a portal in play, but it just comes too little too late. In fact, it doesn't come at all. Reject have to concede, and Gen G cap point A with 5 minutes to get through.
Lasho attempted to stall on the Jeff, but now goes over to the White Fox. Realizes that Gen G are very, very aggressive, right? They have the die composition online, and so far Reject looking to react, but Gen G go back to the spawn room, make more adjustments. FMCL doesn't really go for full dive, instead goes over to the Psylocke, so there is a little bit more of that front-to-back potential, and as soon as I talk about it, FMCL goes full front-to-back with the Cyclops.
Yeah, these two teams, you know, they're playing chess with one another and trying to figure out which piece is the right one to move, what is the correct move to make, and FMCL, I think on the Cyclops, I think is going to be a pretty good tool here, especially when we start to get down some of these more narrow hallways, and it will do a good job of contesting Brownie, and with that Rage and Royal Flush now coming out, I mean, you don't even got to worry about Brownie because the rest of his team is already gone. Brownie on a little bit of a flank, though, looking to try and take the duel. Ensong Inferno, he's got the sparks built up. He'll take down Salvation. That is a high-value elim, but he is going to find quite the mugging waiting for him when he returns to his mortal form. And Bobo, he is no mere mortal. He is a legend, a galactic one, in fact, and he will remind Yaki of the legends he wrote. It'll be the only casualty so far for Gen G, but Reject on the back foot, now forced to scatter for this hold.
Are they able to regroup in time to contest Gen G? Gen G are having very many ultimates being online very, very soon. Skittles is able to get the copy with the Gambit ultimate thanks to Salvation. FMCL tries to use the Ruby Rage to try to force away Reject for a little bit longer as the rest of Reject. How much more do you have in the tank? Because they find two. Zenstar is able to trade it out, but still it's a ban advantage in favor of Reject.
Yeah, Gen G kind of overheat and overextend, and that was a huge Heaven's Retribution from Piggy. Ended up peeling him for the backline, taking down two key members, and now Zenstari going in for a Heaven's Retribution of his own. FMCL will be able to clean up Seunghoon through that. Kumiho unleashed for Lastro, but that Kumiho is going to be bursted down and returning back to human form. And now Yaki looking to let the devil out, but he's got no healing. He needs to try and find some blood, but he just can't find it. He'll only find the business end of Bobo's blasters, and Duep is going to blast Gargoyle down with his bare fists. And 2:45 in the time bank, and Reject still struggling to keep this defensive going. Gen G threatening to cap point B just a couple of meters away, and Reject too afraid to go in for the contest, and Duep says, all right, I smell your fear. I will go in and I will take it. Going on in, continuing to pressure Piggy back, and Piggy just turning around, trying to fly back to his team, and you can see the box of victory, the checkpoint right there.
And Reject, they concede the fight to, at the very least, preserve their grouping the stack together, right? Stay 6-man strong, don't get staggered, or else things become way more problematic. Gargoyle is gonna find a 1v1 onto Duet, but both will just shake hands and walk away. And now coming into this fight, Gen G have the execution down. This might be the nail in the coffin with Salvation and Bobo teaming up.
A Galactic Flush potentially coming out. Bobo looking to give them an upper decker. He's going to take down Lastro, burning down Seunghoon, and he's so far away from the rest of the fight that the card is still moving forward. Yaki tried to take down Salvation, but will do no such thing. Salvation returns the favor, takes him down, and a Banhammer can't even slow him down because he's got the regen domains, the lamps lighting him up, and Skittles with that Rage and Royal Flush. Gen G looking to light up the KO feed blue, and Reject being evicted from this point once again as Skittles with the Bayou Bash will bash Piggy down and break down the walls that Genji were not able to overcome last time around. They are now up 2-0, Dan.
I mean, throughout this entire series so far, it just feels like Genji are just way better than neutral. Yeah, ultimate usage is one thing, but if you're able to come out on top in many of these fights when no ultimates are in play, that is extremely beneficial when it comes to that early momentum that both teams really want to go for. And Genji, it just feels like they're just more mechanically goated at it.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically goated is a word that you can apply to just about any member of this roster, but Bobo with a well-deserved MVP, 12 final elims, and, you know, for all the rogue combinations that we talk about, it was that galactic flush towards the end there, as Bobo just goes in deep and takes down both members of Reject's backline, and there's really nothing you can do. You know, when your back's already up against the wall and there's no healing to give you at second chance, it's pretty much just curtains at that point, and Genji understand that, and on the map pick, Heart of Heaven from Reject, the one that they bested Genji on yesterday, I think my question for you, Dan, is this going to be a mental check for them? You know, they tried what potentially could have been their best shot and fell so far short.
I'm kind of wondering if map 1 is still in the heads of Reject, right? They should have gotten that map, and now coming into map number 2, they get a very good push on when they were on the attacking side, but then Genji just absolutely destroyed them in the push. And you gotta feel for Reject, right? How is their mindset going into this next map? Because right now, with 2 maps to Genji's name, Reject are gonna have to think of something generational to try to shut down Genji. And we also have to touch up on Genji's duelists and strategists, right? Bobo and Salvation, they have an insane amount of synergy together. Sometimes they don't even come that they're gonna use their ultimates in tandem with each other. They just pop one ult and then Salvation is there to back him up, or it's vice versa, right? Salvation goes in with the Raging Royal Flush and then Bobo just reactionary uses the Galactic Legend without any hesitation.
It's the kind of synergy that you can only build up from playing together as a team for as long as Genji had, and for all the synergy that Reject has from some of their past incarnations and some of their stints together on other teams, this roster, this core of Reject, has not been together as long as the 6 stack over on the side of Genji. So you're right, like, you know, there is that that synchronicity there between Bobo and Salvation, but I think that exists between all 6 members of Genji, and they are all on the same wavelength. And I think a major part of that wavelength is deny Brownie the opportunity to frag out. You know, we saw some clutch moments, we saw some hero plays coming out from Brownie, but it's just not the same as what we saw in that series up against XO, because he's not being allowed to make as many of those moments happen. He's having to go out of his way to try and make those moments happen, and when he does, he's getting caught out. Like, I'm thinking of that End Song Inferno on the defensive side in Point B, where he's like, all right, I've got the sparks built up on Salvation. I know if I pop End Song Inferno, I'm going to be able to confirm this elim, but what's waiting for me when I come out of this ultimate is all other 5 members of Genji, and they are pissed that you took down their Gambit. We are going to go to a map number 3, chat. Remember, it's a best of 7, so we're not done quite yet. We're not even on match point right yet. We're only halfway through at least, and you do not want to miss the second half, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
The battle for the first champion for Stage 1 of Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026 heats up more as we get to see 2 maps now from Genji against Reject, the team that they've sent down to the lower bracket. Reject had to face up against the wild card of EXO to get back into the grand finals for a chance to not only secure a guaranteed spot at the international midseason finals LAN alongside Genji, but now these two are battling for that sweet, sweet prize of good old cash, $42,000. My name is Keg, and I'm joined once again by CB and Dan, and we get to see whether or not Genji, can they make the full gambit? I don't know, but I think maybe, just maybe, Brownie needs a little help.
Yeah, 11 final hits for Brownie in that last outing, and I think again, his showing versus EXO earlier on in the night does kind of tell the tale. He was relatively uncontested in that engagement, but this time, Genji are doing all they can to peel whenever he goes on some of these flanks and off angles and tries to get access to the backline like he was against EXO, or outright denying him some of the angles and sight lines that he wants to be utilizing. And I think that's going to be a major mental check here as this series goes on. It's a best of 7. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And even though Reject have failed to clear the hurdle in the first 2 outings, they still have one more to give before it goes into dire straits.
So, my big question is that, again, only 1 map has been lost for the entirety of Stage 1 for Genji.
And only 1 map has been played for the entirety of Stage 1, period.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. We've seen this map at least 150,000 times. The times that we've seen Reject lose, they immediately pivot to Museum of Contemplation. This was the hard check up against EXO to unfortunately be one of the nails in the coffin, but Heart of Heaven, only map so far Genji has lost. They brought it back in spades, Dan. And you are the museum mastermind outside of Liger. What's going to happen, man?
I mean, give Brownie a little bit more resources, right? Reject, they're doing a great job at covering angles, but right now Genji are looking to just do the same thing, but a little bit better, right? At the very least, you need to make sure that Brownie is able to start doing all the damage that he needs to do, right? Let Brownie do what he does best. Exactly, just fry. Just keep on frying, but Reject, more resources I feel are going to be needed in order to, at the very least, let Brownie do what he wants.
You know what's funny? The conversation we're having about Brownie needing help right now is exactly what we were saying about EXO trying to target Brownie more in their last series. Now it's Bobo who's seemingly going unchecked on this Star-Lord, just finding insurmountable value in each of these matches. We saw at the end of the last game, 26-2 overall in those stats. Like, that's nothing to scoff at for Grand Finals.
And for a map like Museum of Contemplation, where we do typically see a lot of Star-Lord in the past, not so much this stage, but I do think it's still going to be a weapon that you need to be privy to. And to that end, if you want to try and pressure down a flyer like a Star-Lord, who better than Brownie on the hit scan to do just that? But he can't really do that when he's under pressure from not just Bobo trying to take that duel, but from FMCL, from Zenstari, from Duet, from everybody trying to deny him the access to that duel that he so desperately craves.
And you can see the amount of resources Genji also do commit to make sure that they have at least some sort of ultimate to try to combo with the Gambit, right? They put a lot of resources, putting a save, putting a ban onto the Star-Lord to make sure that they're able to get it down one-sided. And it's worked out for them, at least in these first 2 maps. Bobo coming up clutch in several moments with the Galactic Legend. Sometimes it was supercharged with the Raging Royal Flush. Sometimes it was just Bobo creating that space for Genji to walk on forward. And now heading into this ban draft, does Genji want to try to keep the Gambit synergy going, or do they try to go elsewhere? But for now, this first half of the ban draft has been the same for the last 2 maps, now going into map number 3, both sides taking away Mantis, the Rocket Raccoon, and saving Gambit.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think, even if this were to go to 8 maps, I think for all 8 of them, the first 3 picks and bans would all be more or less the same. But there is a deviation. Both teams getting that low-key ban, so no more double flushes, no more double boundaries, no double reses as well that we've seen from Genji in the past, and I think that's a big one considering on a map like this, they do love to pull out that triple, old reliable that used to work once upon a time, fell to the wayside for a while, but Genji are bringing it back.
now we start to go away from a full mirror ban draft as Reject get the one-sided Wolverine. Does that force Genji to ban the Cyclops here? They've already gotten it for Bobo, but no. They're going to let Reject have the Wolverine and the Cyclops team up because they deem that they are able to shut it down. They will take away the Luna Snow to get rid of that poke potential. Some extra damage from Reject as Reject looked to go on the attacking side as Brownie finally rolling out on the Cyclops.
Genji coming out with a cloak and dagger, which is interesting. You know, we don't have access to the rocket or to the Loki. You know, you can't really. There's not really a good option there for that that third strategist. But no Gambit, I think, is also a little bit interesting here. They do have access to it, but foregoing that in favor of some Terror Capes and some good old-fashioned AoE healing, and they're going to need a lot of it up against Brownie, as he, with that concussive beam, is just finding so much damage, already halfway to an ultimate, and Piggy not too far from that Strangling Prison as well. In fact, a lot of ultimates coming online from Reject. They are putting down a ton of damage, a ton of hurt, and all Genji can hope to do is try and stall some of it out. There's a huge wall that comes out from Zenstari, though, and off of that Dwep, with the Diamond Form, is able to crush Gargoyle, Carbon Crush Piggy, and that is a good first fight from Genji.
And Genji are able to get so much value out of it, not just from the eliminations, but also on their ultimate economy. Bobo already at 74% with the Karma Revival. That win condition is clear. Keep Bobo alive so that when things do go hairy, Bobo is able to just bring them right back into the fight. And you gotta
They're about to get pretty hairy, though, because, I mean...
They also have to make sure that Reject on their side, they cannot use too many of those resources because Bobo with a single Karma Revival can easily nullify it.
It's going to be the Royal Flush met with an invisible boundary, giving Genji a safe haven so they don't have to concede any ground, but there's going to be more threats coming out. Strangling Prison from Reject, and then there's going to be the Ruby Rage into it, but with that Eternal Bond that comes out from Skittles, it's just not going to be enough, but he goes in too deep and gets caught out there by Brownie. A very uncharacteristically aggressive play, but he's going to make the swap over onto the Jeff, so perhaps that was intentional. In fact, Bobo's not even going to res him, so definitely intentional. Strangling Prison and a Meteor M, it's just not enough as Reject holding strong. Sans Yaki, though, as he gets sniped out there from Zenstari, threading the needle between those walls and looking to try and poke Piggy down as well. Not able to do so, but enough damage has been done that Genji can stand their ground.
That was the Zenstari special, putting the Strangling Prison onto the wall to provide some extra line of sight for Genji to try to burst down the people that are CC'd up by that Strangling Prison, but Duep looking to CC Reject even further. Balastro is there in time with the invisible boundary. Can Yaki come up clutch with the last stand? But no, they don't even need it because they're already up 2.
Well, they were, and
Maybe.
then Bobo said, nah, you're going to be up 0, as a matter of fact, as the Karma Revival does come out. Reject weren't able to suss him out. Skittles, though, his casualty will be permanent, so Genji are still going to be down a man here. Of course, he's Jeff, he'll get back fast, but he might not have a whole lot of team left when he gets there. Salvation will keep them alive with the invisible boundary to nullify Piggy's ultimate there, so Reject, again, forced to engage a little bit more slowly, proceed with caution, buying Skittles more time to get back into the fray. Here's that Raging Royal Flush now, though, from Sunghoon. Reject want to try and push the envelope here. Brownie on the angle, looking to try and take down Bobo, and is he going to be able to find him? Yes, he will. There's a cocoon on deck if Bobo can get it off, but that's going to take a little bit of time. That means it's going to be less healing there, and now with Genji in this little alcove, it's fish in a barrel, and Brownie is going to pop the Ruby Rage, though. FMCL with the Meteor M to try and absorb some of the damage, and dunks it on top of Yaki, and 3 quick casualties coming through, and Reject are going to be shunted. Genji once again stand their ground.
Reject had the biggest of advantages there. Had the Raging Royal Flush. Genji didn't have any ultimates to work with at the start of that fight. Thankfully, Genji were able to, at the very least, stabilize with FMCL and Zenstari, but with 10 seconds on the clock, Gargoyle is going to channel the portal. Genji are completely ready for this.
It's going to be a Jeff ult, though, from Skittles. Still a little bit of time. 2 seconds left. Reject have to touch. They do. There's going to be a mag bubble that comes out, but I think Skittles still got one. No, it was just his friendly, so not going to be stunned there. Not going to be caught out, but Oh no, he got a Piggy! He got
boy.
one! That is a huge KO to come through. Lastro with the invisible boundary. Duep just gonna send the Psionic Seduction into it. It's gonna be that last stand that comes out from Yaki, but it's gonna be his own last stand. Brownie though, finding two, and no Cocoon this time for Bobo. No Karmic Revival. Lastro does fall courtesy of Duep though. The KO starting to swing back over in Genji's favor. And it looks like Gargoyle won't be long for this world. And with a Carbon Crush, Piggy will be put down, and Genji complete the full hold.
There was a perfect opportunity during that fight. Yaki actually got the last stand tag onto Salvation that did put down the invisible boundary. If Yaki was able to find the isolation, knock Salvation out of the invisible boundary, this outcome could have gone so differently. But Yaki just was not able to follow through in the end, and Genji, off of that, were just able to stabilize, just clean up the rest of Reject, and whenever Reject tried to go for the recontest, it was just shut down completely. Duep with the Carbon Crush does not allow Piggy to stall at all, and with Piggy going down early in that fight as well, Reject were just fragmented from start to finish.
Reject's going to, I guess, say anything you can do, I can do better, and they'll have to do it better than Genji as they mirror the composition that was played on the defensive side. Triple look with the Atom, Invis, and the Cloak and Dagger. I'm curious, like, why the Cloak and Dagger? Because I know she does do a fair bit of healing, but I guess if you don't have access to the Luna Snow, Cloak and Dagger might be the next best thing. You know, you also don't have the Rocket or the Loki, so I guess for Reject's sake, it makes a little bit of sense, but it's going to have to make a whole lot more sense, and it's going to have to make a few dollars, in fact, otherwise Reject ain't getting that big paycheck.
Another thing to note is, well, on the Cloak and Dagger, right, you do have access to the Terror Cape. Maybe synergize it with Piggy, who uses the Strangling Prison to clump up everyone, and then Lastro goes in with the Terror Cape to provide that extra vulnerability to allow maybe for some sort of KOs, whether it be through strategist ultimates or just from the sheer amount of damage coming out. Reject, this hold needs to be absolutely perfect if they want to, at the very least, put themselves in a comfortable situation in this best-of-7 grand final.
Where's FMCL, though? He is on the Daredevil, likely going to be scouting out the backline, going to be hunting for Brownie in particular on that Adam Warlock, and if he gets in there and takes him down and even forces out the Cocoon, that would be a coup for Genji, and Genji know, once again, the clock is on their side. They don't have to overcommit, but Duep gets caught out there. Nice little wall that comes out from Piggy and a mag cannon from Yaki, and FMCL loses the aforementioned duel, so Reject with a good first fight.
Seunghun now has the invisible boundary, so if Genji wants to get aggressive, Seunghun is there to back him up. Salvation is very close to the Raging Royal Flush, but there isn't really much synergy off of it. Zensari maybe could try to capitalize with it to get some sort of Strangling Prison down as soon as Seunghun's Invis boundary expires, but Piggy is there to try to clap back.
I don't know how Duep is going to be able to get out of that one. He somehow does and gets back to his healing. Piggy with the Strangling Prison is going to find nothing, and this is looking suddenly really good for Genji as FMCL has got into the backline. He doesn't get Bobo, but he got the two other strategists, and there's not going to be any res that comes out from Brownie. And I mean, Skittles is going to put Brownie down with a nice little Hawk 2 there, and Reject are going to be forced to backtrack, and Genji break the hold, and with all their ults still coming online.
All right, how is FMCL's wrist still intact? Bro was like flicking up, down, left, right, whatever direction you can ever think of, but Portal Play going to be invested by Reject because they have to. We're in Final Fight territory because the Batmobile so close to putting Genji at match series and championship point. Here comes Reject though, with a lot of those ultimates being dumped in.
Brownie preemptively pops that Karmic Revival, but no one from Reject has fallen. Genji gonna bide their time and just let that ultimate expire, and Reject, I guess, gonna make the most out of that when Yaki senses that Skittles is still here in the backline, as he and Seunghun have essentially swapped roles here, and they're stuck on it for the next minute 45 at least.
At the very least, Yaki is very close to the Raging Royal Flush, is going to be able to match what Salvation is about to throw at them, but the problem is Reject, because of how much they invested in that past fight, look at their ultimate economy coming into this. They only have 2, maybe 3 at most, and Genji are making that first move.
Yeah, let the devil out with that Raging Royal Flush, and it is just a full-on evisceration of this defensive side. It was supposed to be ironclad, but it's like Cottonelle toilet paper, and FMCL just tears a hole right through it, and there ain't a damn thing Reject can do about it, and there ain't a whole lot left they can do in this series because Genji are now on match point.
Reject they had their chances to, at the very least, hold off Genji for a little bit longer, but it just felt like that overinvestment in that past fight kind of just bit them back in the end. Their best bet was to, at the very least, match Salvation's Royal Flush, but with how fast Yaki just exploded, there was no chance for him to get anything off Genji. Again, making that proactive move meant that reject, when they had to get reactive, there was no time.
Yeah, like, I don't know about you, Dan, but at this stage, I'm kind of feeling 4-0-ish, you know, because I feel like Heart of Heaven and Museum of Contemplation, those have been rejects, you know, bread and butter when it comes to their very few, admittedly, map picks that they've gotten from the loser's pick, but, you know, you've already run out of those two options, given it your best shot, and come up short. Like, where do you even go from here? Not even just map pick-wise, but, like, mentally, where do you go from here?
I mean, we had a little bit of that scrimbucks as well, right? Reject haven't been looking so hot when they scrimmed against Genji, and so far that narrative might be translating into an official match. Genji just feels like they have Reject's number. I mean, we saw how many times Genji also adjusts their composition depending on what Reject wanted to do, and it just felt like at times Genji were just 2 steps ahead, right? Whenever Reject were pivoting towards anti-dive while Genji were running the dive, Genji were just like, yeah, you can do that all you want. You can pick the White Fox, you can pick the Luna Snow, you can pick the Loki. We're just going to go front to back anyway.
It's flexibility, it's, you know, having that synergy, it's being together and, like, trusting in each other to make the right swaps at the right time. And it's a trust that whoever's, like, calling the shots when it comes to these hero swaps, that we're all able to play around it. A lot of these swaps coming up from Skittles in particular, you know, again, I think back to that Eternal Bond where he goes in super deep and I kind of, like, throws his life away on purpose just to come back on the Jeff and then have that big hero play, swallowing Piggy whole, spitting him out off the side of the map and turning the tides early on for Genji. It's just, again, you know, you're trusting in your backline's hero pool to make these kind of swaps that you would probably flame your duos for if they were making them in ranked. But Genji looking to rank themselves as #1 in the region, and they are 1 map away from doing it, and we have got potentially that map on the other side of this break, chat. It is match point. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
It's been a long, long day for Reject, and a long, long day of Marvel Rivals for them. This could very well be their, 7th map overall in the last few hours? But for Genji, they've been chilling. They've only had to play 3 so far, and they are 1 map away from that $42,000 grand prize. They've already secured their spot at the international LAN, and so has Reject. But it's a grudge match between the two, a rematch many times over, and once again, in the upper bracket to the lower bracket, 2 grand finals, Reject have to find a way to get back into the grand finals. My name is Kag, I'm your host, and I'm with my two amazing, beautiful commentators. We got CB and Dan. The map pool is finally open, you two, for Reject to go wherever they want, but there's a problem. It's a best of 7, and all the safety options for Reject are gone, but they chose Celestial Husk.
Yeah, gonna take it back to domination, and I think, that might be the best case scenario for them, as the map pool opens back up and they can essentially choose any game mode that they want. But I think of the last 3 maps, Burn and T'Challa was the closest, and if not for that clutch play from Salvation, Reject would have won that map. And I think their mentality is like, okay, we've burned our safety nets, let's go back to something that we know we can win and just execute it better. Stick the landing, clear that last hurdle, and don't let Gen G get away with absolute thievery once again.
I mean, technically speaking, Gen G hasn't lost a domination match really at all this year.
But at the very least, the closest we've seen Reject to taking a map was in that very first map. It just felt like, again, the cleanup just wasn't done in time, and then Gen G got to regroup, and then just ran over Reject. Reject needed to clean that up, because right now, you had your best shot in map number 1. I hope the mental isn't getting in their heads, right? They're not letting map 1 affect them too much, because I don't know. Map 3 might have been like, hey, what is going on? We need to lock things in, or else we might just get knocked out of the water here.
I think when it comes to the mental game, right, like at this stage, you kind of just need a break. Like, you just need one thing to go your way, and then you can take that deep breath and reassess and take it one step at a time. But it's going to be that first step that I think is going to be the sticking point here for Reject. They need to get a map win. Like Keg, like you said, it's been a long night for them, and if they want to claim that grand prize, it's gonna have to be a lot longer, because it is reverse sweep city for them, all right? They're gonna have to go the full gambit all the way to 7, potentially 8, please, fingers crossed, if they want to claim that number 1 seed out here in the Pacific.
We will never sleep again, but we are moments away from potentially the final map. Tournament point now, stage 1 point, to crown themselves the first international winners of Ignite Stage 1. It's going to be Gen G. They're 1 map away from doing so, and the picks and bans will be starting in just a few moments. What are we going to see, Dan?
Adjustments in ban draft.
Reject I would hope so.
They've been playing around, right? Maybe we go for Gambit Loki, maybe we do the Cyclops Wolverine, and it just felt like your best bet was the Gambit and the Loki. I don't know if Reject are going to try to prioritize Loki a little bit more in this ban draft. We'll see how they decide to adjust this time around, because right now, this adjustment needs to be perfect, or else it could mean you losing out here in this best of 7.
As I often quote, because I think it is such an important moment in the Rivals esports history, again, Bobo, when he said those words, "Now everybody knows us, we are Chopper Mag," Gen G have given Reject a firm reminder of just who the heck they are, who the heck they are dealing with, and forced Reject to be the ones to try and crack this puzzle, that one code that they just can't seem to solve. They've managed to beat everybody else, conquer their region decisively, and even put down the would-be usurpers in XOXO01 just to get here, all to fall 3-0 in grand finals, and now on match point, Celestial Husk, it's all or nothing.
Yep, and I think the biggest adjustment Reject definitely needs to do is please deal with the Star-Lord. I feel like every single map so far,
Gen G have already dealt with the Star-Lord.
Yeah, exactly, and Reject needs to do the exact same thing, because if you look back in every single one of those maps, it was Bobo on the Star-Lord just ripping apart Reject. Sometimes it wasn't even eliminations that came in, but it was just the amount of space that it gives for Gen G to work with was just so much, and the value just came in every single time Bobo pressed the Q button on the Star-Lord, and Reject, you can see it, they've had enough, they take it away.
There's going to be a Daredevil Protect that comes through, so FMCL is going to have a pretty solid option here, and I mean, with both teams banning out that Star-Lord, I think that's wise, because, this map in particular can be a playground for Peter Quill, and it's going to be the Captain America ban that comes through as well from the side of Reject, and that's been one of these staple bans that while it hasn't really net them success, I do think they need to keep going back to that well, because you can't risk, Gen G having a little bit more of that stall tactics that Captain America can buy you, right? You want to talk about some of these clutch moments. Captain America is a tool that is capable of giving you those clutch moments, handing them to you on a satin pillow.
Interesting. Daredevil makes an appearance in the ban draft. We haven't seen that
Twice.
a whole lot. Yeah, twice, but from both sides. Very interesting approach. Both teams having an idea of what they want to go for. Okay, all right, we're just going to throw everything into the mix. Gen G, another adjustment being made to take away Piggy's options of a little bit more of that dive Vanguard potential. Takes away the Angela, but definitely very interesting. It's not onto the Captain America, which Piggy's rolling out on.
Will that be the final nail in the coffin for Reject? Well, we'll have to see. It's now or never. They have to put up or shut up if they want to try and claim that grand prize. Gen G on match point, and Reject looking to try and scout out the skies. This is FMCL doing a little bit of scouting on his own on the Spider-Man. I mean, it's a bit of a rough neighborhood, but still going to be made all the friendlier for Gen G. Zenstari going in for the dive onto the backline, cleaning up Sunghoon, and that is not the right way to start this one off. Just setting up a shooting gallery for Bobo, and he'll clean up Lastro, and it just looks so easy for Gen G.
Even Lastro, even on the White Fox, at the very least, try to stall out, or at least stave off the dive potential that Gen G have. And if Zenzari is just solo diving and is just able to rip apart the strategists of Reject single-handedly, that's concerning.
Yeah.
If Zenstar is able to 1v2 the backline, Reject need to find something and find that fast, because right now Gen G, with already at 23%, the tempo just gets faster and faster, and Reject's options are starting to dry up.
Duep gonna try and lay the hammer down even more thick with the ban hammer, force Reject to react to it, and that's gonna cost them even more time, and also create some more time for an opportunity to present itself. And FMCL is gonna go in and seize that very opportunity, a hit and run, and Sunghoon never saw what was coming, but might see it in that KO cam as he's gonna be revisiting that one, and his head's gonna need to be on a swivel from now on, because FMCL is getting the most out of this Spider-Man pick, and this is Gen G playing with confidence, potentially playing with their food.
We'll see if Reject are able to, at the very least, make things a little bit more competitive. Gargoyle does have the Banhammer, but look at the rest of Reject. They're still struggling to get those ultimates online. Bobo applying even more pressure with the Ruby Rage, parting Reject up separately one more time, and with Salvation getting closer and closer to that Raging Royal Flush, Reject need to find picks quickly.
Salvation gonna pop that Raging Royal Flush, and Reject again on the back foot. Bobo just melting Piggy with that primary fire. Like, it just doesn't feel like Reject are in this matchup right now, Dan. Zenstari goes in with that Feast of the Abyss. FMCL got his spectacular spin on deck here before long, and like he just forced out the Kumiho, and he just dips.
Lastro kind of was just like, wait, where did everyone on Gen G go? I thought they were gonna keep fighting here, and Gen G are able to identify it perfectly. At the very least, Reject are able to trigger overtime, but with how fast Yaki got exploded, Sunghoon needs to find a way to pick up the pieces in a 5 versus 6.
FMCL gets that ultimate canceled. What a play there by Sunghoon, and Brownie now with that Ruby Rage, and finally Reject feeling like something is going their way. Skittles looking to try and turn it around on its head with the CYA. Duep also with the Ban Hammer. Brownie is going to take down that CYA, stop the overshield from happening. Nice little shot there into Salvation, and it's starting to go, it's starting to mount, it's starting to stack up, and Reject are starting to get themselves in the right foot again. Can they keep this pace up, though, as a portal play comes out from FMCL? Yaki looking to try and hunt down Salvation, stalking his prey, looking to try and seize the moment, and he does! Reject have lost 2 in this fight, though, but the Devil Beast Rampage is making it difficult for Gen G to withstand here. Yaki letting the Devil out, trying to take some more down, does get Skittles and Zenstari, and that's going to be Reject finally getting themselves on the board.
Piggy barely survives. Reject ended up with no heals, but at the very least, Reject are able to, at the very least, recover from the mistakes that they did back in map number 1. Clean up the rest of Gen G quickly and reliably, although it got a little bit scary, right? Both Sunghoon and Lastro going down meant that Reject had to clean up with 0 heals coming in, and thankfully, the pressure onto Skittles was enough for him to, at the very least, not be able to sustain the rest of the team. But now coming back in, Salvation with the Raging Royal Flush is going to facilitate a retake for Gen G, and they already found Gargoyle.
Yeah, there's no tools to be able to withstand this, and Gargoyle getting caught out, and even if you can't get more off that, that's more than enough. There's not going to be a portal play that comes out from Reject, surely, as the flip will come through for Gen G, and Reject still on the back foot, still trying to deal with this onslaught. Ruby Rage from Bobo is just going to burst 2 members of Reject down. He's looking for the triple, but he might not find it, and he might not need it, as Gen G 1 sub-map away from immortality.
I mean, we talked about how strong this team is. They went toe-to-toe against some of the world's best back over in DreamHack Atlanta. And now coming in here, they're looking to dominate not just OCE, but the entirety of the Pacific region. We knew that this team is just levels above OCE, but now coming in this crossover episode between some of Asia's best, they're looking to be what might be the best team coming out of Pacific from just seeing the overall dominance from this entire roster.
And look at Reject's composition. Like, they're not swapping too many things up. Piggy's staying on that double dinosaur, and I think that spells disaster for Reject because it's just so defensive, Dan. They feel like they are playing so scared. They're once again like back in where we were earlier on in the evening. You know, think back to Reject versus EXO. The shoe is on the other foot. Now Reject are paying Gen G far too much respect, and Gen G, like, it doesn't feel like they're really respecting Reject all that much at this stage. They can afford to make a couple of mistakes, and they don't care because they're just not going punished.
It just feels like they're also limit testing in the end. Brownie, though, does have Ruby Rage. Maybe create space for Reject to at the very least walk into this first fight, but after that, it's just Reject trying to navigate closer and closer to those ultimates. And Gen G do have Duep with the Banhammer. Skittles closer and closer to that CYA, but the pressure is mounting on Reject with that Banhammer.
Oh, there's going to be that regen domain saving Zenstari's life. Yaki looking to go in and try to take the duel with Skittles, and does finally get the target he was looking for, and that is a pretty big one, as Skittles with 97% to that CYA, and Yaki going to be saying see ya to the entire backline. He takes down Salvation as well, and again, Reject have managed to not quite find a crack in the armor, but make one.
And that gives Reject enough time to stack up those ultimates. Both Sugman and Lastro getting access to that Raging Royal Flush twofold, as Gen G gonna have to find a way to shut it down with a single CYA. FMCL very close to the Devil Out. Maybe he makes a proactive move to try to pressure Reject's backline, but Sugman will be the ones to initiate.
It's going to be the CYA from Skittles. It's not an interesting angle as Gen G looking to try and flip the map, deny any value that could come out from this this Raging Royal Flush, and now FMCL, like you say, gonna let the Devil out, and he's got Brownie all by his lonesome. Nobody was coming to save him, not Yaki, not Piggy, not nobody, and ain't nobody saving you from the wrath of FMCL. Yaki now with the Heartbreaker though, has his eyes set on Salvation. Can he confirm this Elim? He will, and that is a huge trade as Reject keeping themselves in the driver's seat, as Lastro from on high will drop a bomb on Bobo and keep this one going for Reject.
Huge Heartbreaker from Yaki, sticks onto Salvation, who couldn't get the Raging Royal Flush because Yaki was literally right in front of Salvation. And even securing the elimination means that Reject are able to keep this mission area to themselves. Gen G looking to try to spread out, look for any opportunities in these side angles. And that's exactly where Duep is positioned towards, but Yaki is taking care of him.
Yaki's doing just such a good job of denying these off angles. Duep can't really get in there and get a whole lot done. Royal Flush is going to be coming out now, and FMCL trying to make the most of the damage will pop Piggy like a balloon, and it looks like it's going to be the flip coming through from Gen G if they can keep this pace up. Reject trying to keep themselves in the driver's seat for the time being, but FMCL on this Phoenix has just got so much damage, and Brownie tries to return fire with that Ruby Rage, but Bobo's got one as well. Neither team really getting much out of that one, but the healing just wasn't there, and the cleanup will come through for Gen G. 2 members of Reject evicted. A portal play to try and keep them in contention as overtime will take over, but Gen G will find the flip nonetheless, and Piggy will tuck his tail between his legs, retreat back into the portal. Still trying to take this fight while the time is there, but time might be up, and Gen G are going to start getting them percentage ticking up.
Oh, I'm a little concerned about that portal play. You weren't able to extend the fight. as much as you wanted to. Maybe try to take a little bit more damage so that when Seunghoon does get access to the Raging Royal Flush, maybe that's where Reject look for the regroup and then the recontest. And they're going to do just that. Seunghoon does get access to the Raging Royal Flush before Genji are able to. Salvation's still stuck at around 63%. Skittles does have the CYA to try to use it defensively, but you really don't want to use it defensively when you're on the Genji camp.
What an angle from Lastro there. FMCL is going to get res right back up, but Salvation won't be there. Zenstari with a huge strangling prison may have just strangled the life out of Reject on this attacking front. Lastro, though, with a second Raging Royal Flush is going to be enough to keep Reject in the fight for the time being, but Genji are okay with this. It builds up more percentage for them. They're halfway there, nearly matching Reject, and Reject are going to retreat.
This is looking dire for Reject. You use both Royal Flushes, and you're not able to get the retake down. Genji still having Salvation, getting closer and closer to that Royal Flush. That might be the final nail in the coffin if Piggy is not able to get his ultimate in time.
Alarm bells are blaring right now for Reject. They have to make a play. They have to pull magic out of a hat one final time, but it might just not be in the cards. Salvation currently holding all the cards. Duep holding a band hammer, and he's got your name on it, and Reject are forced to react to this one. There's that winning hand, and FMCL gonna come down with the Endsong Inferno as well as Zenstari goes into the backline trying to throw those Spore Bombs, but no KOs coming through. Reject able to absorb this one, and Zenstari is being pummeled currently by Yaki, and he will confirm that one, and so much more damage off of that Freedom Charge now coming out, giving Reject a red carpet rolled out that could potentially lead them to a third sub-map here. Yaki now with the Heartbreaker, and Piggy with the World Breaker, the Face Breaker, the shots coming through with the Vibranium Energy Saw, and Gargoyle claiming Bobo as well, and Reject have seemingly done enough. Zenstari forced to make a play with the portal, but FMCL so far away from his team, so far away from Salvation, quite literally could not heal him up, and Reject, they still have a lifeline as they claim Celestial Hand, and this one will be decided by the Codex.
Okay, Reject. They were able to recover from their mistakes the last time they played on Domination. They just had to clean up Genji and make sure that they secure the round. But huge props to Reject, right? They had the odds stacked against them. Salvation prepping that Raging Royal Flush meant that if they were able to find eliminations onto Reject, Genji could have just hoisted that trophy and become that first seed out of Pacific. But Reject now is seemingly starting to wake up a little bit. They've had their cup of coffee. Seunghoon now having access to the Raging Royal Flush in this first fight. Bobo now switches out of the Cyclops over to the Elsa Bloodstone. I assume because they're expecting that Reject will still roll out on this triple Vanguard composition, and Bobo might just be that perfect pick with that % health damage.
Yeah, it's either that or they're expecting the Captain America to still come out, but Piggy is back over onto that Devil Dino, and the thing about this triple Vanguard lineup is it's going to help charge up the ultimates for Seunghoon and Lastro so quickly, so Seunghoon going to be coming up on that Raging Royal Flush early on, and that's the win condition for Reject, and if you're Reject, you can't hesitate. Once you get that ultimate online, you have to push Q. Piggy has to push the button for the shield there, keep himself alive, nearly fell. Could have been disastrous there, but ultimate's now starting to come online for Reject as they have a safe place to play, and they want to come out to play. Lastro taking down FMCL, and Seunghoon with this Raging Royal Flush from downtown will take down Bobo, and Reject looking to get the first cap.
Big win for Reject. Only use a single Gambit ultimate. Genji kind of just fall over, concede this fight, and now look for the regroup. And Yaki even getting a late stagger onto Zenstari means that he's going to have to make some adjustments. Thought about going to the Rogue, goes back to the Venom to team up with Skittles so that Symbiote Shenanigans is in play. Poor Yaki gets a little bit tripped up by the Elsa trap, but still was able to get high ground for a whole, what, 2 seconds?
I realized that Genji was actually coming out on the low ground, so had to sheepishly head on back down there, but Genji going to be sheepishly having to absorb this banhammer that comes out from Gargoyle, and he is under fire as well. Ability absorbed and nearly shut him down, but the Raging Royal Flush is good. Brownie's got the angle. Skittles looking for the Jeff ultimate, and wow, Brownie just simply turns around, pops a Yui, and just deletes FMCL, but Gargoyle and FMCL will be seeing each other in the locker room as Duep is going to take him down. A Raging Royal Flush now for Gen G. They are done playing around, and with the Ruby Rage and the Galartrox reject under so much fire, and they didn't seem to bring their sunscreen. 51% in Gen G. Find the flip, but reject. They have managed to live through this one, and they still are in this fight, but that might be to their detriment, Dan, as it might take a while for this fight to play out, and that's going to be more percentage gained for Gen G, as FMCL looks to sink his teeth in the back line, and he will chomp right down on Lastro and onto Sunghoon, and he will find himself chomped, but the damage has been done, and Reject will stake their claim.
During that fight as well, Gen G were able to get the flip, so they're already at around 24 and climbing. Everyone on Reject quickly need to reset. Now Reject, you have access to the Raging Royal Flush soon. Are you able to get it quickly enough so that you're able to team it up with either Piggy or Yaki? Because they're going to be the ones trying to initiate the fight here. But the problem is Gen G have a rogue ultimate of their own, so they could easily nullify Piggy or Yaki's ultimates. Which rogue is going to press the Q button first? That's what it might come down to.
It's going to be Duep, and he's going to try and get on top of the back line and deny some of the Ultra Charge from coming out. Yaki wants to mirror it. Devil Beast Rampage is going to make it a little bit more treacherous for Gen G to try and get in there, and Zenstari, as a matter of fact, is trying to get out. With the Diving Strike, he will do just that, but still super low on HP. Skittles, though, has got that good healing for him, and will get him topped back up and approach on that Jeff ultimate, but FMCL didn't get the healing when he needed it, and Brownie will clean him up, and that's huge because he was holding on to that, left the Devil out, and the Devil that you need to worry about right now is Sunghoon, as he has got the winning hand, but Skittles, with the Jeff ultimate, is he going to be able to find anything? Is there going to be anybody even left from Gen G to capitalize off of this Jeff ultimate? It looks like no, as Reject will find the flip, find the KOs, and even stagger this Shark out.
Yep, they're letting Skittles live for just a few more seconds. Now go for the execution. So
My poor Chud son, Jeff.
Well, at the very least, though, Gen G will have Salvation coming up with the Royal Flush. Maybe team up with FMCL, try to overwhelm the disengage out of Reject. Try to maybe draw out the regen domain.
They gotta go before Lastro gets his. Yeah, though 90% though. Like there's the regen domain, and then there's also the threat of a second Royal Flush. FMCL looking to try and let the Devil out, and there is that Raging Royal Flush. Brownie though with the Ensong Inferno. Duep is gonna fall. Glartrox from Bobo could be huge. Salvation does go helicopter mode and take down Lastro, so no ultimate coming out. 76% now from Gen G. They'll find the flip. There is one fight territory, but Reject have time to take a reset. Oh, but they're staggering out Yaki as long as they can, and Brownie goes in to try to make the save. He'll give his own life for the cause. And is there going to be a portal play now? Piggy is going for it. No, he's going to swap over to the Captain America. Try and run in and make a save. Is there going to be a touch? 8 seconds left. Can anybody get in there? Somebody has to touch. Somebody from Reject has to get in there. But the Killer Instinct from Gen G, they go in. There will be an overtime. Lastro, with that God of Mischief, is going to duplicate the Raging Royal Flush and try and find something. Piggy goes in. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he might not need it as he is pummeling Salvation. And with the Vibranium Energy Saw, will cut him in twain. Bobo will fall as well, and Gargoyle trying to take down FMCL, pops a cap in, and with the headshot, Reject, find the flip, 97%, and Gen G trying to get back into this. Trigger OT again, try and look for an ultimate, try and look for a miracle, but Gargoyle has that Banhammer, and he's looking for someone to put it on, and it might just be Duep on a sliver of HP. He goes for the ability absorption, but he can't quite finish it off. Portal play now from Gen G, but Yaki with the Heartbreaker may have just broken Gen G's hearts indeed, taking away their chances of the full sweep, and giving Reject a map, giving them a second chance in this series, and indeed they do! Reject are on the board, 3-1. We're not done yet, Dan.
We are still here. Grand Finals is not done. Gen G, you had your moments, you had your chances. I gotta call back to that second round where there was a chance that Gen G, with one Royal Flush, could have just ended this entire Grand Final, but Reject are disengaging well. They were able to stall out what Gen G threw at them, and then Reject finally are able to clean up from their mistakes, right? That big mistake was not being able to clean up the rest of Gen G, but this time it was way more efficient.
And I think a large part of it is the fact that they got that ban onto the Star-Lord. Like we said, this map is a playground for Peter Quill, and not giving Bobo access to that one meant that you didn't have to deal with the Galactic Flush composition. You did have to deal with FMCL's Let the Devil Out, but I think Reject dealt with that quite well, and you can see 12 casualties for FMCL. It was Yaki on that rogue that was keeping him checked on a lot of these flank angles, didn't let him have access to the backline, and that's also reflected in the casualties for Lastro and Sunghoon. 5 and 6, that's not a whole lot, Dan. They were staying alive and able to weather so many storms and find comfort in the eye of it and come out the other side with a map win to their name. And Dan, all they needed was one thing to go their way to get back in this series, get themselves on the right foot, and potentially still have a chance at apotheosis.
And you talked about it right before we went in here. We needed Reject to, at the very least, get a little bit of a break, because for the first 3 maps, it just felt like they were getting tormented time and time again. There was just nothing that Reject could find in order to facilitate a comeback. And now with Reject barely squeaking away with Celestial Husk, means that they still are alive. There is still life in them, and they really do think it's winnable. I also have to talk about Yaki as well on the rogue. He has so far impressed me a ton, because he has not played the rogue all too often, and that was like one of my biggest questions, right? Can Yaki perform on this rogue pick that's usually facilitated by Gargoyle? But so far, Reject are looking to be on that resurgence. Is this the start of a grand finals reverse sweep? We saw it happen in a best of 5, but can it happen in a best of 7? We'll see as we head into map number 5.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
What is happening? This is incredible. Keg back again, and I'm with CB and Dan. I don't know what to expect anymore. I mean, this could very well be the final map. I don't know. I thought the last one would be, but Celestial Husk seemed to be the answer that Reject was looking for. But I am concerned, you two, because Reject got to choose each map off of their losses. They went down quite a bit to Gen G. Now that Reject has won Celestial Husk, it's up to Gen G to choose where they want to go next. It's fully their terrain.
Yeah, but I mean, at least Reject did get that one, and you had to know that they weren't going to go down quietly. Central Park is going to be where Gen G take us, and I think that does play very well into Gen G's wheelhouse, but it does also kind of set off a signal flare, Dan. We've seen a lot of these triple compositions that come out from Gen G, and I believe... Was it? No, it was against XO that Reject lost this map. So
that's right.
Ooh, okay, wait, maybe they're trying to like twist the knife here a little bit. Maybe try and break the spirit of Reject just as they're trying to build it back up.
It might also play a little bit of a part, right? Central Park is one of those maps where there's a lot of open space. It does allow some of these flying heroes to be used. And does that make Reject sweat a little bit in terms of figuring out what kind of composition that Gen G want to go for? It's all going to come down to the band draft to see what kind of identity that Gen G want to go for here.
I think they're going to anticipate the Adam Warlock composition, right? Because like they've played it so many times before in this series. Unless Gen G were just like saving another composition for like an emergency protocol, where okay, we drop a map in grand finals, now we got to hit you with this new strategy that you never saw coming. If not that, like it's going to be the double res comp, right? Like every other time they've had an opportunity on a map like this, they've played it.
Well, luckily for us, though, we're not too far away from getting to our picks and bans of what could very well, this time around, be the final map of Stage 1 Pacific. We're going to have to wait and see how it all plays out. It was wild last time on Celestial Husk, but like you said, the XOXO matchup versus Reject here on Central Park was a barn burner. And I don't know, has there been enough time for Reject to kind of loosen things up a bit and maybe learn their lessons from the EXO matchup?
It really depends on how they decide to, at the very least, approach this band draft, right? We saw on Convoy and Convergence maps from both sides really love that Loki Adam Warlock composition. Get that safety net, some of that insurance policy of that Karma Revival, and if it doesn't work out, you do have the Loki copy just in case. And the only way you can really shut it down is by going fast and just wipe them out before those ultimates are even in play. We'll see if they're going to be able to do just that, at least get the execution down in game, or do they just get rid of it in the band draft?
We shall have to see. Mantis is not going to make it through the band draft, though. That is about as predictable as death and taxes, and I think the next couple of things are probably going to be also quite predictable as well. Of course, Gambit Protect's going to come out from Reject. Sunghoon has been playing quite well on that Gambit, so no reason to change up the calculus, at least on that front. But now the onus is going to be on Gen G to break the mold here if they should so choose. Maybe they also go for another Gambit Protect as it were. Maybe they go for a low-key Protect, and again, that looks like a loud signal flare.
An adjustment being made by Gen G. Just as a heads up as well, Gen G are starting out on the defense, but Reject, when they're on the attacking side, they see the Loki save and they're like, hey, you guys want Adam, right? Yeah, nah, we're gonna take it away.
Do you think that might have been intentional, though? Like, to go for the Loki Protect and, like, bait Reject into wasting a ban on the Adam? Like, maybe
we have seen teams do that, right? They force
Gambit
saves.
Protect.
Yeah, they force saves, and then at the very least force a Reject to think about, hey, do we adjust here, or are they just kind of bait and switching us right now? As a Gen G, they do limit the Gambit on the side of Reject by taking away the Rogue and are able to secure the Gambit for themselves. Reject don't invest onto the Gambit at all, and that allows Gen G to get Gambit Loki. But at the very least, though, Reject will have that same resource.
So what is this last ban going to be from Gen G? So I'm wondering, okay, it's going to be the Groot, and I do think that, they are definitely playing for the offensive side, so that's not going to come into play quite yet, as it's going to be Gen G on the defensive side first time around, and without access to that Adam Warlock, it's going to be it's going to be Loki, Gambit, and Invis, and again, that does kind of give you that good, that good choice. You can take either the Royal Flush or the Invisible Boundary, and either way, it could be a win condition for Gen G.
I mean, the best way you can isolate some of those Vanguards, because both teams really love that triple Vanguard setup, and the best way you can isolate and try to eliminate one of those Vanguards is with Groot. So the walls being able to cut off the line of sight of the strategist means that you have a golden opportunity every few seconds to try to eliminate some of those Vanguards, and with Reject not being able to do that means that they're gonna have to resort to the Devil Dinosaur in order to try to cut off healing.
Yaki gonna go in with a big test early on. Bobo just letting the cards rain. In fact, gonna get all the way across the point using both his dashes to help keep the rest of the team alive. But that's one tick already given over to Reject, and more potentially to come if Gen G can't get out of this choke point safely. 2 ticks now, and as one member, Zenstari, I believe, tried to set foot outside. Brownie is gonna make him regret it. Nearly the full cap coming through, and only FMCL standing between Reject and this first point capture, and more bodies from Gen G have to get on the point, but they are hitting the floor as Brownie is just hitting every single shot and then some, and the point just gets capped.
Percent health damage is the way to go in this series. Piggy and Brownie utilizing both of their picks to perfection. Although Piggy does a little bit less of that percent health damage here in Season 8.5, it's still going to play a huge part in terms of shredding down Gen G's front line. Now they make adjustments, right? They put Zenstari still on the group, while the rest of Gen G, they stray away from this triple Vanguard setup and are now looking to provide even more damage into their own team composition.
So here's the thing though, is Bobo was the one on the Gambit, and he's going to swap over onto that Punisher, so even though you win this fight, you're not going to have a Rage and Royal Flush, so that advantage will go Reject's way, and FMCL is going to be going the way of the Beast. Does have a Mega Health Pack, so is going to be topped back up off of that Glartrox from Brownie, so that is one ult dealt with, and Gen G able to stand their ground.
And now how does Reject approach this? You have Lastro with the God of Mischief. Inevitably will copy Suhun, but the problem is, Gen G, they have so many of those ultimates. Duet's gonna try to, at the very least, stave the oppression coming in from Reject with his rushdown potential, but with Bobo on the Punisher turn of all things is just throwing in some suppressive fire.
Duet catching Salvation out and denying that second Royal Flush from coming out. Sonic Seduction from Gargoyle, but there's just so much cover that you can't really lock anybody from Gen G down, and now with Zenstari with that Strangling Prison, and Duet just getting in there with all the damage. It's big. It's not just big, Dan. It's absolutely massive, and it's crushing for Reject.
And Reject, at the very least, will have another rotation of the Rage and Royal Flush, but now Gen G, you used a lot of your resources to just scare away Reject with the Psionic Seduction, with the Galactic Legend, even the Invisible Boundary invested. But at the very least, though, Gen G will have offensive moves. Bobo with the Final Judgment. Maybe try to pair it up with Skittles' ultimate. We'll see how Skittles uses the God of Mischief. Maybe he tries to go for the aggressive steal onto Suhun if he's able to find access to get into the line of sight of it. But for now, Gen G are holding off, waiting for Reject to pull the trigger.
There's going to be that Final Judgment now coming out from Bobo in response, as well as an Invisible Boundary, but Piggy with that Meteor M is going to suppress that Elims with it, but it's a total armistice, and Brownie on a sliver of HP, trying to go on a flank, trying to catch out FMCL, and with the breathing bullets and an elephant gun shot, he'll do just that, and that's going to be Reject going up in this fight, and there is a Glartrox down a narrow hallway, will carry Zenstari out of it, right into the waiting arms of Reject, and those arms are reaching out for point B, and there's not a whole lot left that Gen G can do to stop it.
Gen G did a good job, though, utilizing that small room to, at the very least, stack up together so that when Reject go into that small room, it's easier for Gen G to target down the rest of them. What in the world was that?
Bro has got his sixth sense. I don't know if he's got wall hacks or whatever. Check him, PC. That is not normally, but the cap comes through, and the portal play can't stop it. What a play from Sunghoon. How in the world did he know Salvation was there?
That was just some crazy Spidey sense. Bro was just like, I think the Invis is right here. And then just goes for the knockup, finds him with his pants down, and is just able to secure the second checkpoint. Reject now barreling Ratatosker towards those stairs, but now Gen G are looking to stabilize with some adjustments. Zenstari goes over to the Angela to take advantage of those environmental KOs here right at the staircase as FMCL goes in with the Wolverine to team up with Bobo so that FMCL has a little bit of that extra mobility, and that's allowed him to get that pick onto Piggy.
Yeah, Piggy going to be... I mean, if you're Reject, you're still happy that you were able to get away with that point, though, and Gen G, I think, are pretty pissed, because you could tell kind of by the timing of that that portal, they were counting on Salvation to get that contest, but being able to, being forced to miss out on that one does now mean that Gen G are able to stand their ground at the top of the stairs here, reset, regroup, and just set Bobo up with a shooting gallery here, and the Sonic Seduction is going to line Reject up for a few more shots, even through Lastro's God of Mischief into that Rage and Royal Flush. Reject can't really make a whole lot out of the hand they're dealt. Pun definitely intended.
And now, wait, hold on. Gargoyle's ultimate got canceled. by something. Not entirely sure what it was, but that puts Gargoyle at 50% ult charge, and now Reject have a little bit less of that influence in terms of creating more of that space. Piggy tries to use the Meteor M defensively, but it does scare away Gen G. Bobo just hurdles over the meatball as Reject are still looking for advantages in. Seunghoon does have the Raging Royal Flush, but Skittles does have defense mechanisms online.
Bro, next time I'm in a dodgeball game, I want Bobo in my team. He can dodge anything, but Salvation off 2 with the force physics, getting his pound of flesh, his revenge for what Seunghoon pulled against him. And this is going to be another easy fight win for Gen G. It's just a matter of how long Reject want to overstay their welcome. Gargoyle will be doing no such thing as Zenstar skewers him. And the last denizens of Reject will be sent to the wayside as another successful hold for Gen G, and a minute 23 still in the time bank.
FMCL gets the last stand onto both Piggy and Yaki, and then Salvation is there to provide the extra damage with the force physics. Allows him to get a double. Now Gargoyle will get access to the Seance Seduction once again. Gen G, however, will be able to match that. Skittle still holds on to the God of Mischief. Zenstar even there to limit Reject's mobility with the Heaven's Retribution. Will invest it right now. Brownie's there to try to eliminate that Angela ultimate from the playing field. And now Reject, this Seance Seduction has to come up huge.
Visible boundary from Skittles, though, and Yaki, it looks like he's getting caught out there by Zenstari outside of the invisible boundary. There's no actual invisible boundary that comes out from Reject. Lastro was holding on to that one. I think they realized this fight might be chalked, but it comes out anyway, and Salvation is still able to get one. They trade out Bobo, but Lastro falls. The Veil drops. A second boundary for Gen G, and Reject. I don't know if I like that fight, Dan.
You think that the fight is winnable? I feel like it's a way. It's
no,
just way too
this is
late.
brutal. This is brutal.
And
This is brutal. This is brutal.
Gargoyle, you're gonna have to wait a few more seconds. Now it's a mad dash for Reject if they're able to at the very least trigger overtime. But with how close Gen G are holding and Reject don't invest in the portal, this is an uphill battle for Reject. But they're able to touch.
I mean, they're gonna touch, but they ain't gonna be staying around for too long. FMCL with the claws flying left and right. Reject one by one. They are throwing themselves into the meat grinder, and Gen G will stand their ground for potentially the last time that they need to on Central Park. Only 77.44 meters for Reject, and I don't even believe Reject got to the top of the stairs. Gen G, that is a very clearable hurdle.
The line has been drawn. Gen G, the trophy's right there. You just have to match what Reject did. But Gen G, you gotta give all the props to them for handling every single thing that Reject threw at them, whether it was the Gambit ultimate, whether it was the Seance Seduction. Gen G are just able to shut it down quickly and efficiently time and time again. And now on the offense, you just have to do what you did to counter Reject, right? Just shut down every single win condition that Reject had at the ready. And it just feels like Gen G were just ready every step of the way.
Now Reject have access to what Gen G did not, and that is that double res composition, as well as, again, the invisible boundary with this this triple look here. But it's going to be a different triple without access to the Groot. It looks like Yaki is getting a little bit creative. A Penny Parker is, I mean, something you do often see on Central Park, if not any other maps, and I'm curious to see. You know, we were curious about Yaki's hero pool when it came to the Rogue, but this is going to be an entirely new look for him.
Yeah, all questions are onto him if he's able to get value out of it. Gen G doesn't seem like they want to use the portal to at the very least either cut off the small room or get access to the high ground. So Gen G are just going to walk it down Main Street as Reject are looking to bunker down with Yaki on the Penny Parker. And maybe this is enough for Reject to at the very least get access to some of those ultimates. Most notably Brownie on the Karmic Revival. That's the clear win condition for Reject if things do go hairy. Great stun onto FMCL. I gotta shout that out.
He didn't drop onto the mines, though, so he will live for now. But Brownie forcing out that healing factor. But Brownie is in a world of trouble right now as two members of Gen G, Salvation and Bobo, have caught him on the flank. Force a repositioning out of him. And the Soul Bond coming out as well. Gargoyle getting taken for a ride, but he is happy to keep his hands and feet inside of the vehicle at all times and take FMCL down and potentially Duep as well. But it's gonna be a Carbon Crush kicking Duep right back into the fray. He wanted no part of that one. Gargoyle forces him to take that duel, and Gargoyle will win it outright. And first defense for Reject successful.
But can they do it one more time? Now ultimates will be in play, most notably Skittles on the God of Mischief will copy Salvation's Gambit ultimate. But Reject still getting to those ultimates means that Skittles could easily run over Reject whenever he decides to pull the trigger. Is Reject able to hold it off?
Well, here it comes. There's no defensive utility for Reject, so they have to give ground. They can give up a tick or two before they get their ultimates of their own, but they got to find something. Gargoyle with another huge Carbon Crush is going to slow things down. Yaki claiming one, but off the Strangling Prison from Zenstari, it is a near team wipe, and Brownie is 20% away from the Karmic Revival, but even if that had come through, it wouldn't have been enough, and Salvation will salute the spirit of Brownie as he'll be taking a reset.
You shouldn't invest in the cocoon. Yeah, Brownie's just gonna fizzle out, it seems like. We'll go back to the spawn room. And hold on to the Adam Warlock ultimate. Oh, hello, yeah, like you said, Reject.
Goodbye.
Go for the portal. And Piggy and Gargoyle, yeah, you can just wave them goodbye already.
A Spider Sweeper even through the point here, but the portal was behind the wall there. Karmic Revival from Brownie. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe Reject did cook with this portal play coming out. The cart is still being pulled away from them, and Duet with the Sonic Seduction to try and keep them at bay, but Lastro with the invisible boundary might make it a little bit easier for them to have safe passage back into this fight, but there is that Royal Flush on deck for Salvation. Gargoyle with another Sonic Seduction, and gonna make Salvation think twice about popping that Royal Flush. Gargoyle is gonna be traded out for FMCL. Is that gonna be good enough? As now there's an invisible bounty for Reject, and we can't quite find the Elim onto Sunghoon to be able to shut it down. Brownie taking the duel with Salvation shuts him down, and with an Eye of Agamotto and the Adamantium Claws, Reject have managed to steal this fight away.
Lots of investment from Reject, however. They are able to hold on to two of those ultimates. A third will be online by the likes of Zenstari. Gen G just need to land this combo down. Strangling Prison into what hopefully will be a multi-man last stand from FMCL. He has shown that he's able to come up clutch with this Wolverine ultimate, but he has to do it one more time if they want to, at the very least, break through Reject's defense.
Oh, Gargoyle on low HP. Regen Domain will save him, but Brownie got caught out off on the flank. Man left behind, and Reject on the back foot. This Royal Flush is just putting so much pressure as Gen G exert their will over Reject and force a full-fledged retreat. There's that last stand that comes through from FMCL, just carting them right into Bobo's waiting arms, and with arms wide open, he will accept you.
And that's the strategist line gone from Reject. There is no contest coming in from Reject. Maybe they try to touch. Nope, they're just going to concede. Go for the regroup instead. And Reject, your ultimate economy still in shambles. The only one close is Yaki on that Wolverine ultimate. But thankfully, Sunghoon is able to find and give Reject that man advantage. Whereas Gen G, here comes that move.
Oh no, Piggy got caught out, and Gargoyle forced to use that symbiotic resilience, but even that isn't going to be enough resilience to stop the overwhelming force of Gen G. Yaki with the last stand, they'll be able to claim two and potentially slow things down, but Gen G, they want to keep their foot on the gas. They'll take Yaki down and keep this cart rolling. And the margin of error for Reject is growing ever thinner by the moment. Brownie is able to clean up FMCL with that reflective shot. There's the Ruby Rage as well. He takes down Zenstari, and he's finally bought and Reject another say in this fight and potentially an opportunity to hold, but it's 3.5 minutes, and Gen G just got to win one fight and then potentially a stagger fight to get to the top of the stairs. And at the very top, quite literally is the throne, but potentially could be a throne for them.
Reject need to play close. Bobo has the Ruby Rage, and if we know anything about that Ruby Rage, it might be the perfect width onto the staircase, so if Reject want to, at the very least, stay alive, they need to find picks close, and now FMCL going down. There's already bad news on the side of Gen G. Bobo follows suit. Reject have a chance here.
This is exactly what they need. They just need to keep finding these stagger KOs in the middle of these fights, not let Gen G get what they want out of any of it. They take down Zenstari, and they know ultimates are going to be coming online for Gen G here shortly, so Brownie taking down Duep, that's going to be another good one, buying them more time, another 10 seconds off the clock before Duep will be back and before Gen G will be back at full strength. And now this next ult fight could go the way of Reject, as they are going to have 4 ultimates coming into this fight to match what Gen G, in fact, outclass Gen G's 3 big ones that are going to be coming through. And I mean, 2 of those, the Royal Flush and the God of Mischief, they're going to be staggered out nevertheless. Skittles is going to use his first up, and if they don't get the most out of this one, it's another opportunity for Reject. Gargoyle going in with the Diving Strike, holding on to that Feast of the Abyss, knows he can pressure out some resources with it, and he himself is not feeling any pressure. There is that late Royal Flush. Now he wants to go in and stall things out. Lastro now with the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping Reject alive in this fight for the time being, trying to pressure Gen G back. There's going to be a second Royal Flush from Salvation before long, and Reject have to strike before it comes out. They're trying to hunt down Salvation, but he might just get away. He does pop it, but Piggy locks him down with the Heaven's Retribution, but he won't be able to confirm that Elim, and the card is inching closer and closer to that final checkpoint, Dan, and Reject have to try and make something happen. It's Jeff now coming out, as well as the Feast of the Abyss. Can they find anything with these 2 huge ultimates? It's a last-ditch effort. A freeze coming out. Zenstari bursted down. Duep gonna follow as well. Brownie finds 2, and Reject still alive.
This was a tough affair for off the aggression coming in from Gen G. That was 2 waves of Gambit ultimates that were coming their way, and Reject just disengaged perfectly. Bobo never found an angle to use the Ruby Rage because everyone on Reject were close holding. And Reject, knowing this, they had to do it one more time now. With 55 seconds left on the timer, how do you shut this down, Reject?
I mean, Brownie with the Ruby Rage is going to try to, but the problem with that last fight is that Gen G didn't play their whole hand, and they might have the winning one now as Zenstari taking down Piggy and Bobo with the Ruby Rage, and it looks like it is all over Yaki with the last stand, trying to turn it in favor of Reject, but it won't happen. It's a golden medal and a golden crown for a golden team, as Gen G will force Reject to bend the knee, and they will be crowned as the new kings of the Pacific.
We had questions coming in. Is OCE's best able to topple what is Asia's best? And we got the answer here in stage 1. Gen G, overall dominance from start to finish. They dropped 1 map, but it was just a mere pity point for Reject as Gen G come out of Pacific being the #1 seed going into the mid-season finals.
And if you didn't know who they were, if you forgot who they were after DreamHack Atlanta, they are Chopper Mag, they are Gen G, they are your Pacific champions, your kings of the Pacific. The best in this part of the world, this neck of the woods belongs to them, and they'll claim that cash prize and that first seed going into mid-season finals. You heard J-Mac in that previous interview. Reject, they're happy that they get to go to mid-season finals alongside Gen G. He's glad they get to go together, but they wanted that first seed, but Gen G said no, that belongs to us, and there is not a thing in the world you could do to take it from us. They took it, they seized the moment, and they are your champions.
And it just to show how strong this team is as a whole. I mean, we saw the amount of times that they turned heads over in the grand finals, and now coming in to Pacific when both OCE and Asia are going to merge. This crossover episode now gets the happy ending. The entirety of OCE are just rejoicing right now. Gen G are one of, if not the final hopes coming out of OCE. We saw the Chiefs make a run in the lower bracket, but they had to make a somewhat middling exit, and now Gen G, forced to carry the torch, carry the flame, will now seize the top of Pacific.
I know somewhere, wherever they are, up in the great beyond, Liger and Matsi are grinning as wide as the sun. The Chiefs are going to be so happy to see Gen G up at the top. All of OCE are so happy to see their standard bearers, their friends, you know, their colleagues, Gen G, ascend to the glory that they all knew they would, that they always believed they would. And I think, you know, there was really no doubt from any of us. I do also want to say, though, I was correct with the scoreline 4-1. You know, I knew Reject weren't going to go down quietly, and to their credit, they didn't. They came out swinging, and they hit them with a haymaker on Celestial Husk, but it just wasn't enough. Central Park went the way of Gen G, and the entire tournament went the way of Gen G, and only dropping 2 maps all throughout, both to Reject.
Two regions combining forces. You had OCE and Asia, and then in the playoffs, they would combine together. 6 of those teams would go to Asia. only 2 would be Oceania. Only one of those teams made it to grand finals, and they were the representatives to win it all. $42,000 for the first place winning team. That goes to Gen G, and goes to show that no matter how big or small your region is, there can be world-class talent any which way you look. And who knows, so far it's just been playoffs for stage 1. Gen G crowned themselves the winners, but honestly speaking, I think you could make a pretty good argument that maybe they could win mid-season finals.
But they have a huge case for themselves, and I believe they are the first champions over in Ignite Stage 1. I think Keg
Yeah,
can...
check
right.
the clock.
Check the timer.
Did China beat us, or did we get the first?
I think we're good.
Okay, we're good.
Gen G are the first champions of Ignite 2026.
Woo!
Woohoo! Yippee!
Oh my gosh. I mean, this roster is just stacked to the brim, right? The synergy, the amount of time they played together, right? Bobo and Salvation, the Chinese duo in this team as well, coming up huge. I mean, we talked about it, right? The amount of times the synergy just flows within a Gen G, right? I mean, we talked to some of the players on Gen G as well. As soon as both Bobo and Salvation start coming in Chinese, they know that the map is won.
It's hard not to cheer for them, because when they first came together as Chopper Mag, like, there were some people, like, I heard the words like Pacific Super Team being floated around to describe this team, and they were the best kept secret going into DreamHack Atlanta. They have that grand performance on the stage, turn a lot of heads, draw a lot of attention to the region, and they've since built up so much of that synergy, like you said. And for a team that had the word Pacific Super Team used to describe them, to also just be such, like, they're good friends. They love playing together. They love, being a team, and they've built that particular bond, and that's one of those things that is just an intangible, especially at this stage of the game. And yeah, there we go. Bro thinks he's on the team.
Yeah, I wish I could play Marvel like that. Would be Plat 2. Maybe they need a Plat 2 representative, but overall, really impressive from Gen G overall, and I'm super excited for the future prospects for them as well. We were looking at Reject and Gen G. Again, whether it be cultural differences or just an approach to the game, Gen G had a very different macro than Reject. It felt like at times Reject had a very individualistic sense where any player on the team could be a human highlight reel, but Gen G, their executes have been some of the cleanest I have seen team versus team, especially in those team fights, that I think almost out of any team in the game.
It's hard to overcome, like, that level of synergy and also that level of pop-up potential from, like, every single other member of the team. Like, look at some of the best teams in the world right now. Like, if we use Americas for a comparison, look at teams like Swamp Gaming or Team Liquid Citadel, teams that already have so many of these synergies built up and that have been playing together for so long, but also have some of the best in slot when it comes to all these different roles. Gen G is like the equivalent over here in the Pacific, and I would even argue could go toe-to-toe with some of those teams, and I cannot wait to see it. We get to see it as they come in as the first seed. We will still get to see Reject there as well, but they're going to have a lot more to prove going into this one.
I hope we just get another revenge match between Gen G and Reject on LAN. I think that's the only way we could have the ultimate icing on the cake. Who knows how that will go? I think, man, I'm hoping there isn't a world where those two don't face against each other. I'm not too sure what the structure for mid-season finals is going to look like yet, but surely they'll face up against each other, right? Maybe in grand finals?
I mean, we've seen it happen before.
Very ambitious prediction.
But yeah,
I'm
I mean,
an
if
ambitious kind of guy.
it
What can I say?
happens, it'll be a generational showing. Doing the Pacific Finals rematch on the international stage, that's a whole different level of hype, a whole different level of cinema, it feels like.
I know I will be cheering for them because, of course, I got that Pacific bias as a caster, but I'd be lying if I'd say that there weren't some tough customers over on the rest of the world. EMEA still believes that they are the top dogs in the world, and nobody has yet to prove them otherwise, and there are some pretty rough challengers, like I said, Swamp Gaming and TLC in Americas, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. But I would be remiss if I didn't also say that Gen G belong amongst those.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. And I mean, I think Gen G will go down in a legendary sense, at least through their 2025 run into 2026. They've only been upgraded more and more. And again, I'm an ambitious kind of guy. You get one milestone, you gotta go for the next. First, it's mid-season finals. Who knows how that's going to go?
Next, it's the world.
I was going to say, World Championship. We could absolutely see Gen G there.
And we'll see if that ever does happen. I'm hopeful, right? We've seen that this roster in particular can go toe-to-toe. On some of the midfield over in the Americas and EMEA, because we've seen them be able to take some of those teams down in the grand finals, and I'm very confident that they're going to be able to do just that. And it's just a big question of, can they go toe-to-toe against the top of the top, like Liquid Citadel, Swamp Gaming, Navi, maybe VP. Are they at that level yet?
That's the question, right? Is because like in both regions, EMEA and Americas, like so much of the landscape has changed, but the teams that still remain at the top, like I said, are the ones that have the same level of synergy as Gen G, which is kind of why I put them in that same conversation. Why, you know, again, no shade to Reject. They are a phenomenal team, a wonderful team. They went down swinging today, but there really was no doubt. It wasn't no contest, but there was no doubt that Gen G were going to be walking out with that crown. And yeah, that is the question, is now can they go toe-to-toe with some of those top-tier teams from the other regions? And I think they can. Will they win it all? I would love to see it. It's too soon to predict. I really wish I could say it, but I want to see them go the distance. I want to see them top that run that they made last time around and turn even more heads and remind you all who they are.
It really feels like a millennia ago that we started preseason, and even through the MRC run, we saw some top-tier contending teams make it through the, effectively the Tier 2 sense, right? We had AAAD, we had Pirates make their way through, and they had huge runs all the way through preseason, and we thought, okay, maybe these will be the top-tier teams, beating out some of the partnered teams, some of the invited teams. Reject struggled early on in the preseason, but they got their act together and they looked pretty much flawless from then on forwards. Gen G is the only team that we've seen in OCE or Pacific that has never fumbled the bag once. At most, they've only lost a single map in each series, and that was preseason finals. They lost one against Chiefs, and here they've only lost one against Reject. But I have some good news. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. We have our interview ready with our brand new Stage 1 champions of Pacific. We got Bobo and Salvation on the line. How's it going, guys?
Hello.
Uh-oh. Oh, no! Reject's revenge!
No!
They get the last laugh.
They just frame mog us and then disappear into the ether.
Did a
They're just like,
cataclysmic
yep.
event just happen at their
They got
land
Thanos-napped.
Someone check on them. All right, we're gonna try and get them back up in the fray
They
here.
may have gotten Thanos snap, but they look good doing it. They
did. They mogged us. Holy.
They mogged us. Holy. Yeah.
Oh my god, frame maxers, dude. Holy.
They
moly.
went out in the blaze of glory, but as we try and get them back together, I think there's something else that we can talk about as well. One of the teams we didn't see today, but as I've called Gen G the standard bearers of the OCE region, now of the Pacific region as well. Let's talk about the OCE region as a whole, because for a while it was just the Gen G region. Like, they turned heads, drew attention to that region, was the reason that a lot of teams would watch that region. But we also got to see a glimpse of the Chiefs, and they end up finishing pretty highly in this tournament, doing quite well for themselves, and I would argue making a name for themselves as well, and reminding people that the talent pool goes just a little bit deeper than Gen G, and I think going forward it's only going to get more and more deep.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point, and I think people tend to forget with Gen G being such a powerful, and like you said, going into this year, a super team being formed, that OCE is really the smallest region in Marvel Rivals Ignite. They only got 2 representative slots going in the playoffs, where Asia got 6 overall. Only 2 teams got the fly out into China to get the proper ping to even play out here, and they still won it out. Okay. Here we go. Round 2 of the interview. Ring, ring.
Oh.
Ring, ring. Bobo, Salvation. How's it going, guys?
Hi, hello.
Wait. Oh, we're good.
Hello.
We're good. We did it.
Congratulations on being the first regional champions of Ignite 2026.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Easy as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to us about that journey, right? Because so far you're the only team that hasn't really struggled a lot, at least in series. You always come out 3-1, 4-1 in these matches. what does the preparation look like that separates Gen G from everybody else in the region?
You see. I don't know. Like,
Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
That's a good. That's a good enough question.
in second.
Yeah, sure. So
he didn't understand.
what is Gen G's? Oh, gotcha. So what separates Gen G from the rest of Asia?
I don't know. Just dominate every match.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'll take it.
Yeah, you guys are pretty dominant.
Like, we are a young team first, and like, how to say? Because I think everyone in this team, we just every day phone calls this game, and we will think about like every day how to fix our problem and try to be better. Just thinking every day and just try to be better and best. That's our everyone
All right.
Sounds good.
opinion. Yes.
Yeah, you're a young, a hungry team that wants to win and wants to be the best. You guys are going to mid-season finals. Do you think you can win it all?
I hope my visa can get a visa. Yeah, maybe our biggest problem is visa. Maybe. Yeah, just if we can fix the problem.
I mean, that's step
we
one.
will- yeah, I think we have chance to be champion. I think.
Okay.
So, Salvation, have you already started trying to apply for your visa to get there this time?
I try every day.
Hey, if it's persistent, then that's good. I mean, I gotta ask, right? I mean, we talk about Gen G as a whole, but I want to like scope in onto you two in particular, right? Like, how you guys have so much synergy, right? We've talked to FMCL a few times, and he has said if you two are communicating, the game is over. They have won. How did you guys build that synergy? How have you built that communication together for what feels like so long now?
We didn't talk anything. When we use Chinese talk, maybe it's spamming some people like Skido, Basic, and maybe I'll just use Chinese fight. I don't know. We never talk to game with Chinese. Like, maybe we found some problem and I don't know how to use English to explain. I must share with Sally because maybe he know how to say. So we need to say first, like share our opinion first and try to fix the problem. And I think in the game, I say Chinese, it's like emergency, like help me. And yeah, he will know, he will quickly and find me. Oh, you're there? Oh, I got you. like this. Yes.
Hey, if it works, it works, right? So, looking ahead into mid-season finals, there's the chance you could have a revenge match against Reject, but outside of Reject, is there one team internationally that you would like to face?
Navi, Heretics, I think. Mine
Okay.
is SG because they are good team, like new starting, they very powerful. And VP, I wanna verse Sparka. I think he's best at DPS. I just wanna play with him. Yes, against the team.
Okay.
Yes.
Sweet. That sounds incredible. Well, Bobo, Salvation, you two have to get some rest. I believe your flight is tomorrow, so definitely need to get your rest. So congratulations again, being the first Stage 1 champions of any region in Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026. And thank you for giving us one hell of a performance today. It was amazing to watch.
Thank you. Thank you guys for watching.
Absolutely.
Remember,
Thank you so much, Bobo
buy
and
our
Salvation.
button.
Oh,
Buy our button.
Buy
our button.
the bundle.
Buy
yes.
the Gen G bundle, guys. Do it.
Thank you.
Oh wait, Keg.
I have the pillow.
Get it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Bobo and Salvation. Appreciate having you on once again.
If you haven't already
Whew.
bought the bundle, I think they gave you a pretty strong case for buying one
yeah.
today with the performance they put on. It was a generational performance, and it's the performance that net them another championship in the bag.
You know what's crazy? That's it. That's it for us.
Yep.
Stage
Yeah.
1 is over.
done here.
We've gone through preseason, we've gone through group stage, we've gone through playoffs. Up next is midseason finals, and after that, it'll be stage 2. Now, rumor on the street is that it's Pacific that we're in, right? This is our region?
Yes.
Yes.
As a matter of
Huh.
fact. Well, we're not
But-
all physically located there. Like we're
That
we're
very
all like
true.
kind of
Yeah,
all
yeah.
over the place
I
here.
wish.
It's like
I wish.
it's currently 9 a.m. here for me.
It is
Almost
7 a.m.
10
for
actually.
me. But you know what? Rumor on the street is that you two will be on the America stream next week for playoffs.
Yeah, maybe we'll go on a little bit of a field trip, maybe a little bit of a 4th of July vacation to maybe a different region, maybe on camera. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but we
Okay,
gotta get a little bit of a recap going, right? In terms of what we just saw here tonight on Championship Sunday here in Ignite Pacific Stage 1.
That's right. It was 3-1 for Reject and XOXO, and it really goes to show how many matches Reject had to play today because, unfortunately, even though they went 3-1 in that first best of 5, the best of 7 got the best of them. 4-1 for Gen G overall, and again, we have yet to see a series where Gen G has dropped more than one map at all this year.
And we might not see it again until mid-season finals when they face the toughest of the tough, but they get to come in with a crown on their heads as they are crowned the champions of the Pacific. And here is how it all shook out. Reject with a nice little upper bracket run, besting N1 Hex and the Chiefs, and then running into the brick wall that was Gen G. And try as they might, on 2 separate occasions, they could not overcome Gen G. They couldn't take more than a map off of them, just like you said. They're the only team to take any maps off of them since the start of Stage 1, and gonna be the last ones to do so before mid-season finals. It's gonna be a dominant showing for them, and you know, quite the feather in their cap, you know, going into such a big international tournament.
That's right, and I'm so excited, but of course there's a few more things we need to talk about for the day. Did you know that the Hellfire, so much amazing things are going on? Because we can welcome to the Hellfire Bay Beach. Happy Rival Summer Festival, everyone. It's time to trade those heavy combat suits for swimwear, because the Ultimate Beach Party has officially arrived. The sun is shining, the waves are rolling in, and our seasonal hub is packed with exciting activities and rewards. The Summer Snapshot photo event, remember that? Pop and win, Krakoan reels, 1,500 limited time units, and participate in festival activities for a chance to earn up to 2,500 units in total.
And if those units are burning a hole in your pocket, you gotta spend them on something. Might I suggest the Aquatic Assassin and Sonar Savior costumes for Black Widow and Daredevil. Strike from the shadows or guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch. Gear up to dominate the shore in Marvel Rivals Season 8. These skins are available right now up until July 24th. You got a month to grab them, so make sure you get in there and get them. Make sure that you claim the coast and leave them breathless. And if that Black Widow skin does not leave you breathless, I don't know what will.
Hey, at least you got Twitch drops coming your way. You still have a lot of time to claim these. You got nameplates, you got emotes, you got sprays, and the Will of Galacta Storm costume. If you missed out trying to tune in to your favorite streamers to earn these nice little rewards up until July 10th.
Hey, that's not too far away from now. I
Yeah.
have plenty of time to get that, right?
Exactly.
Man, if only there was a long broadcast I could watch to get all those rewards. It says 4 hours, right, for that Storm costume? Guess what? This stream alone was 5.5 hours. You could have watched the whole thing, and I've seen people in chat There were some people here from the very tippity top start of the broadcast that is in chat right now, and I think they've gotten it twice over.
I did also see someone in chat who said that mid-season finals is going to be at Keg's house. I don't know if that leak is accurate, but if it is, I'll have a nice little block party outside in your driveway.
You got a grill.
You got room for Gen G and Reject there, because you'll be seeing them both there.
I can make some room. I just hope they don't duke it out, have the rematch at my place. I don't think I can pay the cleaning bill, but overall, it has been an absolute pleasure to be a host for you all for Stage 1 and preseason, and of course, joined by Ooey and Gooey, CB and Dan over here. I am so unbelievably proud to be working with these amazing individuals. Diatonic, Matsy, Liger, also so thankful and so lucky to be working with this stellar crew for Pacific Side. With that being said, it is 7 a.m. for me, and it is 10 a.m. for these two. We are tired, and we are going to sleep. We will see you all very soon.